times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 to 8 hours twice a week. Don't have time to take a leak. Hard times in the city. Hard times in the city. Hard times in the city. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He will be back with us on Monday, and we have some new music for him later in the show. And that's my squeaky chair. Welcome to the mop-up for October 7th. I'm going to get a new chair this weekend, I promise you. Welcome to the mop-up for October 7th, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage where the temperature is 70 degrees and partly cloudy or partly sunny. Let's call it clowny. Speaking of clowny, Pete Dominick joins us in about 55 minutes. Don't forget this Friday is office hours. I hope you can join us. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern and go until, I don't know, probably 2 in the morning. You'll meet better people, I promise you. Go to my website right now. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com. Hit the office hours menu. It'll take you right to the sign-in page, and you're there. No passwords necessary. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com. Hit office hours. It'll take you right into office hours Friday night at 8 p.m. Meet better people. You will meet better people. You can lurk. You can turn your video off, your audio off. You don't have to participate. Or you can meet wonderfully smart, caring people in the chat room. It's a stunning array of good people. I have not had a pledge break. People are asking me, when is the next pledge break? I've not had a pledge break in a few months, and there's a good reason for that. I have been swamped, and I have not been able to send out thank you notes to the people who were kind enough to donate last time, and there's no excuse for that. My apologies if you've donated money. I've been going over the spreadsheet, and some of you have been incredibly generous, and I need to carve out some time to write and say thank you. I apologize. There are just not enough hours in the day. I don't look back. That's the problem. I get up each morning. There's a new show that has to be produced. I have a day job. I need help. Dan, the show has grown, but it's out of control, and I just don't have time to look back. So, Dan, we'll talk this weekend. Here's the news. I want to start with something I found in my files about mental illness. This goes back to about, well, let's start with this. First off, this is actually a recent article in the New York Times. Not the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. It's this week. It's entitled, "Online Therapy Got Popular During COVID. Should You Still See Your Therapist in Person?" So this is an article about telehealth, and it's the Wall Street Journal. It's about opportunities for investments in telehealth because a lot of people can't find a psychiatrist, psychologist, a mental health professional. The Wall Street Journal, and this is an article about investment opportunities in mental health. The Wall Street Journal says about 34% of people with private insurance say they had difficulty finding a mental health therapist who would accept their coverage. That's according to a 2016 survey. It's 5 years old because the most recent data is not available. You get it? It's impossible. If you have health insurance, it's impossible to find a psychologist, a mental health professional who's in your network. The story in the Wall Street Journal was just talking about telehealth and why telehealth would be such a great investment opportunity for people who want to make money off mental health problems, which this country is rife with. This is what the Wall Street Journal writes. Especially in big cities such as Los Angeles, New York, and Washington, D.C., demand for mental health care is so strong. Gee, you think the people in Los Angeles, Hollywood, New York, Wall Street, Washington, D.C., our government need mental health care? It's so strong. The demand is so high for mental health professionals that therapists just don't accept any insurance plans. The article says they can easily fill their practice with patients who pay out of pocket. So what does that mean? The only people, or very few people, can get mental health care. You have to have money. You have to have cash. You have to be able to pay out of pocket in America if you want your mental illness treated. Even if you have health insurance in America, you have difficulty getting your mental health treated. You got to go out of pocket. And if you're lucky, your health insurance company will reimburse you. That's if you're lucky enough to have a good enough health care plan or any health care plan at all. So every time an effing celebrity tells you, if you're feeling suicidal, make sure you get help. Tell me how, you assholes. Every goddamn Hollywood celebrity who's saying, let's step out of the stigma of mental health issues. When Oprah and Prince Harry and Meghan talk about how important it is to be honest about your mental health issues, with whom? With whom? Nobody can afford to see a shrink. Anyway, I'm in a hell of a mood today. These are just, okay. Now, this is from 2016. 2015, this is 6 years ago. This is an article written by Dan Monroe, and it's in Forbes, inside the $35 billion addiction treatment industry. So we're talking about a $35 billion addiction treatment industry in 2015, okay? This is from Forbes. He talks in this article about AAC Holdings, quote, which is the first attempt at a publicly traded company exclusively for addiction treatment. The AAC stands for American Addiction Centers. The quoted, by the way, I've talked about this before, Mitt Romney, Bain Capital, they've gotten in on for-profit addiction centers. The quoted price range, and this is from 2015, for a 30-day quote-unquote treatment plan, and as he points out earlier, this is basically giving you the same exact treatment that Alcoholics Anonymous provides for free for free. The 30-day treatment was $15,000 to $26,000. Even the nonprofit exotic treatment facilities like Hazelden, which merged with Betty Ford, pay their executives about, 6 to 7 figures a year. There was a documentary that came out in 2015 called The Business of Recovery, and Forbes writes about it. Monroe writes, as highlighted through several tragic stories in the documentary, family members are naturally eager to spend whatever money they have, and often money they don't have, in desperate attempts to save loved ones from the harsh realities of substance abuse and addiction. Preying on this strong desire is the very real and profitable business of recovery, and one that the documentary exposes with clear and sober detail. There's still so much we don't know about substance abuse and addiction, except, at least according to one compelling film, how to turn it into a very lucrative business, the business of recovery, a dose of reality, which we will be doing a screening of as soon as I can get my hands on it. It's from 2015. Well, hi. Juan Cole over at Informed Comment has a piece talking about healthcare in America. Everybody should go to Informed Comment. He has a piece talking about how COVID is now a Republican disease. He cites a Brookings study that says 90% of Democrats have been vaccinated, while only 58% of Republicans have been. Professor Juan Cole, he's been on this show a couple of times. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. Professor Cole over at Informed Comment, which everybody should be subscribing to and reading. It's free. Just go to informedcomment.com. Professor Juan Cole says that there seems to be a difference in who is vaccinated and who isn't, and it doesn't break down along religious, ethnic, or racial lines. The most accurate determinant of who or who hasn't been vaccinated is whether or not that person is a Democrat or a Republican. If you're a Republican, you're less likely to be vaccinated than you are if you're a Democrat. If you're a Republican, you're more likely to end up in the ICU because you were listening to Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan and taking ivermectin instead of getting vaccinated. Jimmy Dore is now on the ivermectin. He's now promoting ivermectin. Professor Cole, in Informed Comment, you should definitely go to Informed Comment instead of going to Jimmy Dore or Joe Rogan or what's his name, Alex Jones. Professor Juan Cole in Informed Comment goes on to write about something that I've been talking about. He calls it necrophilia. He says that one could argue that necrophilia has creeped into conservative politics. Again, this is something I didn't go so far as necrophilia. Professor Juan Cole did. I talked about it in terms of thanatos. Freud talks about the death urge. Freud talks about, and Juan Cole doesn't talk about this. Freud speaks of eros and thanatos as man's two biggest urges, eros to love, thanatos to die. And what I maintain, I'm not going to go as far as necrophilia as Professor Juan Cole has, but what I maintain is that we now have a GOP that has been trained to accept death, to embrace it. And that is right out of the fascist playbook. I've talked about this before, about Joseph Goebbels, who ran the propaganda machine for Adolf Hitler. He was the largest purveyor of movies in Nazi Germany. His propaganda machine produced films that were designed to condition the German people for war. And they did that by pushing the idea of the noble, sweet death, the sweet release of death. That's how the Nazis marshaled their people to get them to go to war. The idea that death, if it's for the right cause, is something to be cherished, to be honored. And so we see that now in the GOP. We see that the right wing, like Joseph Goebbels, Fox, OWN, Newsmax, the politicians, the right-wing politicians, are stirring hatred for liberals that is so intense, and I'm not making this up. The hatred for liberals, for Democrats, has been stirred up to the point where too many right-wing conservatives, Republicans, view their own death from COVID as sticking it into the eye of the Democrats. If you think I'm joking, read the literature on this. Walensky over at the CDC has been talking about this. They go and talk to the unvaccinated dying in the ICUs, and they're proud of themselves because they didn't succumb to liberal propaganda. It's crazy, but there is a large segment of crazy, and I do mean crazy, GOP voters who believe that catching COVID, even dying from it, is something to be proud of because it extols freedom from liberal orthodoxy. You got to pay attention. I made the mistake of not paying attention to these lunatics. This is what they've become. The other component of all this is religion. Religion, also out of the fascist playbook, conditions the religious right. It conditions the religious right and teaches Republican voters that something better is waiting for them on the other side. So why worry about what's in front of you? And of course, the other component that animates the right wing is despondency. Now, again, this is not Professor Juan Cole. This is me. There is a despondency in Republican politics. The reddest states are the most despondent. They have the highest suicide rates. On the happiness scale, they are the unhappiest of states. They have the highest addiction to opiates and meth. The Republicans attract incels. They go after specific demographic groups that they can target, like incels, men who cannot get laid, celibate, involuntarily celibate men. This is who Steve Bannon targeted. We learned about this when the Cambridge Analytica scandal first broke. They go after the despondent on purpose. They are looking for broken people with no spirit, and they wake them up. They wake up the spiritless just enough to get them angry to vote, but not angry enough to do anything about what's really making them angry, because what's really making them angry is their despondency. But they can't afford, as I mentioned earlier, to find a psychologist, a social worker who's in their network. They're not going to go out of pocket because they have no pocket. So they're despondent, they're depressed. And so for one brief moment, and this is calculated by people like Trump and Steve Bannon and Roger Ailes and the people who run Newsmax and the people who run OWN. Thank you, Mr. Stanky from AT&T, who gave us OWN. We'll talk about that later. What they do is, for one brief moment, the despondent in America feel alive when they attend or watch a Trump rally, or when they watch Tucker Carlson. They feel they are part of something bigger than themselves. And then once the adrenaline and the hatred that causes the adrenaline to pump, once that wears off, these same people sink back into their despair, and they become despondent, waiting for their next adrenaline hit from Trump or Tucker or Sean or whoever is, that guy Kelly on Newsmax. These are emotionally crippled Americans. They tend to be white. They tend to be white men and women who are terrified of their crippled husbands, so they go along with this. They are emotionally crippled. They live vicariously through right-wing bullies like Gutfeld. They view it the same way they view a team sport. They're part of the winning team. So a couple of minutes each day, they feel alive. before Greg Gutfeld signs off and his followers, his viewers, sink deeper and deeper into despair. They root the people who vote for the Republicans. They root for Trump, Tucker, Sean Hannity, because those guys are playing a game that they can't. So they live vicariously through these charlatans, these hoodlums, these fascists. This is what we are up against. We are up against fascists who can manipulate cripples just long enough to vote against their own self-interests. And that's why religion doesn't belong in the public square. That's why only experts with credentials should be listened to, not Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore. I believe we shouldn't even discuss what's on the other side of the material world. I believe that we have to focus on the here and the now and try to alleviate all the pain and suffering that is in the here and now. So when I see Juan Cole writing about red COVID, it's being called red COVID, that most of the people dying from COVID are from red states, and it even breaks down along county lines. If you go into a blue state, Juan Cole goes on to write that if you go into a blue state like New York, if you look at the counties and break them down along what's the reddest county versus what's the bluest county, the reddest counties in New York State have the highest incidence of COVID. That's where the hospitals are overflowing. Republican counties are clogged with COVID patients. Their hospitals, their ICUs are clogged with COVID patients. So there's a part of me, a huge part of me, not a good part of me, that thinks this is evolution. It's wrong to think that way. There's a big part of me that thinks those who get vaccinated and wear a mask, Democrats, will survive all this, and the rest will go off to their just reward, and we'll be the beneficiaries of this in 2022, the midterms. We'll talk about how COVID played a role in the Senate becoming filibuster-proof for the Democrats, and how there's a much bigger majority there for Nancy Pelosi because COVID killed so many Republican voters. As tempting as that is to wish for, we're talking about death and wishing bad on our fellow citizens, even though they wish the same for us. This is how civil wars get fought. We don't want to go there. It's not the right way to think. Wishing that things get worse for bad people, that type of accelerationism, it doesn't work out for anybody. One thing I've learned in my dotage is that bad people, like Republicans, conservatives, they drag the rest of us down. This is what we're up against. It's easier to drag somebody down than lift somebody up. If you've ever been drowning, the person who's drowning, it's easier for the drowner to drag the drownee down than it is to lift the idiot who got drunk and fell off his fishing boat. Bad people drag us down more often than good people pull us up. Now, I'm not running for office. I should, because nobody could find anything on me, but I'm not running for office. So I can speak the truth, and the truth is that the right wing in this country truly is a basket of deplorables. I know Hillary got into trouble accidentally getting heard saying that. That is some good water. But I'm not ashamed to say that if you watch Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson, Newsmax, if you vote for anybody in the Republican Party, you truly are a crippled, emotionally stunted deplorable. And you're not just a danger to yourself, you're a danger to all of us because you're dragging all of us down to your level, which is the gutter. The truth is, evolution is not going to sort out the deplorables from the enlightened. The truth is, we catch COVID from the deplorables because they refuse to get vaccinated and wear masks. They drag us down. And we have a planet that's on the brink because these deplorables, and that's what they are, Hillary had to apologize, I won't. These deplorables refuse to accept science. They refuse to accept science. Maybe it's because they want to die. Maybe it's because they're stupid. Maybe they're just so stupid they can't imagine an economy that can survive without fossil fuels. Or maybe, just like so many of the people who refuse to get vaccinated, they'd rather see this planet uninhabitable than have liberals win. Yeah, I know that part sounds insane, but we're dealing with insane people who want to drag this whole thing we got going down, because that will mean liberals will be dragged down with them. They're drowning. They're okay with it so long as we drown with them. It's hard to believe. As I've said, there are people, the CDC, Walensky, she talks about this, the woman who runs the CDC, they talk to people in the ICUs who won't get vaccinated, and they're proud of themselves because they're sticking it to the liberals. They being the deplorables, have been so revved up by false issues, like the vaccine. That's a fake issue, but they've been revved up on this. They've been revved up on critical race theory. They've been revved up on cancel culture. All three of those issues, the vaccine, critical race theory, cancel culture, they're manufactured by the right wing. They are manufactured to build up so much resentment towards liberals. This is always, there's a target on the vaccine, cancel culture, critical race theory. They present a problem, and then the target, liberals. There are way too many right-wingers who believe the biggest problem facing this country are liberals or the socialists who want to destroy our way of life by pushing vaccines on us, which means taking away our liberty, critical race theory. Watch these people who get revved up about critical race theory. They think that there are liberals, there are Democrats, socialists who want to teach our children to hate America and feel bad for being white. That liberals want white children to hate themselves for being white. And of course, the cancel culture. When you talk to a conservative, the cancel culture, we're vicious. We're vicious with the cancel culture, the liberals. We're shoving our culture down other people's throats through the cancel culture. So if you're on the right, if the planet gets destroyed, okay, but at least I'll have my freedom to drive the car that I want. If everybody dies from COVID, at least I will die with my freedom on that hill. I'll die on that hill of freedom. Nobody forced me to wear a mask or get vaccinated. They believe this. They believe that the war against COVID is a war against their personal freedom. These people are sick, and they are dragging us down. They are killing us. They are the dumbest of the dumb, the sickest of the sick, and the untreatedest of the untreated. They have mental illness that is festering out of their brain like a bloody carbuncle. They just ooze mental illness. And they're stupid. And they don't understand the First Amendment. They don't understand what freedom of speech is. Don't cancel Dave Chappelle because he trivialized the plight of transgender people. Do not cancel me for saying anything hateful. Freedom of speech. Dave Chappelle has freedom of speech, right? And people who are part of the transgender community also have freedom of speech to use their money to cancel Netflix. That's freedom of speech, right? No, we must protect Dave Chappelle to be able to promote hateful things about the transgender people, so people won't feel bad when they don't hire a transgender person or commit a violent act against a transgender person or facilitate suicide, which is the highest in the LGBTQ community. Suicide in the transgender community is the highest. Thank you very much, Dave Chappelle, for doing that. Of all the comedic choices you can make, go after the transgender people. That's, it's an hour special, several specials. You're one of the most prolific comics in the history of comedy. Go after the transgender people. That's a good target. Good for you, Dave Chappelle. You should have your freedom to be intellectually lazy, even though you're smarter than every other comic out there. You should have the freedom to be intellectually lazy and say things that are hateful and stupid. That's what freedom is all about. This is what we're up against. If you watch Fox, Newsmax, OWN, the network that Mr. Stanky from AT&T created, John Stanky, the chairman of AT&T. You think he has a sense of humor? A guy named John Stanky. You think he wasn't bullied his entire life? Even now, he's chairman of AT&T. You don't think everybody says the name Stanky with just a bit of irony, and he knows it? Change your name, Stanky. John Stanky, he took over, he briefly ran HBO and TBS. I had bosses, we were pitching shows to Mr. Stanky. I don't think Mr. Stanky likes comedy writers. They remind him of every bully in elementary school who did the Stanky on the hang down joke and turned him into a hang dog. And John Stanky he failed at it. He had to give up HBO and Time Warner. He had it briefly for a year, and he caused a lot of pain. John Stanky dedicated his entire career to taking over Hollywood and looking for people like me who would always point out that his name was Stanky and try to make our lives miserable because we were perceived as bullies. And he created OWN, which is I think the second biggest conservative network. AT&T funded OWN, which is watch it. It's a neo-Nazi tailwind. A tailwind. So if you watch Fox, Newsmax, John Stanky's OWN, if you listen to Republican politicians, Mr. Stanky will see you. Wasn't there like something from South Park? Wasn't there like a turd named Mr. Stanky? Wasn't there a Mr. Stanky on South Park? Mr. Stanky will see you right now, the head of AT&T. He's worth billions. He can't afford a better surname? Mr. Stanky, John Stanky. He ran TBS. John Stanky. That was the guy who had to approve television shows you were pitching to. I don't know if Mr. Stanky, why, it doesn't stink enough for Stanky? If it doesn't stink, it doesn't have the stanky touch. John Stanky. Jesus Christ, change your fucking name, you asshole. It's like a guy with the toupee who's just daring you to say, what is that porcupine doing on your head? Take off your fucking toupee and change your name, Stanky, the head of AT&T. Unbelievable. Well, If you watch Fox, Newsmax, OWN, if you listen to Republican politicians in the mainstream, they're now in the mainstream, they offer up a version of hyper-individualism that is so extreme, it would offend a warlord. Because the end game for these people is no government at all. All they want is a strong police force that acts as the referee deciding which warlord should live and who should die. And that's based on who pays tribute to the police, right? That's how it works. That's how it works it worked in banana republics, no government, warlords, where, there is a governor, there is a mayor, there's a Congress, a president, but they're just figureheads who are building coalitions of warlords. Who's the warlord with the most guns? Who makes the most money dealing drugs? Let's put these warlords together, form a coalition, and that's how you get Bolsonaro in Brazil. I'm being serious. When people say they don't want government, they mean no government. They want warlords. Some of them are mobsters. Some of them are corporate chieftains. No difference. Look at Cuba. Look at how we dealt with Cuba. Anyway, the end game for these people is just police who protect the warlords. That's it. And if you are an American living in a gated community right now, or you're in a high-rise building here in Manhattan, you have this false sense of security because you're surrounded by your own kind, your stankies, and they have guns, or they know somebody with a gun, and they have their holy books, and they have their terrified women who go along because they're so broken they can't imagine life without stanky. And of course, the medicated children, they're idiot kids who have to be met. What's wrong with my child? Why doesn't he want to be like me? So they heavily medicate their idiot kids. And, I'm working so hard to leave you $10 billion and you're just off in the corner cutting yourself. What's wrong with you? Here's some more medication. Why am I killing myself, killing all these people overseas just to have you end up with billions of dollars that you don't know how to spend? This is the terror of the stankies of the world living behind their gated communities, and they think they're immune. They think they don't see what's happening to their own lives because they don't get their mental health treated. They're so sick, they are convinced that they just have to keep the mongrel hordes away. They're sitting in their living room, and it's not just the stankies of the world, it's the white, heavily indebted, opiate-addicted Trump supporters who identify with the stankies. They sit in their living room, unable to pay their bills, convinced that they're safe without dental, without medical care. They're convinced that they're actually safe so long as we keep the immigrants out and the people of color in prison. That's how it works for these deplorables, for these people who vote for Trump, have no money, won't get vaccinated, don't believe climate change is man-made. They have been convinced because they're vulnerable. They are convinced that their biggest problem facing them is how do we keep the immigrants out and the people of color in prison? And that is what we're up against. That is what the conservative right believes. They're ignorant. They're despondent. As I'm not going to quote Professor Juan Cole, but they're necrophiliacs, and they will end up destroying not just this country, not just ourselves, the planet. And you cannot talk to these people. They have no beliefs grounded in truth. Their entire belief system is built on pillars of salt that just basic logic melts them. That's why I won't debate them. We're going to have Professor Ben Burgess on, who debated the college dropout Kirk from Turning Points USA. I want to find out how that went. I won't debate them. I just ask them what they believe and why they believe it. And 3 questions in, they want to punch me because they cannot explain why they believe what they believe. So here's my suggestion to the Democrats in this moment. You, if you're not calling, and get a pen ready because I'm going to give you their numbers, this is a moment to put everything aside and call Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, Josh Gottheimer, Chuck Schumer. This is the moment. The next month is the moment to focus on one thing. Forget about the deplorables. They're irrelevant. What you're up against right now, and that will change in a couple of months, but right now, this moment in history demands that you ignore, you stop debating the deplorables and focus on the Democratic Party temporarily. You have to work with Democrats and be vicious. You have to be vicious because they're going to call you vicious no matter what. And they're going to call you a socialist no matter what. We saw this. We saw this year, right? Biden is being called a socialist, even though he was the antidote to Bernie Sanders. At the inauguration, I'm finishing up the Woodward book, George W. Bush was at the inauguration. Instead of being frog-marched before The Hague and the International Criminal Court, which we're not a part of, because then we'd have George W. Bush put on trial, and John Kerry, as a matter of fact. George W. Bush was an ever-Trumper, and he said to Biden out loud so everybody could hear, "You're the only one who was able to save us from Trump." And then Bill Clinton heard that and walked over and said, "That's right, you were the only one who could save us from Donald Trump." We'd be looking at 4 more years of Trump had Biden not beaten Bernie. That was what they were talking about at the inauguration. Once George W. Bush gave his blessing to Biden and said, had they picked Bernie, we wouldn't be here. It would be Trump. And, people should listen to George W. Bush because he's always great at predicting the future. Look, he got Iraq right. He got Afghanistan right. He got New Orleans, Katrina. He predicted that before it happened and really knew how to respond. And, of course, our economy. So the Democrats should always listen to these never-Trumpers like George W. Bush because they're so prescient. Nevertheless, Biden is being called a socialist. We elected Biden in the Democratic Party because we were so worried that the other side would call us socialists, right? And we're still being called socialists. And another thing that the right accuses me of being, of the leftists in the Democratic Party, they accuse us of being vicious. We're vicious. The ones who want Medicare for all, income equality, accountability for Afghanistan, which didn't attack us on 9/11, accountability for Iraq. We're vicious because we want to cut defense spending. We're vicious. They're going to call us vicious no matter what. We are vicious. We are vicious when it comes to cancel culture, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And that's primarily why they call us vicious, because we correct their words and make them feel bad about what they say, which in turn makes them feel bad for what they think, right? So they always, anybody who's been canceled or corrected, say, oh, the left, they're so vicious. We are vicious when it comes to what people say, and we are somewhat vicious when it comes to what people do, but usually vicious when it comes to sexual assault, which is very important. We should be vicious towards people who commit sexual assault, unless, of course, it's Al Franken, in which case, hey, he just forcibly kissed a woman. That's not assault. It's assault. Al Franken assaulted these women. We should be vicious on the left towards anybody who says the wrong thing, that's, making fun of transgender people and fostering a culture of hate that causes transgender people to be beaten up and commit suicide. Yeah, we should speak out against comedians who trivialize the plight of the most vulnerable. So we should be vicious. But right now, this moment in time, this window, the next month, is when we should be vicious towards people for what they believe and what they vote for in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. All our energy right now, this moment in time, is to be vicious towards the moderate centrists in the Democratic Party who are going against the will of the majority of the Democrats in the House and the majority of the Democrats in the Senate, and even Joe Biden. There is a bill that is sitting in Congress right now, Build Back Better, $3.5 trillion, that 100 progressives in the House of Representatives want. Most of the Democrats in the House want it, except for this turd, Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey. I will give you his phone number in a second. It's on the screen if you're in our Zoom room. And I'm urging everybody to use this moment to write letters and call these turds and not be vicious, but explain to them that you are demanding that they vote in favor of Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. This is the moment in history to put everything aside and focus on Build Back Better. This is the bill, if passed, and it's going through all these different iterations, but at $3.5 trillion, if passed, it could conceivably be the most sweeping legislation in decades, up there with the Great Society. This is a $3.5 trillion bill. This is Bernie's bill. This is Bernie's bill. Did you see his press conference yesterday? I urge you to go to C-SPAN. It's a 15-minute press conference, and it's a master's class in teaching leaders like Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi how to sell a bill. This is a bill, as Bernie said in his 15-minute press conference yesterday, that would provide possibly universal preschool so that parents don't have to spend 20% of their salary in order to pay for somebody to watch their kid so they can go off to work. How does that not place a stranglehold on our economy when 20% of your salary is going towards daycare? Free community college, free dental. As Bernie said, we have senior citizens with rotting teeth in their mouth who can't hear because Medicare doesn't cover hearing aids, who can't afford their prescription medicine because thanks to George W. Bush and Medicare Part D, George W. Bush made it impossible for Medicare to negotiate drug prices with Big Pharma. And there's a handful of Democratic Congress people who have indicated that they want to make sure that no legislation passes that allows Medicare to negotiate with Big Pharma, which is why we pay 30 times more for drugs than anybody in the industrialized world. How do you justify that, Josh Gottheimer, and call yourself a Democrat? This is a $3.5 trillion bill that could possibly lower the age of Medicare to 60. It would address climate change. It would rejigger the economy so that it's built around addressing climate change. And of course, Dreamers, which we have talked about and will continue to talk about, the plight of roughly 1 million Americans brought here by their parents who are in a state of limbo, who don't have citizenship. They're undocumented and they don't have citizenship. possibly the most important issue when it comes to race since the Civil Rights Acts of 64 and 65. If you're not following the plight of the Dreamers, you're as ignorant, repulsive, and craven as Barry Goldwater, William F. Buckley, and George Herbert Walker Bush were in 64 and 65 when they voted or spoke out against the Civil Rights Acts of 64 and 65. There are moments in time that measure who you are. 64 and 65, that's the Civil Rights Acts. If you were against that, that is your permanent stain. Irreparable. Can't get rid of it. If you're not paying attention to the Dreamers right now, that is your permanent stain. That is your permanent stain. We need to fix and repair what we are doing to the Dreamers right now. These are the things to get vicious about right now. There'll be time for other things to get vicious about. This month, for the next 30 days, call these Congress people and senators on my screen. To my listeners, get a pen. I'm going to give out those numbers. We're going to take up some time to give out those numbers. In the next month, put all the other stuff aside and focus solely on Bernie's Build Back Better. And it has to be 3.5 trillion or more. Now, not a month from now, we can change direction, but right now is when we wage class warfare with the same ferocity that the 1% has been waging it against us since Reagan took office. Right now, we wage class warfare in the halls of Congress. This is your moment. If you're on the left, or you think you're a Democrat, if you think you're a liberal, prove it. This is your moment to bring class warfare into the halls of Congress and reverse the transfer of wealth. The 40-year transfer of wealth must be reversed to head down, not up. This is the moment. This is the bill for you to fight class warfare now. Not the way the insurrectionists did on January 6th. They are the deplorables. We fight class warfare by using our pen and our mouths, and we verbally, peacefully attack people for what they fail to vote for. Like Kyrsten Sinema. I'll give you her number. I'll give you Joe Manchin's phone number. I'll give you Chuck Schumer's number to fight harder for Bernie's bill. This is your moment to wage class warfare now. Put everything else aside. Nothing else is more important than Bernie Sanders' Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. This is it. This is the class warfare. And that's why, like I was telling a friend last night, what the fuck is Sarah Silverman doing? She was Bernie's biggest proponent, and she's talking about the Iron Dome right now on her podcast. There's plenty of time, Sarah, to address whether or not America should be supporting Israel or whether or not we should be putting in economic boycotts until they address the plight of the Palestinians, Sarah. But now is not the time to get weepy-eyed about the Iron Dome. You're a Bernie supporter, Sarah. You orchestrated that big rally last year in L.A. This is his moment. Shut up about the Iron Dome. This is the time to be fighting class warfare. Not talking about Iron Dome, Sarah. This is the time to focus solely on class warfare, unless you viewed Bernie as a fashion statement. Maybe you've been way more successful than I give you credit for, and maybe you're not willing to fight class war, Sarah. But don't talk about Iron Dome when we have Americans facing evictions and winter is upon us. There'll be time to discuss Iron Dome a month from now. You were one of the biggest champions for Bernie Sanders. The only thing you should be talking about is waging class warfare. So there's a redistribution of wealth that goes from the top to the bottom. Everything else at this moment is irrelevant. And it's not going on in the streets. It's going on in our nation's capital right now. Josh Gottheimer, this turd, is outnumbered. He is outnumbered. It is outrageous that this piece of fundament, if you've read Rabelais, you would know I'm saying shit. This piece of fundament is allowed to claim that he's the adult in the Democratic Party. He is rejecting what every Democrat in Congress wants. He is the radical. Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, they claim they want to pass Bernie's Build Back Better $3.5 trillion bill. It's Gottheimer who is the radical. This is the only thing you should be talking about right now. Call Josh Gottheimer. Shame him. This is the only thing anyone who supports Bernie or Joe Biden or Pelosi or Schumer should be talking about, to the exclusion of everything else. Nothing is more important than this Build Back Better bill. Nothing. We may not ever get a moment like this again, and the clock is ticking. Winter's upon us. Americans are getting evicted. The only thing that matters is holding Kyrsten Sinema, the senator from Arizona, and Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, holding them accountable for rejecting what the vast majority of United States senators, Democrats, want, which is the most monumental piece of legislation since LBJ's Great Society. Now, so I don't want to hear about the Iron Dome, Sarah. I want to hear you waging class warfare. Now, we have children in America who are starving. And yet we have my vicious brethren. Thank you for being vicious, and thank you for talking about Dave Chappelle's anti-transgender jokes. I agree with you for complaining to Netflix. But the time to get vicious is with the Democrats who are blocking Build Back Better. I mean, Dave Chappelle, not worth it right now. Get vicious for him for the transgender jokes. Also get vicious for him for supporting Andrew Yang and not Bernie. Okay? He's doing this for publicity. You know, he's a money-grubbing comic who knows that if he punches down, everybody's going to watch this special. Build Back Better is the closest thing we have in a generation. And anything else is irrelevant. This is the time to enlist yourself and everybody else in class warfare. And it's being waged by Pramila Jayapal, head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and Bernie Sanders, and AOC, and certain members of the squad, Cori Bush. The other side, they storm, the right wing, the deplorables, they storm the Capitol and want to lynch Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence because they don't know what they want. They don't know what they want. They just want violence. Our side can write letters, make phone calls, pressure our leaders to pass Build Back Better. This is the moment. Right now. I didn't get time to talk about the Pandora Papers. Shit. Well, let me give the numbers, and then we'll bring the love of my life in. Is Pete Dominic here? Is Pete here? Pete?
See him yet?
He isn't here yet. Well, somebody's got to start talking. Otherwise, I'll... let me give out the numbers to my listeners. You got your pen. These are the phone numbers to call, and be polite. Let's start with Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia. His phone number is 304-368-0567. Call him and politely ask him, leave a message to support Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. Call the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, at 415-556-4862. Call Congressman Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey, 973-814-4076. Call Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer, at 585-263-5886. Kirsten Sinema's number, again, is 520-639-7080. Senator Joe Manchin's phone number is 304-368-0567. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, her phone number is, it's coming up on the screen, is 415-556-4862. Congressman Josh Gottheimer, be polite to him, 973-814-4076. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, 585-263-5886, and call them. And those numbers are flashing across my screen on the Zoom screen, so I hope you will exercise your First Amendment rights and tell the Democratic leadership to support Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion, not a penny less. Well, let us now go to Rockland County, I hope, where the host of Stand Up with Pete Dominick is standing by. Say hello to Pete Dominick. Hi, Pete. Okay, he's not here yet. Dan, how's your Pete Dominick impersonation?
Oh, that's fucking terrible. Ethan's here if you need to kill a few minutes.
Ethan's here?
I heard you saying someone was missing, so I just came on in case you needed me to do an impersonation.
Can you do Pete Dominick?
Or an advertisement. If you need
Yeah, please welcome everybody's favorite, Ethan Hirschenfeld. Hello, Ethan. You know what? I'm a little confused here. Let me just get... There you are. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, hi.
Let me change. How are you?
Good. I wanted to plug a product that I'm now selling. It's called Build Back Batter. It's a cake mix. And it's a cake mix. It's extremely expensive, tons of ingredients. And in the end, it's not very delicious, but it's a cake you need. It's a very healthy cake. It's more bread, I'll be honest. It's a loaf of bread. It's called Build Back Batter, and it's available at ShopRite and wherever you shop for fine groceries. Build Back Batter.
Build Back Batter.
Yes.
Yeah.
And goodbye. I'll see you in an hour.
No, that's okay. And we have a new sponsor for Orthodox Jews who love good, wholesome Christian sex. It's a new porn site called NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. It's the kind of sex, the kind of porn that a Orthodox Jew who has good, healthy Christian values can enjoy. NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. And by Build Back Batter, the pancake mix for whom?
Well, it's for anyone who wants a pancake or a cake, for that matter, that really is just a piece of bread. It's not very delicious, but you need it. It's full of all sorts of nutrients.
You look like you're in Cape Cod.
Yeah, I came back here for a week. I was in town. I was in New York for some shows, and I'll be back there next week for some shows. But I'm here. I got to swim in the bay. It's still weirdly summery. Thank God for global warming.
Yeah.
It has its perks.
There are a lot of great things about global warming, like Martha's Vineyard will be destroyed.
Yeah. Also, the sharks get to spend a much longer stretch of the summer here. They used to only pop up here very briefly. My girlfriend was reading something very interesting. It's Thoreau. He wrote. Everyone knows his Walden Pond, but he wrote.
Is it Louis Theroux or Louis Thoreau? You're talking about
Paul Thoreau. This is Henry David Thoreau.
Which is that the one who married Jennifer Aniston?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that's right.
Henry David Thoreau, who wrote Walden Pond, married Jennifer Aniston, but he's not Louis Thoreau or Paul Thoreau. They're not they're cousins, right?
They're distant relatives, removed several generations. Anyway, Thoreau
Yes.
wrote a thing about Cape Cod, and in fact, people here would say it's only recent that there's this warning about sharks on the ocean side. But Thoreau himself, when he was walking around here, the locals said to him, and this is 150 years ago, they said to him, by the way, don't swim over there on the ocean side because of the sharks.
Right.
It's funny, you think something is recent, and then you read it.
That's
There's
why he
another-
stuck to the pond.
That's right. He went right back
No
to the
sharks
pond.
in a pond. Wasn't he mentally ill?
I do not know.
He came from a rich family that, like, he didn't want to pay taxes to support the Mexican War, but like, from what I've read, it was orchestrated. His parents kind of thought, you
It was
know
a
what?
condo. It was a condo on Walden Pond.
My understanding is he had rich parents and said, you know what? Let Henry go to prison. He doesn't have to pay taxes but we've got his back. I'm being serious. We got his back. Like,
Wow.
if it gets really serious, we'll get him a good lawyer.
I know nothing about the guy.
He was a tax cheat, basically.
Wow.
Let me talk about the
I'll
pandemic.
also pop off and see you in an hour. I just wanted
Well,
to
I know my audience would prefer that. So
Yeah. Goodbye.
no,
I'll be
they would
back.
prefer you than me mouthing off about the Pandora Papers.
Okay.
If we
Were they-
polled,
Were they in a box? Is that where they found them?
yeah, not as bad as the Spotify Papers. Let me just get to this. The audience doesn't want this; they want you. But if I don't talk about this, this is for my own well-being.
And for the well-being of our country, let's be honest. What you're
Nah,
doing
this is
good for the
just
country.
no. This is just me humoring my rage. Give me 5 minutes to talk about the Pandora Papers.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back. And if
Okay.
if Pete is here, I'll see you at 7.
Well, we'll figure something out.
We'll figure
Okay.
something out. Okay, bye.
My audience would prefer if you stayed, but I have to indulge myself. I apologize. So, one of the things we're being told about the $3.5 trillion Build Back Better bill is that we can't afford it. And that's a lie. That is an absolute lie. By now, I hope you're somewhat familiar with the Pandora Papers. This is the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists got their hands on 12 million leaked documents belonging to 14 financial services corporations. And it's about 3 terabytes of documents that were turned over to 91 media outlets in 117 countries. So we're talking about 3 terabytes of documents turned over to Espresso, Le Monde, El País, Australian Broadcasting Company, The Guardian, BBC's Panorama, and The Washington Post. And so stories are dribbling out of this data dump. And so far, they haven't gone through all 3 terabytes of the data. But what we are learning so far is that as much as $32 trillion has been secreted offshore by business leaders, celebrities, and politicians all over the world. Now, I know this sounds complicated, so I'll state this very simply. Celebrities, politicians like former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and 100 international billionaires have kept money, as much as $32 trillion, secret from the country they live in so that they would not be subjected to taxation. And that's a lot of shorthand, especially, when we talk about money. They try to confuse us when they talk about these financial irregularities. But to state this as simply as you need to know, the Pandora Papers right now tell us that $35 trillion, and that's $35 trillion specifically from this leak. That's not all. It's just $35 trillion that we know of. from these I think 14 financial services companies. $35 trillion has been kept hidden from governments around the world so that $35 trillion would not be subject to taxation. What we've learned is that Tony Blair and his wife Sherry bought a £7 million home in London, and they bought it by first setting up a company in the Virgin Islands, and then having that company in the Virgin Islands, this offshore company, purchase the home in London in order for Prime Minister Tony Blair to avoid somewhere in the neighborhood of £312,000 in what is called a stamp duty. I have no idea what a stamp duty is. I have no idea what a stamp duty is. All I know is Tony Blair, who was the Bill Clinton of Great Britain, the third way liberal. I'm not a conservative. Tony Blair, the third way liberal who pays lip service to liberal orthodoxy. They pay lip service to liberal orthodoxy, but then they say, how do we pay for it? Well, one way to pay for it, Tony Blair, is by not allowing charlatans like you to shelter income overseas and keep it from the tax man. That's one way to pay for it. Also, Tony Blair, another way to pay for welfare and health care is by not rubber stamping George W. Bush's invasion of Iraq. Tony Blair never asked, how do we pay for the invasion of Iraq? But when people are starving, it's how do we pay for it? Now, more and more will be coming out about the Pandora Papers. And I'm sure it will be just like the Panama Papers back in 2016, which revealed that a lot of people all over the world, these are different. The Panama Papers from 5 years ago, same kind of setup where there was a leak and then an international consortium of journalists poured over the documents. And we discovered that people like Jackie Chan, Donald Trump, goes on, UK Prime Minister David Cameron, Vladimir Putin, Stanley Kubrick, who's dead, Heather Mills, Simon Cowell, Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, Pedro Almodovar, the great director. They sheltered their income from their government so they wouldn't have to pay taxes. Now, here's the really interesting and important thing that I have to tell my listeners. This is really important. This is really important. In the Panama Papers, there was really just one American named, and that was Donald Trump. He was mentioned countless times, something like 3,500 times. But he was really the only American mentioned in the Panama Papers. This is really important. And the Pandora Papers, there are hardly any Americans listed in the Pandora Papers. There are some, but one would think that the country, America, which has the most billionaires, more than any other country, including China, we have more billionaires than any other country. There are 100 billionaires in the Pandora Papers who are hiding money. Very few are American. This is a sobering reality that must be addressed, and it involves Build Back Better. American billionaires, this is what is coming out of the Pandora drop. American billionaires no longer have to shelter their money in offshore accounts to avoid paying taxes. Are you ready for this? This is the single most important story of the week. Billionaires, the rich, no longer have to put their money in the Cayman Islands. They don't have to go to Switzerland because America is now the #1 tax haven for American billionaires and the #1 tax haven for criminals and South American politicians and drug lords. They no longer take their ill-gotten gains to Switzerland or the Cayman Islands. They bring it right here to America. That's the biggest story of the week. Now, granted, it's good for the climate. Bill Gates doesn't have to fly to the Cayman Islands anymore. That's good for the climate. He can keep his money here in the United States because our tax code has turned us in to an offshore account. Now, I knew this about Manhattan with the real estate. We knew that Trump was always laundering money illegally for the oligarchs. But because our tax code has been rewritten, we are a safe offshore haven, not just for the billionaires who live here, but for all the other billionaires around the world, because the EU cracked down on places like Switzerland. So it's America now that has become the #1 place to squirrel away your money. This is from the Financial Times. It's incredible. This is from 2016, okay? This is from 2016. After years, again, 2016, I had this in my files. Financial Times. After years of threatening Swiss and other foreign banks that helped Americans hide their money, the U.S. stands accused of providing similar services for the rest of the world. David Wilson, a partner of Schlesinger Whitmer, they're a Swiss law firm, says, America is the new Switzerland. In the industry, we have known this for several years. Again, this is May 8th, 2016, Financial Times. The U.S. has a long history of attracting funds from undisclosed foreign sources. In 2011, the Florida Bankers Association told Congress that there were hundreds of billions of foreign deposits in U.S. banks because, quote, for more than 90 years, the U.S. government has encouraged foreigners to put their money in U.S. banks by exempting these deposits from taxes and reporting. More from the Financial Times, 2016. The Boston Consulting Group estimates that there is $800 billion of offshore wealth in the U.S., nearly half of which comes from Latin America. Gee, I wonder what kind of money that could be from Latin America. You think it's drug money? Now, this is from 2016. This is no longer true. Look how quickly things move. The Financial Times writes that the $800 billion that we have in offshore wealth puts it well behind Switzerland's 2.7 trillion, but it is expected to grow at nearly 6% a year. So we, in the past 5 years, have been turned into the #1 tax haven, the #1 tax haven in the world. Timothy Noah, he's a great writer. He's back at the New Republic. He writes, the U.S. has become the new Switzerland or Grand Cayman or Isle of Jersey, an international haven for hiding wealth, with South Dakota in the lead. South Dakota and our very own president's Delaware, those two states have surpassed Switzerland as the safest place for drug dealers to hide their money from their government and our government. So when they ask about Build Back Better, how do you pay for this? You go, you do. No new taxes, just pay the ones you already owe. Collect the taxes already owed. I've said this before. The head of the IRS told Congress that we leave $1 trillion on the table every year because the IRS is underfunded and understaffed. That's $1 trillion that we know about a year, that the IRS knows about. That doesn't mean the offshore accounts. We have the money. We can afford to feed every family, educate every child and adult, provide free medical and dental to all who need it. All we have to do is enforce the laws that are already on the books and make sure that the richest 1% pay what they owe. We don't need new taxes. We just need to collect the taxes that are not being paid. Pete Dominic, are you here? All right. Pete Dominic is not here. All right. I have 10 minutes. Now, let me make the audience happy and bring back Ethan Hirschenfeld. Are you here, sir? I had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry.
You rang.
Yes, Lurch. I was beside myself today, and I wanted to do a short segment of news. I just had to talk about the Pandora Papers and how people don't pay their taxes.
Yeah, I've been to Switzerland and I've been to the Cayman Islands. Both times I was visiting my money, and I'll tell you, even if the taxes were higher there, it's a nicer place for the money. The money is just treated better. The money has cleaner air over there, cleaner water, more cows, more beautiful vistas, less traffic.
Right.
So even if we're a better tax haven, I recommend people put their money in both of those places. Switzerland.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Although, as an American, hide your money in South Dakota.
Yeah, that sounds. I feel like your money then will get mixed up with some right-wing militia group. And
Well, it
you'll
is.
never see it again.
That's it's interesting. Timothy Noah in the New Republic writes about this. You'll notice that if you can pay your credit card off, you're usually sending it to South Dakota. Do you ever wonder why?
I didn't notice that. Yeah.
Why does South Dakota get all your money, or Delaware? There was a lawsuit that the Supreme Court ruled that the federal government determining what constitutes usurious interest rates should not apply to the states. There was a lawsuit so that most states outlaw usurious interest rates.
But not
No,
South
we're
Dakota.
talking not South Dakota and not Delaware.
Yeah.
So
So it's
South
the Wild
Dakota,
West when it comes to interest rates.
Wild
It's the Wild
West.
West.
I haven't gotten an application for a credit card this year, but it's usually like 34. If they can, they're mobsters. It's like 34%.
Wow. Yeah.
Unless you're in the military, and I'm not making this up. It was the offer that I got was 34%, unless you served in the military, in which case they would lower it to, I think, 30%, because they love America.
I think a lot of people, myself included, are in the dark about a lot of these things these days since we do it electronically. So I don't even, you know what I mean? I don't see these letters, and I think I'm less attuned to some of the fine print now that it's electronic. You know what I mean? When you would rip open an envelope, you'd be more likely to actually see what they're doing. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. We're also financially illiterate.
Yeah.
By the way, we don't know.
This is not really related, but in the news, I was thinking when people were talking about how upset or how disruptive a day without Facebook or Instagram was, I was thinking the people who were really relieved by that were senior citizens, because, is that one full day to have a rock solid excuse for not being able to do what everyone else was doing on Facebook and Instagram. I felt like
you noticed that it was out.
I didn't notice because I was in the car all day. But I feel like, don't you think grandparents around the world were like, oh God, what a relief that everyone doesn't know how to do this for a whole day?
Don't you think it was related to the testimony before Congress from the whistleblower? How is it that the most damning testimony is presented to Congress, and while that's going on, Facebook is down for 6 hours? You think that's a coincidence, or somebody had to come to
It was actually on the same day?
Oh yeah, I think somebody at Facebook had a come to Jesus moment and said, we're unplugging this.
Huh. Well, either that or management at Facebook decided, let's turn this off for the day because the blowback from our own customers is going to be wicked, and they're all gonna sign off permanently. Let's just turn it off for a few hours.
Or people, it's like the drug cartels saying no cocaine. Okay, is that what you want? Here, 6 hours without any cocaine.
Right.
Now see how you like it.
You know,
Maybe
it's funny
that's-
you say cocaine because Zuckerberg in German is Sugar Mountain, and Sugar Mountain is also like if you get a big shipment of Coke, that's your Sugar Mountain. So maybe there is something there.
The only thing worse than somebody who graduated from Harvard is a Harvard dropout.
Who's
That
also a
is-
billionaire? Who's also a
There's
billionaire?
also Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, William Randolph Hearst.
Yeah,
college.
Michael Crichton.
I think he went to medical school.
Yeah, yeah. I just, he just deserves some blowback. That guy. No, I'm
Bad
kidding.
writer. He was a bad writer.
Yeah.
Good ideas, but his writing was terrible.
Yeah, it was like he was in a rush. It was like he was writing between lunch and dinner. He just had to squeeze it in.
Yes. Yeah. It's the guys who drop out of Harvard who are the most dangerous.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd share that with you. What are you reading?
Again, I have to confess, like last week, it's just the news. It's the news on my phone. I can't stop.
And where do you go?
It's an addiction. It's the New York Times, and it's also I watch Democracy Now. It's the New York Times. Some public radio. It's occasionally the Atlantic, and then there's just a lot of ridiculous. I try to curate my news feed on Google News. You can click on this interests me, this doesn't, but they don't seem to care. They just keep sending me stuff about celebrities. I just don't. I wish there was a button, just turn off all celebrity news.
Right.
But they
I
don't
was
have.
talking to a friend. I was talking to a friend of mine about what a nightmare it would be for my fantasy to come true and get famous. Katie Couric has a new book out. Mm-hmm. Turns out she's problematic. Right?
Yeah, I don't know the details. I saw a headline.
She killed Ashley Banfield's career at NBC. She didn't take care of other women. Ashley Banfield was on the cover of all these magazines. She had a show on MSNBC. Suddenly, literally, she's in a closet. They take away her show with no explanation, and they take away her office, her show, her assignment, her beat, and she's just in an office, in a windowless closet, and she suspected it was Katie Couric. And then in the book, Katie Couric said, I was always threatened by other women who were coming up strong behind me. So
competitive Katie Couric comes clean.
Yes.
So she actually admitted that she torpedoed.
A lot of C words there. What are you getting at? That alliteration had a lot of C words, Ethan.
No, we were doing that last week. Contumely and calumny. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Right.
No, but
So here-
did she admit that she torpedoed her career, or she was speaking more generally about being threatened by female colleagues?
She kind of, in the book, which hasn't come out yet, she goes right to the edge of saying she torpedoed Ashley Banfield. I suspect if that's what you're willing to admit, and then Ashley Banfield steps up and said, I knew it.
No.
I knew it was Katie Couric. Didn't make any sense. It had to be Katie Couric. Then this is why being famous is a nightmare. Katie Couric's nanny, not her nanny, her kid's nanny, was given a restraining order because the nanny got it in her head that she and Katie Couric's husband were having an affair and was going public with it. And then she comes out today and says, the nanny calls, you want to be famous, right?
Oh,
I want to be famous.
I just want to.
I want to be. I want to be, I want it so I can't leave my apartment for a reason. I don't want it to be agoraphobia. I want to be able to say, hey, you better come over to my apartment. I'll be mobbed. That way I can just be left alone. If everybody would bother me, I could finally have an excuse to be left alone. But this is what you're up against. So the nanny today wrote an article or gave an interview saying that, this is not my words, that Katie Couric is a pig. That she doesn't shower.
That sounds ridiculous. Come on.
Hang on. And that she would spend the weekend unbathed.
What are weekends for? What are weekends for?
And that her underwear had skid marks. This is not me. This is the nanny. It pains. I know it pains me to relate this.
I don't believe it. I feel like the nanny is taking care of kids, so she's in the diaper business. So she's just seeing skid marks everywhere in her imagination, in her sleep.
By the way, my favorite of the brothers, skid marks. I thought he was funnier than Chico and Harpo combined. Skid. He was the one you could never get rid of. Skid marks. Now, it's a Faustian bargain.
Yeah.
Make me famous.
I get enough of a charge out of the following. Last week, I was in the supermarket that I always went to and always go to. And the cashier, she said to me, "Are you in something?" I feel like I said, "Yeah, I'm in." She said, "I saw you in Manifest." That's enough for me. So it's exciting for me. Someone I kind of noticed that I was in a scene in a TV show. That's plenty. I don't need. I don't need the nanny coming up to me and. Yeah.
I was with my daughter yesterday shopping at ShopRite, and the cashier said, "I know you. I know you." And I turned to my daughter. I said, "See," and then she picked up a piece of paper with my face on it, and it said, "Do not cash a check from this man." And I told my daughter, see, you didn't think there's Ben Burgess, Professor Ben Burgess. So, Ethan, thank you for and I apologize to my audience. I know,
pleasure.
I know you wanted me to talk to Ethan and not go off on the Pandora Papers. I know that, but sometimes I have to just get some things out of my system. Joining us is the host of Give Them an Argument. He is the author of the new book, Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, and he has a new book coming out, I believe, right? It hasn't come out yet.
Yeah,
it's about Christopher Hitchens, correct?
Yep.
So are we going to promote that?
I'd like to.
Okay, we'll promote that. And you have a new class that you're teaching?
Yeah, so it's at Michael Albert runs this online, it's called the School for Social and Cultural Change. Noam Chomsky teaches classes there. Albert himself does. Liza Featherstone, some people might know. And I'm doing a class there. It actually starts this Sunday. It's called Analytic Marxism and the Materialist Theory of History. And we're going to be working through a book by Jerry Cohen called Karl Marx's Theory of History. And it's something I've been thinking a lot about.
A defense.
Defense, yes. Yes, that's right. It's not an attack, it's a defense. So yeah, I think that it's really interesting. I actually, just to connect up the two subjects, part of what made me start thinking more about Marx's theory of history was writing the book about Christopher Hitchens, because I think that part of where, from my perspective, he went wrong in the last decade of his life is that he started to get very intense about the anti-religious stuff, some of which I even agree with, but he, in this way that seemed to suggest that like the reason why various atrocities happened in the world that people would use religious justifications for was because of the religious ideas. That's like that, we like the subtitle of his book in 2008 was How Religion Poisons Everything, which almost makes it sound like, despite being an atheist, like he really does think that these ideas just like dropped into our world from some sort of supernatural realm, rather than things that came out of the history of the material world, that the powers that be need to rationalize what they're doing in certain ways. That might take religious forms, it might take secular forms, but that we could ultimately understand why things are happening in terms of economic structures.
Right. Great. Should I give the price?
The
Or is
price. Oh,
for the class?
yeah. So I think there's a
Low income price, and people should check this out. I may actually, and this is done live, right? It's not on tape.
Yeah. So it's on. So the sessions, I taught a one previous class there, and so what seemed to work well for that, and we'll do for this, is the class sessions are on Sunday afternoons from 1 to 3 Eastern time, since people will take these from all over the place, and that's a time that works pretty well. Because if you're on the West Coast, that's 10 in the morning, not too bad. If you're in the UK, it's 6 at night, still not too bad. And if you absolutely can't make it, you can still take the class, but you just like watch the Zoom recording later.
Right. And did you clear this with Bemelman from FU? I mean, I don't get involved.
Sure, these HR things, but sure.
But I mean, when you teach another class outside of Feldman University, we just like a heads up and a way to tell you not to do it. And we have a speech about loyalty and then attack your self-esteem. But did Bemelman attack your self-esteem and make you feel guilty for?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, good. That's how we roll here at FU. Now, earlier I was talking about your debate with Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Turning Points USA.
Yep.
I do not make fun of anybody for being a college dropout. I think going to college, I think dropping out of college is probably a wise decision. I don't necessarily believe you need to be a college graduate, although I do wish college were free for everybody who wants it. Charlie Kirk is a college dropout, correct?
Yeah, I believe he took some community college classes at one point. I don't think he has a degree, but
He applied to West Point.
yes, he claimed that
A black woman
yes,
somehow less qualified than he got his slot at West Point.
Yes, that is a claim he made. How on earth he would know, that kind of information about admissions at West Point is beyond me. But I have seen that. I have seen that quote. That's a thing that he says. See, that I'll make fun of him for. Just not having a college degree, absolutely not. I think that like having just gone to, I went to community college, when I started college, and obviously I finished up at a 4-year school, got the degrees, but like no reason anybody should have to. Honestly, no reason anybody should have to in order to try to think hard about interested subjects and comment on politics and all that stuff. I'm not really interested.
And it should be, I brought this up on another show I do. Unless it's an important job, the requirement that you have a college degree is discriminatory. There's certain jobs you should not have to have a college degree.
Yeah,
but that's for a whole other issue.
No, I agree with that. I think that a lot of obviously there are contexts if you're going to perform brain surgery or something, you want to have.
It's confiscatory. It's confiscatory trade. It's the idea that people who do your nails need a license. That's confiscatory.
Yeah, but a lot of that seems like it's about erecting barriers to business.
Create a shortage, a supply. It's a supply and demand thing. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that. So I couldn't care less.
So I won the argument. For the record, I won another argument.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Right. In this case, the way that you won is that I started out agreeing with you, but you definitely did win.
That's the best. That's the best political satirists play to the people who already agree with them. And you don't get laughs, you get applause. And that's how Jon Stewart made a lot of money. Just telling people what they already know and putting a little mustard on it. Anyway, bad guy, anti-union. Bad reviews for his Apple show, by the way.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the show, but I've seen that he got bad reviews for it.
Yeah. Horrible. Like his last movie. If only he was pro-union and liked writers. Anyway, bad guy, cheerleader who relies on the F word, Jon Stewart. So, other than that, he's a wonderful person. Debating Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
I saw that you were doing this. Can we see it?
Well, you can see it in a couple weeks. They're going to air it as a episode of his new show, Debate Night with Charlie Kirk. Actually, so it's a little bit convoluted, but the way this was set up is there's an organization called Town Circle with an S, where they
spell circle with an S?
Yes, they spell circle with an S.
I really drop out of college. Because even I know circle is spelled TSIRCL.
No, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. It's like czar, circle.
Yes.
Yeah. So this organization called Town Circle, where if you want to see people debate each other, you can raise money for charity, and the pledges are only collected if it happens, and so we raised enough, that they say it'll pay for about 11,000 meals to make this happen, but the deal that we ended up making for it is that Kirk gets it first to run as an episode of this show. It'll be like the third episode. It just started. And so that'll run on October 21st. And then after that, Town Circle, and then also give them an argument, get it to re-air. So we're going to air it on October 25th. So that's 2 weeks from Monday, which I realize is like 10,000 years of YouTube time. But, that's just the deal. I can give
doing this live on YouTube. I have a feeling it's too late.
I can give
So
you
basically, you lost the argument by showing up, Professor Ben Burgis, because the fact that you're raising money for charity proves that Charlie Kirk is right when he says the government should get out of the way and people should just take care of other people. You participated in the destruction of your own argument. You fool!
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense. Because definitely, if we just raised enough money online, then you certainly wouldn't need, you certainly wouldn't need, government healthcare programs. For example, like the best system for paying for healthcare is if everybody just has their own individual GoFundMe where they compete with each other to tell an attention-grabbing story, so that strangers will give them money instead of somebody else money. I mean, I don't know how a society could organize a healthcare system better than that, but that's probably the best thing. And
can I just, in all seriousness, this is really important to me because I do think I'm almost at the point now where I would debate you on whether or not charities should be outlawed. I just went through the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers and how just this week alone we learned that $35 trillion that we know of is being kept from governments. And the idea that we should give to charity when people aren't paying taxes, the idea that charity can distribute money better than a government which operates on transparency. I would debate you on that. To outlaw charity.
Well, if the idea was that we would outlaw them in exchange for having a super generous welfare state, then that would be another debate that you would win the same way that you won that debate a few minutes ago.
Can I debate you that way, where you already agree with me and you just go, I can't argue with this man? Can we do that?
It's definitely the most informative kind of debate. I just say, I'm just like the guy standing behind the preacher. That's right. That's right.
I would love, it's like I would love to be like an impotent billionaire who just has so much money, he can only pay prostitutes to do things for him and sign non-disclosure agreements, and then pay people like you to come on my show and just argue with me by agreeing with me, and just, he's right. That's power. Okay, now, was there an audience involved?
Yeah, the only people who saw it live were the two guys from Town Circle who helped set it up, and my wife Jennifer was there, and there were and she actually tweeted some of her reactions at the time. People can check that out. But
so, how do you measure who won and who lost?
I mean, I never really know what that means. If it means like, if it means like just like who, like rhetorically you think, you think came out looking the best, then I guess that's up to the eventual audience. If it means like on the substance, who made points that the other one didn't have a good response to, then I mean, without sounding like too much of an egomaniac, I think I did.
Is it because sometimes debates you can actually declare a winner? For example, I saw that Jordan Peterson admits that he lost to Zizek.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Jordan Peterson in that case, I mean, I guess I'm glad he has at least that much self-awareness, but like the stuff that happened in that debate where like Zizek asked him, you're always talking about, postmodern neo-Marxists, can you name some for me? And, there was a point where he literally like, he has his head in his hands like this and he's saying, well, I can't think of any right now. That's not, I think that you'd have to be really unself-aware not to get that didn't go well for you.
But is that more about the person and less about the issue? Person representing.
Sure, yeah, right. So this is what I'm saying about the difference between the rhetorical level and the substantive, and we could also talk about a third thing, which is like, are you actually right? Because just because you're right, that doesn't necessarily mean that you made a good case, for the thing that you're right about. I mean, those are separate issues. But ideally, you're making the best case for it or something close to it. And then there's the rhetorical issue where oftentimes, like what some people want, from debates is for the person who they agree with, to like deliver the moments that they can kind of
right.
happen, which is nice if you can get it, but I don't think it's the most important thing to try to get from something like this. I think the most important thing to try to get from something like this is for anybody who is part of the audience that didn't just show up agreeing with you, which is to my mind, like the biggest reason to do these things, that, we live in an era where due to the collapse of traditional media, and traditional media wasn't that great, you could all read like what Noam Chomsky was writing about it for decades, but due to the collapse of traditional media, everybody can have their own little self-curated media diets. You can have, if you like crazy right-wing shit, you can watch, the Turning Points USA YouTube channel. If you like progressive perspectives, you can get all of your news and politics and information from some combination of, I don't know, Majority Report and the David Feldman Show, and a couple of others, and you could be taking in stuff all the time without having to run into anything that is going to challenge your worldview. And so when people say, "Oh, debates are silly, they're pointless," I think that one of the things they're really missing is that it's the only opportunity that you ever get to speak to somebody who's not part of your normal audience. Yes. And so I think the real question is not, are you delivering red meat, to to the people who already like you, which, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if there's like a really good opportunity to do that, I'll do a little bit of that, you know, it's this, but like, generally speaking, I'm extremely polite and relaxed to these things, and that's on purpose, you know. Because what I want to do ideally, right, is to speak to anybody who's showing up, who's not already part of my audience, who's either somebody who's just kind of curious, they don't really have a dog in the fight, or there's somebody who, in this example, maybe kind of likes Charlie Kirk, you know, but isn't like a super duper hardcore fan whose mind you're never going to change, or maybe even somebody who used to be a super duper hardcore fan, but they happen to be in a place in their lives right now, they're open to hearing something different. I want to talk to that person, and I want to do whatever I can to plant at least some seeds in the mind of that person. And just trying to like get those slow clap moments isn't going to do that. You know, like the thing that's going to do that is being extremely reasonable, but doing your best to show why what these guys are saying is so absurd. So like in this case, just to wrap up the point, like Charlie Kirk, like a lot of these guys, like, I mean, even like big, like mainstream Republican politicians, like people like Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz, or, you know, or like Tucker Carlson for that matter, who used to be the ultimate, like sort of bow tie, libertarianish conservative. All of these guys now claim that they're populists, whatever that means. And so the main thing I was trying to do with this was just to force Charlie, the so-called populist, to explain to me why it is that he doesn't want to raise the minimum wage, why it is that he doesn't want to tax rich people more, you know, why it is that he doesn't want to give everybody health care. And ideally, I would like anybody who, you know, doesn't already see this about Charlie Kirk to start wondering that.
Yeah. A couple things on this. Thanks to you and Michael, I began paying attention to, I tried to, the Charlie Kirks and the Tucker Carlsons. I would, when I first met you and Michael, you would be reading Glenn Beck's book, and I'm going, why bother? Why bother? And then you begin to realize they're shaping the conversation. They're attacking our bubble and making it impossible for, you know, we'd go, why can't we have Medicare for all? Well, unless you're listening to these imbeciles, you don't know what the argument is. So I salute you for doing that. Just let me circle back to the poorly reviewed Jon Stewart, there's a point here. Jon Stewart, who fought the Writers Guild from unionizing, punished his writers for forming a union. Jon Stewart hates unions, preaches civility, and yet he can't practice it, and doesn't care if his own writing staff had health care or not. But he's, you know, he charms the neoliberals, and he's not that bright. He really isn't. He just uses the F word a lot. If you have nothing to say, you use the F word. One of his great moments, yeah, I know. One of his great moments was killing Crossfire on CNN. Mm-hmm. I remember I was working on the Bill Maher show, and it was a dangerous time in America because we were fighting an illegal war. And when you fight an illegal war, the first thing to destroy is the truth, the other argument. For example, but anyway, Crossfire, which was on CNN, was a good show. It was the only place where you could hear the argument against the war. So anti-union, but union-busting Jon Stewart goes on Crossfire, and because he's not that bright, directs an ad hominem attack at Tucker Carlson and calls him a dick and tells him this show is destroying America. It was the last place you could hear an argument against the war. And he succeeded single-handedly in convincing the stupid liberals who worked at CNN, Jeff Zucker, to cancel Crossfire. And so you never heard any argument against the war. And of course, Jon Stewart whose knowledge is an inch deep, never questioned. Anyway,
No, I'm with you.
Crossfire was actually the best thing we had at that time.
No, that's right. Because and I remember that. I remember how much liberals loved it when he did that on Crossfire. But at the time, even I didn't like that, and I understood that technically, what Jon Stewart was saying on there, like some of it was right. Like when he, when they said no, they defended it. They said it's a debate show, and he was like, "Oh, I'd love a debate show. This is just shallow talking points." That's not totally wrong. Like there was a lot of that in Crossfire, but also compare CNN having Crossfire to what we have right now, where you're just not going to hear anything outside of your bubble, and which I guess is not a problem if you think that everybody's already in the right bubble. But like if you think that a large portion of Americans believe all kinds of stupid bullshit, well, you've just given up whatever small opportunity you have to expose them to something different. Now, obviously, Crossfire, again, I mentioned Chomsky earlier. I think that the old sort of correct radical critique of traditional media was that the range of debate that was allowed there was very narrow. I think that's totally true. But man, I miss that now, because now we just don't have any. Like there's no
only place you could hear anybody challenge the war, and Jon Stewart appealed to the liberals to shut it down. So Charlie Kirk, what did you debate with him?
Yeah. So again, the main topic was this thing about populism. The announced topic was Trumpian populism versus democratic socialism. I noticed that when he was introduced at the beginning, he switched that to conservative populism. I don't know if that's significant that he wants to pivot away from Trump as the mascot of that, but that was it. I got to speak first. So
was he polite?
Yeah, he was polite. Yeah, he was more like, if you've watched his previous debates, his affect was more like it was when he was debating Sam Cedar, Politicon a couple of years ago, than it was like, I don't know, when he was debating Hassan Piker and like they were like yelling at each other at points. So
he didn't interrupt you.
No, not really. No, he was fairly.
Is he capable of spewing anything other than the talking points that are given to him by the Koch brothers?
Well, my goal of the debate was to show that the answer is no, right? that when you sort of see this massive contradiction between the claim that Kirk and his ilk are somehow populists, and the fact, I think that whatever else happened at the debate, I think it's a win. Whatever you think of the arguments, I think it's a win that he had to spend an hour, giving me Wall Street Journal editorial arguments against doing things like raising the minimum wage and giving everybody
unions. Did you get him to say whether
unions,
or not?
Yeah. So
for unions?
No.
Did he say he wasn't for unions?
Well, I did challenge him specifically on whether he'd be in favor of changing labor laws to make it easier to organize unions.
And what did he say?
And the answer sure seemed to be no.
See, to me, the Inquisition. We have to wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, if the Inquisitor is somebody who agrees with you that Inquisitions are great, if you can somehow force the other person to participate in one, which they won't. But those are two really big ifs.
Can I pitch an idea? See, I don't like to debate, although maybe I do. Why don't we invite somebody on and say, would you agree to an Inquisition?
Yeah, who do you think would accept that invitation?
Charlie Kirk.
Do you think Charlie Kirk would agree to come to an Inquisition where he would just be asked questions and then he give like simple answers and
yes.
and you'd cut him off and ask him the next question?
Yes.
I don't think he would agree to that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. We have to wrap it up. It's 7:00, and I want to run on time.
I mean, I don't think I would agree to that coming from coming from a right winger because I would challenge all the premises behind their questions, and then we'd be having a debate, not an inquisition.
Let me ask you if this format would
Sure.
be palatable to you,
Sure.
or to Charlie Kirk, or to Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. Man, that's not a group I like being in, but okay, let's do it.
Come on my show, and I will interview you the way Chuck Todd should conduct interviews on Meet the Press. Would you agree to come on my show and answer my questions? And I think they would say yes.
Well, I would probably say yes to you, but if Tucker Carlson wanted to do the Inquisition, I would say no. Or even if I said yes, what would happen is very quickly it would become obvious that I thought that his questions were, misleading, or I thought his questions, were based on false assumptions. I would start questioning that, and then we'd be having a debate, not an inquisition.
Well, but suppose we do it Spanish style.
Well, I don't know what to tell you because nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. So
Nobody expects, and we use the bear traps and little fire in the urethra.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that works. Of course, you have to achieve total state power first, so you can arrest people and bring them to your torture chamber. But and if you've already done that, I don't know. It seems like you've already defeated these people in the past tense. I don't know what the Inquisition's for at that point.
I want to talk to you about trying the Inquisition. I'm serious. I would love to get a libertarian. I've tried it on somebody else's show, and I tasted blood. It was very satisfying. So I'm going to call you later in the week. I do call you all the time and ask, like I say, your wife's name, and then I hang up. I'm the guy who calls you all the time.
Okay, all right. I've been wondering
talk to
about
you.
that. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
But I'd like to actually call this time to talk to you and not
Sure.
just try to destroy
Sure.
your life. Ben Burgess
Sounds good.
is the host of Give Them an Argument, wildly popular on YouTube. It's amazing how well you're doing. You're also a columnist for Jacobin. You're also a philosophy professor down at Perimeter College. And no?
Oh, actually, this semester, the only like university teaching I'm doing is actually, it's confusing because I'm still in Atlanta, but it's online for Rutgers. But that
You're teaching at Rutgers, and it's in New Jersey, which means I was going to make a Jersey joke. And go to teachable.com. What is the name of the class?
yeah. So it's
Analytic Marxism and the Materialist Theory of History.
Yeah, so it's sscc.teachable.com. So that's School for Social and Cultural Change, sscc.teachable.com. The class starts on Sunday, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to
It
it.
starts October 1st.
Well, the first class session is on Sunday. The overall session of the university, is already started. But if you sign up now,
You won't miss anything.
You haven't missed anything yet. The first Zoom session is on Sunday.
Right.
So thank you so much, David.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, thanks, comedian.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst. Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian. I'm getting sick of people telling me how great Thug Thug Jew is. And thank you for filling in for me, Pete Dominic. I hope something happened to Pete Dominic. I would hate to think that he just blew me off. He didn't.
I was the pinch hitter. I was the sixth man. That was my thing. I just wanted to be just in case. So I was very happy to be able to chat for a few minutes there.
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, we're talking about the Inquisition. It's good to see you, sir.
Oh, he needs to unmute. Father, unmute, if you would. We've started us referring to each other as father and son.
Father and son.
Thank you, son. That was very.
This is wonderful. I always say that you model. So people love this segment, and I always say it's never easy to, to be a father or a son. But I always say you model perfect behavior. Like your appearances teach fathers and sons how to talk to one another, and I think calling each other father, and I think that's beautiful. The Inquisition.
Thank you, nephew.
By the way, off screen when the show's over, it's just a lot of fisticuffs. So, but on screen we keep it.
Yes. So, the Inquisition. I'm going to ask this to Ethan, and then Dr. Hirschenfeld can tell me if he's getting this right. When you're seeing a patient, would an Inquisition? I know that, from what I understand, Freud, you let the patient talk, and after a couple of years and sessions, they will articulate, they'll finally arrive at some truth, which, with a little guidance from the psychiatrist.
I think your summary was it's completely wrong of how the whole thing works. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. But what about an Inquisition? What about just saying?
Here's my thing about the Inquisition, and this if this is a little off topic, too bad. But to me, whenever I heard about these things in the religious school that I went to as a kid, where they would say, you got to bow down to our idols or we're going to cut your head off. You got to bow down. You got to eat this or we're going to you got to change your name. I never understood why they didn't just say, okay, fine, I do it. And then I go home and do what I want to do. It's just a little bit, you just got to bow down for a minute. You save, I don't understand. Even Daniel Day-Lewis in that Arthur Miller play, The Crucible. He said, in the end, he's like, it's my name. It's my name. I don't know why he wasn't Irish in that, but it's my name.
That's who they were in. That's who I think Dr. Hirschenfeld could attest to this. The Inquisition was directed at the people who were doing exactly what you were saying.
Oh, you mean they were putting on the show, but then back at home they were holding on to their
That's the Inquisition, I believe.
They were one step ahead of my little plan, is what you're saying.
The Conversos, weren't they called the Conversos, Dr. Hirschenfeld?
They were, but Ethan's great grandfather had a very good joke about this exactly, which is in a little town in Eastern Europe, there's a Jewish man who has a store. And the local priest comes in and says, listen, I know we're friendly and this and that, but I've decided that unless you convert, I'm going to tell all of my parishioners not to buy at your store anymore. So the guy says, okay, what do I have to do to convert? I'll convert. So he takes him to the church. He puts his hand in the holy water. He's poof, poof, you're a Catholic. He says, that's it? The guy says, that's it. So the next Friday night, the priest comes and knocks on the door, and he opens the door and comes in, and there's this fellow sitting at the Sabbath table with a big roast chicken. And the priest says, son, we don't eat meat on Fridays because this was the day of our Lord's crucifixion. So the guy dips his hand into his water glass and says to the chicken, poof, you're a fish.
That's a great joke that travels well.
Right, probably traveled from the Ukraine in about 1895.
That's amazing. By the way, we have Jackie the Joke Man on later tonight. He's got some great jokes. My father's favorite joke was about, well, you have to know that Gary Cooper was an inveterate anti-Semite. Now, I don't know if that's true. I know he named names. I know he was an anti in the 50s.
We'll accept it.
But the premise is that Gary Cooper was an anti-Semite. I'm sure he was. So Sheldon Applebaum is an agent working in New York, and he's lost all his clients, and he says to his secretary, cancel everything, I'm killing myself. And the secretary doesn't even care. She doesn't even, he's always threatening to kill himself. He literally gets on the ledge, he lifts up the window, he's just about to jump 30 floors, and the phone rings, and he goes and answers it. He's got one foot out the window, and here's a voice. Is this Sheldon Applebaum? Yes, it is. The agent? Yes, it is. This is Gary Cooper. I'm looking for a new agent. I have one question, though. Are you Jewish? And Sheldon Applebaum goes, not necessarily. It was my father's favorite joke. Not necessarily. I don't know why that's funny. It just makes me laugh. So the Inquisition, which is still going on, isn't it? Isn't there still an office of the Inquisition,
Yes.
Vatican?
I once knew a gay guy who went to Rome, and he was dancing in a gay bar, and the guy he was dancing with was the president of the Roman Inquisition.
So he's not only an inquisitor, he's an inquisitee.
Probably.
Now, so the Inquisition is looking, I thought it was just looking, is it looking into people who are gay? Or is it just, I thought it was looking into people who are not.
I have no idea who they're looking at, but the office, I do know the office still exists. At least it did 25 years ago when I knew this particular person who unfortunately died of AIDS. But
Yeah. That would be a good show to pitch to CBS. The Office of the Inquisition. And it's just a Catholic cardinal traveling around the world.
I feel like you could combine it with like one of those island dating shows. So it would be like an inquisitor on a Caribbean island, and then there's a rose. I don't know how it would work exactly, but.
Okay, so I believe in cross-examining people. Just putting somebody on a chair and walking back and forth. Just answer my questions. Did you or did you not? And getting an answer from them. And not argue. This is not a debate. This is not an argument. You will answer my questions, and we will arrive at a truth through a series of questions. Now, why doesn't that work in psychoanalysis, or does it? Could you cut through a lot of psychic red tape and say, answer these questions. Did you or did, I'm worried that I'm an abusive husband. Do you yell at your wife? Have you ever hit your wife? Do you hit your kids? Have you ever thrown any? Answer me instead of
Answer me, God damn it.
answer these questions. Does that go on in psychoanalysis where you just.
I think that what you're proposing, it's an interesting idea. I think it's worth testing. I think the first step, though, would be to make it a multiple choice situation. It sounds like you're going for more yes or no, which I think that's too brutal. I think you have to do a multiple choice of at least 3. You don't have to do A, B, C, D, E, but at least A, B, C, because otherwise it's just too much pressure.
All right, I'm a wife beater, I'm a child beater, I'm a neighbor, all of the above.
Yeah. Or sometimes, often, never. Like,
Right.
Maybe, yeah.
But if you hit your wife once, you're a wife beater. Right?
Oh, that's a joke. I'm sure Jackie has that one. You know that guy? It's about a guy in New Zealand with the sheep. You know that one? You fuck one sheep. That's where the punchline is. Like, it's where he gets his nickname.
Right. There's another joke that I heard 40 years ago where the punchline is sheep lie. But I don't remember the setup.
That's a good one.
And Jackie can't remember. I go, sheep lies. I don't know the joke. I go, maybe it's just a perfect punchline. So,
You can imagine what the rest of the
Yes.
sentence was.
yes.
It might be because maybe I have a guilty conscience. I have a guilty conscience, I think. I've had those dreams where in the dream I'm aware that I have murdered someone, and then I have a gun in my closet, and that it was just an accident, but I hid it, and so I've had that dream. So it might be related to my latent guilty conscience that I find this idea you're describing appealing. I would like to be in the hot seat during an inquisition with the rapid fire questions. Somehow that appeals to me.
Your father
I don't want to be
always
the
said-
inquisitor.
Your father always says, I suffer from guilt. Right? That's
Right, yes.
maybe it would help if somebody sat me in the hot seat and literally try to make me feel guilty.
It sounds like some sort of immersion therapy, like where you're just subjected to the thing until you break. It sounds more like torture, honestly. It doesn't sound like therapy. It sounds like guilt boarding.
I think it's a brilliant idea, except for two minor problems. One problem is people lie. They lie all the time.
They're like sheep.
They lie cheap. The second problem is that they don't know the answers to these questions. So there's no way to directly ask, did you do this? Did you feel that? They're just telling you their personal myth that they have about themselves. And that's why the only way to get any genuine information is to engage in an ongoing discussion where the therapist begins to hear patterns that the person isn't even aware of.
And would you say that is it just coincidental that the approach you're describing takes many more billable hours than the approach that David is? I mean, I'm just asking a question. Is that's just a fortunate accident, or is there something?
I want to do a documentary where the three of us drive cross country, and we just have a camera. I'll be driving, and I'm talking. It's Dr. Hirschenfeld in the passenger seat, or he's driving, and Ethan is behind.
I'm definitely in the back seat in this. No, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on.
But see, you just illustrated my exact point. Because I am unable actually to answer that question. How would I know?
Plausible deniability. That's like Zuckerberg. Your algorithm is as complicated to you as his is to him.
Yeah.
How important is it to have, and I'll ask this of Ethan, how important is it for a patient to articulate something, to say something out loud?
Very important. When in my work, I make sure I don't go for these silences. A lot of therapists are willing to let you sit there and twiddle your thumbs and run your fingernail through a well-worn groove in the armchair, like I did as a child when I was forced to go see some preeminent analyst. I spent a lot of time working that groove with my thumbnail. But in my own work, I demand, I want words. You have to verbalize, and even if you can't verbalize, it's just a sound. I feel like even if it defies English or any other language, I feel like the patient needs to at least try to make a sound. Like ah or woo, like even a patient just going woo, that can be a breakthrough to something else. Whereas silence gets you nowhere. Silence leads to more silence. That's what I think.
Well, now you've raised another interesting question. What is the youngest a human can engage in psychoanalysis? Do you have to be a fully formed adult?
In Texas, it's 6 weeks. Once there's a heartbeat, you can get that little tadpole-shaped fetus on the couch.
I'm being serious. What is the earliest? I know you maybe you were joking. It's not my business. As a child, you may or may not have seen a psychiatrist. But to go into
Everything is the inquisitor's business, David.
that's true. Okay,
I
thank you.
did go as a child. I was not only was I was toilet trained. I was very precocious. I was toilet training other kids. That's why they sent me. I had a whole toilet training apprenticeship program going. And they found this problematic. I was making some good money off of it because my parents appreciated it, but they thought it characterologically it was problematic. Yeah. There were kids you had to apply to my apprenticeship program. It was very competitive.
Well, that's the anal phase? Is that correct?
This was the pre-anal phase. Once I had stamped your papers, you could get into the anal phase. You needed a recommendation from me. I had a whole setup. It was working very well.
And it was a pipeline to Dalton, as I understand it.
Dalton, Trinity.
Yeah, that was it.
Rikers.
So, what is the earliest you can get on a couch and talk about your childhood and what your parents did to you?
The real cutoff is there's a test for it. They put the kid on the couch, and if your legs swing and don't touch the floor, that's how it is. If they swing, they send you home until you can come back, sit on the couch, and your feet, your soles have to touch the rug. Am I right?
No.
Can you, so you start talking at 2.
Yes. And you don't put children on the couch.
Because unless you put the plastic on
Right,
it.
that's part of the problem. But the other issue is children don't talk in that way, but they play. And what you do is you play with a child. And you let the child, just like you tell the patient, say whatever comes to mind, and you'll begin to hear patterns. With the child, you say, oh, here's some toys. Which one would you like to play with? And they take a couple of dolls out, and then they start doing this and that. And after a while, you say to them, you always have the little boy take out a big gun and shoot the daddy.
That's exactly that's what they did in my therapy. We played. It was always Monopoly. I always wanted to be the car. And I was always buying Baltic. And the therapist, he diagnosed me. He said, you're always buying Baltic, you're cheap. That was his conclusion. And I wanted to be the car or the hat. It was boring. He said, you're boring and you're cheap.
Did you really play Monopoly? Is that, or you're making that up?
No, I didn't.
You play with toys.
Yes.
And so for parents with newborns who are listening, how your child plays could tell something about perhaps their
mind. That's right.
It's a lot harder now for the therapist because the kids just come in when you tell them to play. They just take out their iPhones and they just play on their apps. So yeah, you can't diagnose a lot from that.
Interesting.
Yeah. But you know Erik Erikson, you know that name?
Yeah, the 5 stages of trust versus mistrust, and
the Viking you're talking about.
Yeah, he discovered America as well. Yeah.
He has a wonderful book, anybody who's interested in child development, called Childhood and Society. And he has a case of a little boy in there, maybe 2 or 3 years old, speaking of toilet training, who stopped pooping. He just stopped. And they took him, I think, to see Erik Erikson because there was no physical reason for this. And he started playing with him. And what eventually came out through the play is that months before, he came home and he saw a large box being carried out of his house. And he said, "What's in the box?" And everybody said, "Oh, nothing's in the box." And then he was looking around the house and he discovered that Grandpa was no longer at home or anywhere. And this led to all sorts of anxieties and feelings of having been lied to and deceived. And that's where his symptom came from. And once
Hold on a second. Back
I have a joke, Ethan, as the host. I have something, but you go first. Maybe it's the same
There's
joke.
no way my joke is your joke. So based on what you described to me, it sounds like the grandfather was working as a magician's assistant. I'm confused. Okay, Dave.
Yours is better. Mine is the kid realized that Grandpa was dead and said, "Somebody has to be constipated around here. Somebody has to not go to the bathroom."
So what was the meaning of the symptom? He somehow feared that if he pooped, they'd take him out in a box? What what's the punchline?
I read this book many years ago,
On the toilet, by the way.
probably, and so I can't answer those specific kinds of questions, but I would urge you to just read it. He's a wonderful writer, and the case histories are quite interesting, and they teach you a lot about childhood.
Eric Erickson, I remember reading him in high school. I'm sorry? You're talking about Eric Erickson.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what his middle name was? Sirhan. A lot of people don't know that his middle name was Sirhan.
Boutros.
Boutros, you did.
And his last name was not actually Erickson. It was Hamburg.
Uh-huh.
He tried to pass.
Put that in your hat and smoke it.
Not necessarily, but
Was he Jewish?
Yeah, but he turned himself into a Norwegian or something.
wow.
Do you think we have 3 minutes left? I have a theory that somebody like Jon Stewart, who changed his name from Leibowitz, is haunted to the day he dies for chickening out.
I don't know about him specifically, but yeah, a lot of people down deep are worried about that. But to make my point, they may not be conscious of it, but if they went to the right therapist and the therapist started hearing stories about people deceiving themselves, if that's my broker, would you tell
Yeah,
him?
actually, it's my son. Hang
I knew it
on.
was your son. I knew it.
Keep it clean. I'm in the middle of. I've got Dr. Hirschenfeld and his son. Keep it clean. Say something clean.
Listen, I always...
Keep it. Seriously, this is live. Keep it
Yeah,
clean.
I'm not joking. Listen, I always keep it clean. Okay?
All right.
So do you want to hear about my day?
I know we're in the middle of my show, and we're scheduled to talk in 3 weeks. Why are you calling early?
I want to hear about his day.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I had something that came up.
No, we're live, and I love you, but I don't trust you.
What do you mean you don't trust me?
Just tell Dr. Hirschenfeld the name of your autobiography.
Daddy, don't.
I love you. Perfect. Bye. Everybody. It's the perfect. He's so funny. He is. I'm telling you, I would
wonder
love.
who he gets that from.
I don't know, but he called me up and said, "I'm writing an autobiography. It's called Daddy Don't," and I fell over laughing. And then he started telling it to other people, and it's genius because it's up to you to decide.
Yes, it's a Rorschach.
Yeah.
It's Daddy Don't.
Is he going to write it?
No, it's one of his. He's worse than he. I can't talk about. He writes. He has a. I can't even tell you his Twitter handle. Okay. It would get him. Anyway,
Tell him to write the damn book. I will buy 5 copies.
Can I plug something?
Wait, I interrupted you, and then please, my son called, and I apologize, but
No. Dad, you want to plug any gigs?
no, you were saying something really important, and the phone rang, and that was rude.
Oh yeah. I had a joke queued up, and I realized, it wasn't going to be that funny. I was going to make a joke about the. By the way, that's a great way to set up any joke in case anyone's looking to learn. I was going to say that whether you're haunted by having changed your name to something less Jewish sounding,
Right.
I actually, personally, I am haunted because it was Hirschenfeldskowitz. And for professional reasons, I got rid of the Skowitz. And I do feel guilty whenever I hear the MC saying, put your hands together for Ethan Hirschenfeld. It's almost like a ghost of the Skowitz. I can hear it, but it's not there. I can hear my ancestors. Yeah.
But you could have clipped it in the front.
That's right. Just Feld.
No, Skowitz.
Skowitz or just Witz.
Or Squitz.
Witz is good because Witz in German is a joke. That would be a good name for a comedian. Witz.
Oh my God! You make me laugh. I'm schwitzing.
Yeah, Schwitz would be a good name for a comedian. So hey,
Plug.
So November 4th, please put this on your calendar. If you're in the New York City area or the tri-state area, or why is it always the tri-state? It should be the 5-state area. Why are we limiting it to 3? If you're anywhere within a 100-mile radius of New York, November 4th, big show at Stand Up New York. It's on West 78th. I'm doing a long set, as is my friend Becky Viduccio. My friend Stephen Cohen is producing it. Some other funny people on the show, Michaela Fagan, really good comedians. And Becky Viduccio is hilarious. We're both going to do long sets. November 4th, Stand Up New York. And message me for details. You can find me at ethanhirschenfeld.com. And one other thing I'd like to plug. Angeline, that's the last thing I shot before the pandemic. I shot it on the Queen Mary in Long Beach, California. I played a guy, my role was in Yiddish. I played an immigrant on a boat in the 1950s. So Angeline, I just saw in the paper, they continued the shoot. So it had been on a hiatus for 18 months. Right. So it's going to happen. So look for Angeline on NBC Peacock at some point. But November 4th, think about it. Come on, we'll get a drink.
In all honesty, this was, we do you guys are so generous, and we do this week in and week out, and this was one of the best. It's not, and the people, so many people tell me how much they love this. It's the dynamic. It's just.
I think tonight it was really the lighting. I think all of us really nailed it with the lighting. Everyone's just so.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Thank you. And thank you, Ethan. That was.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. One of these days, there's Emil. One of these days, I will hire somebody to collect all the Hirschenfeld. Like, we should just do.
Yes, let's do.
Collect all, just run them one after another, and I'll go on vacation. We'll just play 12 hours of the Hirschenfelds. Wouldn't that be great? Emil Guillermo, how are you, sir? Is the host?
I'm fine. Hey, can I
give you an introduction. Can I introduce you first? Emil Guillermo is a columnist for the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. He has a great show that I watch on Twitter, Emil Amok, and he is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and he's an accomplished journalist. I've known him before my chair squeaked. You hear that?
Yeah, I hear the squeaky chair gets the David Feldman. Yeah. Hey, David, I wanted to say I was inspired by the Hirschenfelds because
weren't they great? Weren't they just great?
I shortened my name too.
Really?
Yeah, it used to be Guillermo Berg, and I shortened it. Are you sure? That's why I had my first marriage. I thought, and then she shortened me.
Yeah.
I thought I was part of the tribe legitimately.
You know, it did occur to me to change my name.
Yeah.
And my father said to me, I don't blame you if you change your last name, but it's cowardice. But go ahead.
Yeah.
And
David Cowardice, that would work.
David Cowardice. I just didn't want to live in a country where I felt I had to change my name. I mean, if it were like Lipschultz or, you know, there are some names you should change. But
Guillermo Schitz, you would change.
yes. The thing that would haunt somebody like Jon Stewart is he changed his name, but he still got the neuroses that comes with being a Leibowitz. But now he doesn't know if is this because I'm a Leibowitz or because I'm a Stewart, and where am I in the world? And am I getting these bad reviews because I'm Stewart, or is it because I'm Leibowitz, because they know I'm Leibowitz? It torments you till the day you die.
I
So,
thought maybe he was part of that, you know, the English royalty.
yes, it's the Stewart. The war was that the War of the that may not have been the War of the Roses.
You know the royalty, the royal family better than I, but
I'm trying.
you know those folks. But you know, you bring this up.
I'm a Marxist who believes in royalty.
Yeah,
I'm a small government Marxist. That's what.
It's the contradiction. Hey, you bring this up all the time because, you know, we've known each other a long time.
Yes, we have.
And I just want to point out that, you know, it is my birthday week. And so you know me from a more innocent time. You know me when I was like young and foolish. And so and part of the reason why we still talk to each other because we leave large gaps so that we can avoid each other through the years. And then that's why we talk now during your show. But I just wanted
there has to be witnesses present whenever we're together.
Yeah, something like that. But you know, one of the things that I've discovered, I mean, because as you reassess and try to figure out, well, what is happening, you know, I just want you to know that this year I started meditating more seriously. And that has really changed my life, you know. And you had me on a show where Scoop Nisker was on. He was talking about his book. You know, it really does. It really does help. I mean, I know I did it sort of, you know, off and on meditation. I had a roommate in college, and he was into TM, which, you know, it's an offshoot, but you know,
He liked to trademark corporations and names.
Exactly. But, you know, I thought he was nuts 40 years ago or so. I thought he was nuts. But I thought, okay, breathing, it's helped me in, say, performance and things like that. But since I started doing meditation in earnest, just within the last, you know, 15, 16 months, it really has made a difference in my life. And I just wanted to say that.
What do you think about when you're meditating?
I think
chair. I would just think about how squeaky my chair is.
You could think about your squeaky chair, but I mean, in fact, you know, you could. I call myself a stand-up meditator. I stand up when I meditate. My eyes are open. I don't like to sit in couches. And actually, what I do is I do a technique where I just notice the things that are around me. So if I hear a squeaky chair, I'll get my butt into it and I'll try to figure out why it's squeaking.
Let me ask you a question in all seriousness.
Yes.
Maybe I meditate. I'm not sure. Looking at porn for 12 hours a day, just staring, is that meditation?
If you're present and if the magazines are, is it oh no, it's a video. Well, you know, it's like
I have a porn site. Did I tell you about NIMBY?
No, what the porn site?
It's a new porn site. It's Christian sex for Orthodox Jews. It's sex the way nature intended. NIMBY, not in my backyard. It's NIMBY.
Oh, I missed that on as a category on one of the porn sites I used to go to a long time.
I invented my own fetish.
NIMBY, I like that. Not in my. Yeah, not in my back, whatever. Yeah, I like
It's
that
Christian porn for Orthodox Jews.
because there needs to be a place for all of us,
Yes.
and that
Now, if you're stupid, there's a porn site for you. Go ahead. So,
place for redemption.
meditation.
meditation. So I'm just
What about
saying.
a crossword puzzle? What about doing a crossword puzzle? What about playing chess?
That you
What
you
about
can
praying? What about
you can
praying?
meditate right now. You can have meditation in your as a background practice right now as we speak. In fact, you can.
Last night I was staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, thinking, this isn't gas. It's a heart attack. I'm going to die. And is that meditation? Just to stare at the ceiling in a pool of sweat and only think I'm going to die. This is it. I'm dying over and over again. Is that meditation? That's one thought.
That could have been. You may have reached nirvana and not known it. I mean,
Is that meditation? That's my mantra. Is that what it's called?
well, you could have a mantra, or sometimes people.
I'm going to
just
die.
breathe.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Is that a good mantra?
That could work for some. Look, you're just you're dying, and then you're alive again. You bring it to the present. You're in the present, in the moment, and you're constantly dying. Look, if the breath goes in and out, sort of like the burger place in California, and you're just constantly living and dying and living and dying. I mean,
Breathing is the breathing. If I remember to breathe, I can fall asleep. But it's so insulting to my intelligence to think about breathing that I don't do it. I go, certainly anybody can breathe. I've been doing that, since I was 20. Why would I possibly have to focus on breathing? It's an involuntary reflex.
That's the basic foundation. You know what they say. The breath is the bridge from the outer world to the inner world. That's why we focus.
Really?
That's what they say. That's what.
Suppose your apartment stinks. Suppose your neighbor is cooking something, and the less breathing you do, the less angry you're going to be.
I would say that is real suffering, David, and you must meditate.
Suppose you have a neighbor who's cooking pig. I hope it's pig.
That would be suffering, yeah.
So if I have to breathe, all I'm going to be thinking is my neighbor is cooking a pig. How is that going to calm me down, Emil?
Well, you need, as they say in the meditative world, they say you need to develop a sense of equanimity. You need to be equanimous to it. You need to be understanding of these things and not be distracted by it and move forward and come into a new moment, hopefully a new moment without the pig.
But if you're smelling something that stinks,
yeah,
how can you block out the stench?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of blocking it out, but like everything else in life, it goes through a kind of everything is impermanent. There's a sense of
what about if you live next door to a hospital that is a money laundering operation for Wall Street that keeps building,
yeah,
so they can, funnel money to their mobster friends in the construction industry, because that's why hospitals and universities build. And because it's a hospital, they can build 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and hire Filipino nurses.
Right. No, it's a hospital. These mafioso must, in the construction business, must be paid. So there's an easement. It can go 24 hours a day. How do you meditate living next door to a construction site?
This is part of the suffering. This is part.
How do you block out the jackhammers of mobsters?
Or you concentrate. You focus on the things in your environment so intently that you are able to be equanimous to it all, because you've developed a sense of concentration, clarity, and equanimity.
Really, you can block out the noise. of a
you
barking
should
dog.
be able to meditate. You don't even need quiet if you are at a certain level. I am not at that level, but I'm just saying.
You could block out the sound of daddy, wake up, we're driving off a cliff. You could come out of your stupor of meditation.
It's not a stupor. It is a
While you're
heightened
driving.
awareness. It's a heightened
Daddy,
awareness.
you're going to drive the van off the cliff. Open your eyes. You could still meditate and keep your eyes closed while your kids in the back of the van are screaming that you're about to crash the
My
van.
eyes would be open. I would be in the moment. I would do whatever was needed in the moment, But I mean, that's a ridiculous situation, though. Certainly.
Meditate
certainly.
while you're driving.
Well, in some instances, yes, you can. In some, eyes open. If you're concentrated on driving, some people meditate. I mean, when you drive from your house to work and you know that place by heart, some people, they're doing so many different things while driving. They're eating, they're playing with the radio. They're essentially in a meditated state as they drive. So I'm saying that if you're conscious and you're present and you're alert, all meditation does is bring you to a heightened state of being in the present. And
What about
you can
sex?
drive. You can
What about
drive.
that? What about sex?
Tantric sex exists for a reason, and part of it is due to meditation. But the masters would say tantra, or the idea of the root word, has more to do than just sex. It's just more, again, about being in the moment. But
But do you need to meditate? I'm not asking for I'm just hypothetical.
do you need to what?
If you're in a relationship with somebody and you're both insatiably attracted to one another, and it's just sex all the time, like a bonobo, like I marry a bonobo.
Yeah. But okay. Nothing. Well, all right.
Not
So
only wouldn't
are you,
I have-
are you
I wouldn't have-
complaining? Are you
Well, that's what I'm
complaining?
saying. Do bonobos need to meditate?
Well,
If they're
there's a
having orgasms all day.
well, everyone can meditate, whether
Do you
they.
need to meditate if you're satisfied sexually all the time?
No, but I just think that an active meditation, a standard practice, and you can practice formally, in the morning and at night, or you can do what they call the quick hits, less than 3 minutes at various times of day. I think it
Meditate.
helps.
I like speed meditating. That's good. How do you get it down to less? Can you meditate? How do we get it down to fewer than 3 minutes? Yeah, that's
You can do it. It's just stopping in the moment and paying attention to breath. Or I use a technique called see, hear, feel, where I just am aware of what's around me, and I see and I note and I label, or I hear things that are around me, and I concentrate on that, or I focus on that, or I feel things within the body. You can do it. All it takes, like I said, is you can do a quick hit within a minute. It just brings you into the present, and it's I find it to be helpful, and I find it to be a way to deal with all the things that without it I would be anxious, maybe slightly depressed. I find that with meditation I'm happier, and then you realize that like that's kind of like the elusive thing, so you reach a point in your life, you look back and you do an accounting of the year, of the last few years, and you say,
Right.
well, I'm different now because I meditate. And I don't mean to I don't mean to proselytize here. I'm just
No,
saying,
I agree with Laura House is a world champion meditator. Seriously, she teaches, and we've done meditation on the show.
Yeah, meditation, it works. And here's the thing: there are other ways to meditate to do specific things. Like, here's the one thing that I learned within the last year, and it's something that I couldn't have done without meditation, and that is, I learned about self-love. And I'm not talking about what you did freshman year at Columbia. I'm talking about a real kind of self-love where you are
What, phoning in fake bomb scares?
no, no, no. Where they've done a study that showed that
Masturbating in the stacks?
people are kinder to other people to other people. 68% of the time, they're kinder to other people than they are to themselves. So,
Yes.
like, if you're in a situation and you know a friend who is, like having a hard time, and then you come up to them and you console them and you say, "Come on, here's a porn site you can go." You're consoling. You're nice, right? Now, switch hats. Now you be the friend and talk to that friend as yourself, and you'll find that you're much harsher.
So you're saying I should treat myself the way I treat my friends.
Well, I guess it depends
So
on.
I should wish bad for myself.
No, not
Against
those.
myself and hope that I fail so I can feel superior towards myself.
A kind of reverse Schadenfreude, I guess. What I'm saying is that people generally are nicer to other people than they would be to themselves. And what I've learned after all these years is that it's all right to be kind to yourself. It's all right to self-love is all right.
Take
Self-compassion,
yourself out to dinner.
or just instead of beating yourself up for saying a
Beat
joke,
yourself off.
yeah, instead of beating myself up or off, instead of cracking a joke that David Feldman won't laugh at and beating myself up for that, I should be kind to myself and say, well, all right, that was then and this is now.
Right.
And
Right.
and that is an important lesson as we trudge
Be nice
toward.
to yourself. Be nice to yourself.
Exactly. And
Let
I don't-
yourself off the hook. Ease up on yourself. Don't feel that you allowed this country for the past 40 years to dip into the precipice of evil. It's not your fault. These
It's
things
not
just
my-
happen. It's not your fault that this is a corrupt nation.
it's
not.
not my yeah, it's
Ease
not.
up on yourself.
Exactly. And that's what I've learned in a year and a half or so of dedicated meditation. And I just wanted to share with you
Right.
and
So
and,
when-
and also
so you-
look,
Americans, what you're saying is 20% of American children suffer food insecurity each year. Ease up on yourself.
intermittent fast-
Did Afghanistan attack us on 9/11, Emil?
of course not.
Right. And yet 99% of Americans believe Afghanistan attacked us on 9/11, and we've spent 20 years on a war that has murdered 30,000 civilians and deprived us of food, housing, and education and health care for our citizens. It's not your fault, America. Ease up. Be kind to yourself. You deserve to be kind. You deserve to be happy, America.
Well,
You did
if they-
nothing wrong.
If they are happier, then they'd find the truth. If they are
Maybe we
happy,
don't deserve happiness. Maybe Americans first should do some truth and reconciliation about the 20-year war on terror before we try to make ourselves happy.
I'm not saying they should use meditation as their excuse or as their redemptive way out of ignorance. I'm saying that for normal people, David, now, like, me and you, well, we should use meditation to, like, be kind to ourselves for, say, not bringing down capitalism and installing a progressive government, or for, we should be kind to ourselves for not having.
Maybe we're
Medicare
too
for all.
kind to ourselves.
Yeah,
And
be kind. Yeah, be kind to
it's a
yourself.
problem. I think you're part of the problem. I think you are bringing in 70s era self-forgiveness that spawned Reaganomics. I think people came out of Vietnam and they got into meditation and est and granola and let's be easy on ourselves, and you can't change the world, you can only change yourself. And next thing you know, Reagan gets elected president.
We have history now. We can go back and correct. We can make corrections. We can start again.
I think people should be miserable. I think people, I do. I think Americans should be miserable. They should be miserable. We are not a good people. We don't deserve to be happy.
Well, we are suffering. We are suffering.
We don't know that we're suffering. We don't know why we're
Some
suffering.
of us do. Some of us, those who know you're suffering, you can meditate. And those who don't know they're suffering, you can just continue on.
We're suffering because we've done bad to each other and to the
We
world.
have done bad. Well, this is where loving kindness, meditation, self-love.
Don't be nice to yourself. I'm gonna tell people that's how I'm gonna sign off every episode. Be bad to yourself.
Yes, if you want to joke, if you want to be funny. Look, it works. But here's the thing. I talked to my meditative guru yesterday. Here's what he said. He said, we are all one. Essentially, people realize we are all one. We're all, to use the cliche, we are in the same boat. The meditators and the non-meditators. The meditators are saying, "Oh, like if I'm so good, I meditate now. I know I'm good, but what about those guys? Those guys who don't breathe, right, and those guys who don't meditate. What are we going to do about them?" And he said to me, "Look, we are one. I mean,
I call this Malibu shit. Malibu. This is what people in Malibu in their $8 million homes living next door to David Geffen.
Does he do that?
Sheltering money and meditate. Like, I want to block out the world. Yeah, of course you would want to block out the world. You have an $8 million mansion or an $80 million mansion, and you're meditating. Like, even that's not good enough for you. Now you have to bring in a guru and block out the world. This is why you're unhappy. You've blocked out the world. Your kids are medicated. Your wife is faking orgasms because all you want to do is keep, hoard your wealth while other people suffer, and you want to block out the world.
David, that is not my
Malibu
path.
shit.
That is not my path toward enlightenment.
It would be mine. I'll tell you in a second. If I could.
Hey, listen.
If the show got successful, if I were successful, the entire show would be about self-care, self-love. You got to drink more water and be kind to yourself.
Look, I believe it though. And this is the thing about people of color, the so-called BIPOC community, because we have been taught to be harder on ourselves. We have been taught, ask anyone of color who listens to your show. It's almost like...
I'll ask him. We have him here, as a matter of fact.
I know that is one issue. Look,
Serious problem with the show.
Look, this is just my birthday revelation that meditation has helped. But I want to talk about a couple other things because...
You want to be happy?
Yeah,
I'm teasing you, and you're right. I'm just...
No.
If you want to be happy...
Yeah.
If you really want to be happy...
Yeah.
Pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Participate in your local school board, your city. Do what Professor Marianne Cummings does. Run for
office.
commissioner.
Actually, it's funny you mentioned running for office because I did want to mention Andrew Yang, and I don't know, because I write about Asian American stuff, and so here he is with the either it's the Forward Party or the Sideways Party or the Backwards Party. I don't know.
He chickened out.
I think Andrew Yang, he's discovered a way to make money campaigning without having to govern. He doesn't have to govern. He's discovered the joy of campaigning, which is why you start a third party and why, because there's no way he's going to get elected. He's got some interesting ideas, but I just find that when he says, I want to, here's this party where it's the Forward Party, I think it's just because he can make more money doing that than he can doing stuff on CNN. I just want you
to know that somebody in our chat room, one of the most brilliant people I've ever met in my life, just wrote, Buddhist laxative, we are two.
We are all two.
We are all two. It's a Buddhist. When I see the most brilliant people of my generation doing those kind of jokes in our chat room, I realize I'm part of the problem.
That's true. That's true.
I'm the...
Look, David, I just wanted to point out that I mentioned this birthday stuff because, we've known each other now for almost 40 years. And so you could see the difference. You were one of the few people who could say, oh, yeah, I remember Emil back when, and I noticed a difference, right?
No, you haven't changed.
Oh, thanks, David. That I haven't at all.
You haven't aged. I've aged. You haven't aged.
That's true. It's the Filipino thing in me, yeah.
Somewhere in your closet is a painting of a closet. And in that painting of the closet
is a gong.
Is a gong that has not aged.
Dorian Gong, right?
Dorian Gong.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's one of the reasons why I think it's nice to talk to someone who remembers you from the past, because then it provides context. Like I was going to say, this is Filipino American History Month, and instead of like talking about, there are other times where I could talk about Filipino American history, but I thought maybe for once I can do a tribute to Lorenzo Matararan, who you remember from the Holy City Zoo.
Brilliant comedian.
One of the first Filipino American comedians.
Did he win the comedy competition? Didn't he beat
was
Robin?
Close. I don't know if he won. I think he was in the top.
How about Clarence Sterling?
Clarence Sterling, another great Filipino comedian.
Do you speak to Clarence at all?
I don't speak to Clarence. In fact, I haven't seen Clarence in years. And Lorenzo, Buzz Belmondo, passed away a few years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. I really am.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
He was working in L.A. and trying to break through. He stopped wearing his red sequined smoking jacket, or was it a red sequined boxing robe? He was out like a boxer. You wore a clown suit, and Lorenzo had a boxing robe.
Right.
He was going to be the Filipino boxer. Buzz
Clarence
Belmondo.
Sterling was he used to do Johnny Mathis with a paper booger. And now Johnny Mathis with a paper booger in his nose. And then he'd just take a napkin, put it in his nose, and go, chances are. And I would just fall off Clarence Sterling. So fun.
Sterling. Yeah, the Filipino comics, few and far between, but those are the two great ones.
Racism in San Francisco.
Yeah, well, there's the two great ones in San Francisco.
Yeah, but there was a whole, not just San Francisco, but we have to wrap it up. But I look back at all the doors that were open to me, and it was only because of my gender, my color, and my gun. Oh, wait, no, I mean,
Thank goodness you had the gun.
I look back, like, I think back at all the doors that were open simply because I was white and male, and all the opportunities I've had because I was a white male, and I'm a failure. I mean, when you think about it,
you've got to be nice. You have to
I
be
should
nice.
have been more successful. Like every door got open to me, and I'm nothing.
It's funny you say that, David, in just that way, because I was thinking the same thing. Here I am, a professional fry cook son from the Mission District in San Francisco, who had all the doors open to me, and I couldn't shut.
Look who says he had doors open to him.
Well, I couldn't shut them. I couldn't shut them fast enough because I didn't want to go through their door. I wanted to go through mine.
Right.
And that's why we're here together talking after all these, after all these years.
But I look back, yes. Hey, Emil, I love you. This was fun. It was more silly than, it was just silly.
No, it's meditative. We're meditating. We're
Yeah.
meditating as we speak. And I love you.
Yeah. All right. Emil Guillermo, see you next week, I hope.
I hope if the
Don't
breath
hold
is
your
there.
breath. You should say, don't hold your breath.
If the breath is
Don't hold
there,
your breath.
I will be there.
You'll be here? Okay, thank you. Read them over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Thank you, Emil. And listen to the PETA podcast every Wednesday. And on Twitter, Emil Amok. How do people watch you on Twitter?
Well, they can go to Emil Amok, but go to the Emil Amok, 2 words, YouTube channel, or at amok.com. A good PETA podcast on the closing, or what should be the closure, of the Washington National Primate Research Center. You know, a great investigative expose.
And Collins is going.
Coincidentally,
Francis Collins out.
Yeah. Coincidentally, Collins is going. But, you know, this Washington.
Who is Collins?
Dr. Francis Collins, for the last 12 years, was the head of the National Institutes of Health. He's, you know, just because he plays a guitar and rides a Harley doesn't make him a great administrator or a great, you know, physician. He worked on the Human Genome Project, and now he's the head of all of NIH, and he's allowed hundreds of millions of dollars to go to just, you know, awful monkey experiments at places like the Washington National Primate Research Center. And on top of that, he sort of held together this idea of the gain of function experiments that the Washington Post exposed a few weeks back. So people ought to check that out. Thanks, David.
Thank you so much, Emil Guillermo. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours, Friday night. Have you signed up for office hours? Teach a class. Or
Me?
put on a... Yeah, teach a class.
All right, I'll think about it. One of these Fridays, I'll be free.
Do
I'll
a
sign
PETA. Come on for a half hour. We're doing...
All right. I'll think. I'll think about coming on soon. I did with my wife. My wife and I came on, and we did.
I'm back. And, very casual.
Yeah.
It's very casual. In fact, I've been told it's cash.
Cash.
That's how casual is. They say it's cash. Thank you, Emil. Office hours this Friday night. If you would like to attend office hours, please go to my website, hit the office hours button, and it'll take you right in. No fuss, no muss. You can even set it and remember it. Is that how it goes? Set it and remember, or set it and forget it? And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. Okay, so this is the schedule. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn is busy tonight. He told me that last week, so he's not on the show. So what we're going to do is we have a very special guest who Henry Huckabee is going to talk to. My daughter was very impressed that Henry got an interview with this gentleman. And then we're going to do Jackie the Joke Man, Martling, and then we're going to do Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. Then we're going to do the professors and Mary Ann. Then we have Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky. And then I'm going to say goodnight. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And first, I'm going to show you some After Effects things that I've been working on, because if I don't show it to you, it was for naught. All right, that wasn't bad. And then I want to show you this. That's just a guy driving down the... That's just a guy drive. Can you hear me? That's just a guy driving down the boulevard. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Yeah,
yep,
you can.
Sound good. You sound good.
Yeah, that was somebody just driving down the freeway with their hood. Oh, isn't that great? That's okay. And then there's this. Isn't this beautiful? This is somebody holding some fruit for, I guess this would be a billy goat. And the little billy goat has a necklace. Can you see the necklace that the little goat has? Look at the necklace. How do you get, I wonder if Joseph Britton makes a necklace as cute and lovable as that little, what is that, a capuchin? I don't know what kind of monkey that is. And now the monkey who's holding on to the goat takes some fruit, and he says, oh, I have to eat the fruit, so now I'm going to ride the goat like a horsey. And anyway, okay. I just thought I would share that. Hang on, and finally, and then we'll go to, oh, I like this. This took me an hour. That's what I do with my free time. That's why I have these dark circles underneath my eyes. Okay, Henry Huckamaki is in Russia, and he's going to be a guest on the show next week to talk about Russia and COVID. Here is the beloved Henry Huckamaki.
Hello, David, coming to you not live from Russia, as well as, I believe, Austin, Texas?
Yep.
Is that right? Yes. And I'm
Yep.
joined by, something of a rock star. We have John Siebels, lead guitarist from the band Eve 6, which many of the listeners probably are familiar with. John, it's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking about music too much, but we will start off with we'll start off with a little bit of music chat anyway.
Yeah.
Why don't I have you introduce yourself briefly to the listeners? Just kind of tell us about who you are, and as well as a little bit of how you got into music. I know that both of your parents were involved with music to some extent, but you want to just tell us about your entry into music and maybe a little bit of your career.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up around music. My dad's like a composer, and he plays and conducts for people and does all kinds of stuff. My mom's a piano teacher. So, I mean, I grew up, around music, and wasn't too into playing the piano like they were. I took lessons from my mom, but, it kind of gave me the basis of music anyways at a young age. Picked up the guitar probably in, I don't know, elementary school, and Dad taught me a few chords, and then I was just sort of off to the races, took some lessons, and and I never got like super into being like a master guitar player. I've always looked at it as just, I love writing songs and making music and like that kind of thing. So linked up with Max when we were freshmen in high school, started doing bands and playing at house parties and coffee shops and all that kind of stuff. And then, before you knew it, I guess, one advantage we had is that we could use my dad's home recording studio to record our demos, which now with GarageBand and all this stuff isn't, quite as big of a deal for bands. But for us being like, 14 years old, 15 years old, having an actual like decent sounding demo on a cassette tape that we could hand people was pretty helpful. But yeah, it was, we were just doing our thing, dreaming of the rock and roll life, and it's came true, and it was really bizarre and really weird. And we made our first record like the summer after we graduated from high school. So literally, the following April, the first record came out. So we were 18, 19 years old without fully developed brains, romping around the country playing rock and roll music. So
yeah, and you mentioned that you really made your musical breakthrough when you were about 18 years old. I'm just curious of how that affected you, if that experience of having that sort of success that early affected you, even to today. Because you're very active politically now, which is what we're going to mostly be talking about during the rest of the interview. But I'm curious of whether or not that sort of success maybe gave you a little bit more confidence that you could, express yourself in different ways, maybe politically or obviously musically, or if it was something that was kind of all consuming at that time because, you kind of broke into fame as soon as you finished high school.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely lost our minds, for those first couple of years. I mean, I was definitely not thinking about politics at that point. It's weird because it's like it's almost like looking back at like your high school like yearbook photo or something like that. It was like that's what it is for us, like videos and photos and things from that time. And I think we're at the point now where it's easy to laugh at it and sort of joke about it and make fun of it. But there was a lot of years where it was just like, oh God, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to see that. That was me at 18. That's embarrassing, and yeah, I mean, it's like it's my life experience, so I don't know anything else, but it definitely had an effect, and in some ways a positive one, and other ways a negative one. So I could probably talk for a couple hours on that, so I won't I won't go off the rails, but it was definitely crazy. It was, especially those first couple years were super crazy, and then dealing with the next couple years when all of a sudden nothing's happening, and you're you think you're really the shit, and then you're like, oh, like everyone's moved on to something else. So all of that sort of I guess makes up where we're at today.
Yeah, well, you had what, 3 albums come out in about 6 years or something like that, within a 6-year span of time, and then as you mentioned, kind of nothing, which I think maybe from a psychological perspective is something that we could delve into in a future conversation, but I do want to make sure that we get to the topic at hand, which is that you and singer from Eve 6, Max, who you've mentioned already, have been kind of making some waves relatively recently on social media with political statements. I know that you're involved with the PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've had a few members of that party on the show before that I've hosted. So I want to spend the rest of this interview talking about politics with you and your journey into politics, because I think that it's an interesting story, especially for many of the listeners of this show who, maybe are a physicist, thinking of specific people that I know listen to this show. There may be a physicist, a PhD in physics, kind of were an activist when they were younger, but nowadays are really getting heavily involved in politics.
Right.
And you, as I understand your story, also came into politics later on and have kind of become more fully engrossed just within the past couple of years. And I think that this is going to be an interesting story for people who maybe are on a similar trajectory, maybe not coming from a rock and roll band, but coming to politics a bit later in life. So let's just start off by talking about, when did you first become interested in politics? To a reasonable extent. I know that in high school, for example, there's a lot of kids that say, oh yeah, politics is interesting, or I hate politics. But when did you actually become interested in politics, and where were you ideologically at that time?
I mean, I guess early on, I'll say this: I've always been staunchly anti-war. I mean, that's been something that I've felt in my bones from day one. I remember when the Iraq War started. I was absolutely appalled, and so I've always had that sort of position that I didn't know where that came from. It was just how I felt. I grew up in a conservative family. So early on, I think it was just sort of my reaction was just to be like, well, I'm not conservative, and at that point, it's like all you really know is, at least growing up in this country, is 2 things, liberal and conservative. So I guess I fell more on that side of liberal, but I just wasn't I just wasn't super engaged. I would pay attention to the news, and I would, mainstream news, and, I would have my opinions here and there. But I just didn't have any sort of political education. And, as time went on, I think, like so many of us, watching, I started to kind of look around and be like, okay, I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I live in Austin now, but, always lived in Los Angeles, downtown LA for the past, 15 years or something like that, and so you start to look around at these things, and it's like, a massive houseless population, the sort of different, especially like in downtown LA, it's like, you've got literally like millionaire and billionaire bankers walking around and stepping over houseless people and everything in between, and you start to, for me, it was like, I started to kind of, be like, well, what are the things that, that could change some of these things, so I guess that's, probably the time when I started to kind of, lean more towards following, progressive, quote unquote, politicians that were, basically on the, slightly more left side of the Democratic Party, and watching Bernie get kneecapped twice, watching some of these other politicians that there was a lot of hope for, whether it be the Squad or even some other local politicians and stuff like that. It's like I think there was just that point where I realized, like, this is not the solution. Whatever we have going on in the United States is not the solution. I had become friends with Mike Preisner, actually. I had listened to, I'm a big fan of Empire Files, and have subsequently become friends with Abby as well. But I actually kind of got into his other podcast, Eyes Left. And we had connected, I think through Twitter even, and he was like a fan of the band, and I was a fan of his podcast, and where he came from. And so we became friends, and that's how I got introduced to the PSL. And I think it was just that final moment of, like, a combination of things in the last couple of years. It was, just watching Bernie get completely kneecapped once again, and everything else, the uprisings of last summer, all the different things that have happened, and then, COVID and, everything else. And, so I was just, one day it was just like, okay, like I want to lean into this, into the socialism thing. And so I started, doing stuff with PSL, and it was like, one of the first things I did educationally was a study of State and Revolution. And that, I think, was
just Lenin's famous work, I should mention, for the listeners who are unaware.
Sorry. Yeah. And I think that was the first time where I really understood, like, the true definition of socialism. I mean, it's like, you can, look at Bernie and call him a socialist, and it's like, there's democratic socialists, I guess, but these were things that I just didn't have the theory, and so that's a big part of what I really enjoy about the work I've been doing in PSL, is that it's just, not only are they out in the streets and doing things, but there, is also a very good, educational side of it. And so it's just been, for me, it's just been learning everything I can in the past couple of years. Just getting that education, it's like, it's connected a lot of the things I felt with a lot of, sort of definitions and understanding, those things from an actual, like, scientific perspective. And it's just given me an outlet to focus, I guess, this energy that I had, this, being pissed off about a lot of things and not knowing where to direct it,
Yeah, and that takes me through a couple of things that I want to narrow our focus down on even a little bit more. So we're going to step back for a second. To me, it sounds like you had the entryway that a lot of people that end up on kind of the radical left perspective, they have. So they get interested in politics because they have that epiphany that everything is politics. And this is something that I try to tell my brother, for example, who always tells me, no, Henry, I'm not interested in politics. Okay, Ryan, well, let me tell you, everything is related to politics. The sports team that you watch on the television is, there's politics involved in all of that. Whether or not the roads are good on your way to school, that's politics. How much tuition you're paying, that's politics. Whether or not, you're going to have health care when you're 26, when you are off of, our mom's health insurance plan. Again, politics.
Yep.
Whether the US is invading another country or putting sanctions on another country, also like everything is politics. That's kind of the entryway, I think, for a lot of people into being interested in politics as such, is
Right.
realizing that everything is politics. Colin Kaepernick taking a knee on a football field, it's politics. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then what started to radicalize you, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but what started to radicalize you was just taking that understanding that everything is politics and then looking around you and applying that, understanding that politics is what shapes our material reality, and understanding that our material reality is not what we want, not what we need. We can
Right.
build a better world. Yeah.
Right. Right.
So if I'm understanding all of that correctly, then I want to just turn to, you mentioned Mike Preisner, you mentioned, some more progressive media, and of course, State and Revolution, which I recommend everybody to check out. It's not as hard of a read as you think that it is. A lot of people are turned
Not
off
at all.
by old texts. It's not hard. But is there any other maybe influences on you that really kind of pushed you to the left beyond just kind of observing the material reality, pushing you to the left? Were there any authors of books? Were there any news outlets in particular, in addition to, Preisner and State and Revolution and anything else that we mentioned already?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely in the last few years been very into I think this is actually sort of how we started going back and forth on Twitter, but the more like actual news and educational, shows and podcasts and stuff like that. So Rev Left, Brett, that was a huge one for me. There's so much incredible content there to go back over like years, so I've really learned a lot from that. I've been really into Millennials Are Killing Capitalism. I think they do really good work and really, come from a perspective of Black liberation and really looking at socialism from that perspective. So I've tried to sort of spread out. I've studied Marx, I've studied Lenin, at least to some degree here in the last few years. I also have read like, Black Jacobins, other more, international, more current than Marx and Engels and Lenin, Blood in My Eye, how Europe underdeveloped Africa, like a lot of these kinds of things have been, been stuff that I've been spending time with. The Assata Shakur biography, like incredible. I was actually driving to Texas and listened to that as an audiobook, like from beginning to end without stopping, and just incredible. An incredible story, and eye-opening and educational, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I don't know exactly where I find everything. I just sort of, beyond maybe stuff I'm doing with PSL, like, again, their educational program is great, and their, Liberation News and Liberation School, and, a lot of the other things that, folks are involved in, BT Newsroom and the Socialist Program, and, things like that. I spend time with too. So I don't know. I've just been soaking it in the last couple of years. I guess I'm still in that, I think you're probably always in an educational phase, but it's like I've just been like soaking it in as much as I can, and but I'm definitely very much a baby socialist, a baby communist still.
Yeah, well, since you mentioned Rev Left, I'll just get the obligatory plug for Guerrilla History in here.
Yep.
And say that in the episode that will be dropping next Friday, which is like whatever the date is next Friday, at the end, we have a little shout out for you and for Eve Six at the end. Brett is a big fan of the band. In case you didn't know that before.
I didn't. I've never had any interactions with him. I'm just a fan, and also have, I found out about Guerrilla History obviously through Rev Left, and I've been listening to that since those first couple episodes. So it's
Well, you'll see at the end of this next one. You'll see at the end. We have a little shout out for you, and Brett is a big fan.
Awesome.
Be assured.
Awesome.
So let's continue on. And so now you've talked about political education, but I know that you also do activism. You do some political work. I know that you do some work with, I believe it's the Union of Musicians and Allied Workers or Associated Workers.
You got it. Allied Workers. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious of when you took that step from being in I'm interested in politics phase to, now I'm interested in political education and want to kind of fully immerse myself into it. But then that final step of actually applying that political education that you had into doing things in the community, doing things in the real world with that.
Yeah. I guess it all, once I sort of joined the party, it was like, that was my introduction into really, showing up to protests, showing up to, being out in the streets and really doing direct action. I joined not long before, the uprisings last year. So, it was just, especially since I'm so used to traveling all the time, and being able to actually be just in LA for an extended period of time and be forced to be quarantined, I think, and then the uprisings happened. I think, it really, I was out in the streets every single day and met more people and learned tactics. The UMA actually started at the beginning of the pandemic as well. It was it started as a group of musicians who were sort of trying to push Congress to pass the unemployment benefits for self-employed people, because that's what we all are, and so that was sort of how that group got together, was through that. And then it was like, there are other musicians unions, there's AFM, there's there are some other things in this way, but there isn't really a union for like I guess if you're going to be in AFM, it really caters more to like if you're like in a symphony, or like you're like a hired musician, which we include in UMA as well. But really it was a bunch of artists, independent artists mainly, but a bunch of artists that got together and said, look, we can be stronger together, instead of just sort of individual artists out there trying to fight for our little crumbs, and so that's where that came, and it's grown really fast over the past year. One of the main things I've been involved in is the Justice at Spotify campaign, which is, trying to force Spotify to do a lot of things, transparency and, lots of other things, but also to commit to paying at least a penny per stream for streams, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize what they do pay, which is, about 0.0037 cents per stream, and
it's not even like that, John. I saw a breakdown of their payout scheme, and it's the algorithm that they use is loaded in a way that the people that get a lot of streams get proportionally more per stream than the people who get very little streams, which seems
Right.
kind of the opposite of what you would want in a just world where, until you
Yeah.
make it big, you actually can't make money. But then once you make it big, you're making just truckloads of money. It was a very, very strange algorithm that they were using.
Yeah, it's definitely that sort of, the people with the most streams make the most money, which I guess seems obvious, but yeah, the way they do their accounting is very screwy, and there's a lot of deals with major labels, and and there's so many different ways that artists are exploited, from touring to streaming to labels to on down the line. So that's what we're trying to do, and is sort of sort of come together and have sort of because even people that you look at as being quote unquote successful artists, it's like they're still getting screwed, even the most successful, they're still getting screwed in one way or another. And that's even then it's like that's such a small percentage of people, of artists and musicians, and for us, we're like Spotify. Daniel Ek has become a billionaire basically off of this platform, like selling shares in his company. It's like it wouldn't exist without all of the artists, you know what I mean? Spotify wouldn't exist if it were just Drake and Coldplay. It's like the appeal is that they have everything, and so he's getting rich off of everyone else's labor as far as we're concerned. And we are trying to demand that we actually get the benefits from the hard work that we put in to make music and release it and all that kind of stuff.
Well, John, I've got 2 questions left for you, and we've got about 4 minutes left. So this is kind of the speed round for these last 2 questions. And I'll start with this one because it kind of does flow from the last conversation, or the last answer that you had, which is what political topics or what political actions are you looking at right now? What things are you really keeping a close eye on these days in terms of maybe things that you are being educated about or things that you want to take action on? What are the things that you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, locally, I've been, involved in, a lot of like eviction type stuff, cancel the rents campaign, blocking eviction courts, those kinds of things. But beyond that, for me, is just really taking on U.S. imperialism. Like that is, I don't know, on a day-to-day level, what kind of effect I can have on that, but that's the thing that concerns me the most. Whether it's destruction of different countries, whether it's backing the Israeli Palestinian apartheid regime, like whether it is sanctions on other countries, just all over the world. The United States is just plundering, and I think that it's to me that's one of the, if we hope to ever see socialism in the United States, there is no achieving that without taking on U.S. hegemony and imperialism. So that's the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night.
And then just very briefly, final question, and this is a question that I try to ask to everyone who comes to the show and has an affiliation with a party outside of the duopoly that we are generally exposed to in the United States. And that would be this. So we've talked about the PSL a bit off and on over the course of the interview. What was it that first brought you into that party, and what made you feel at home with them?
Well, I guess, originally right off the bat was just a direct connection of getting to know people in the party. But beyond that, it was sort of the combination of the, you know, it wasn't just like, oh, you know, send us $20 and we'll, you know, you're a member. You know, it was like it was the combination of political education and direct action, you know, and I was looking for both of those things, you know, and so yeah, I think it was a combination of those two things. Just you know, I wanted to learn, and I also wanted to do, you know, whatever I can, you know, however small of a difference it may make. I wanted to actually do something, you know.
Excellent. I really enjoyed the conversation, John. Hopefully we can, you know, delve into some of those other issues that we kind of touched on but didn't really get into, particularly early on, in a future conversation.
Absolutely.
Briefly, can you tell the listeners how they can find you on social media or anything that you want to direct them to?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at John Siebels, JONSIEBELS. Eve6 at Eve6 on Twitter is not me posting. That's Max, but always an interesting and fun follow. You know, you can go to eve6.com. We've got, you know, put out an EP last year. We've got more stuff. We got a whole nother like 10 songs we're going to start working on releasing. And, you know, these days we just do it how we want to do it and put it out when we want to put it out. It's actually been super fulfilling. So keep an eye out for new Eve6 music. And yeah, that's about it.
I'm looking forward to the new stuff that's going to be coming out. And, you know, maybe we can get you to do some political related tunes at some point in the near future.
Yeah,
I've had a bunch of ideas for things that would make good songs that nobody has, not I know of, nobody has ever tried to make songs about.
Right.
You know, not that I'm a musician, but, you know, I think that we should try to work with some of the things that we could try to expose people to in a different way.
Absolutely.
And listeners, for me, you can just check out Guerrilla History if you want to find more of what I'm up to beyond what I do on this show. So back to you, David.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say.
From New York, from beautiful Bayville on the glorious Gold Coast of Long Island's North Shore, let's welcome our old friend, Jackie the Joke Man Martling. You'll love Jackie's autobiography, The Joke Man, bow to stern. The syllables leap right off the page. Follow Jackie on Twitter at Jackie Martling. Jokes every day at 4:20 p.m. International Marijuana Time. Personalized videos. Go to cameo.com/Jackie Martling. Laughs 24/7. Call Jackie's dirty joke line. Use your finger Call 516-922-WINE for more show information. Go to jokeland.com. Hello there, Jackie.
Mommy, what are hemorrhoids? Shut up and keep sanding.
I love that.
The judge says, why do you want a divorce? The guy says, my wife never stops eating pancakes. All she does is eat pancakes. The judge says, that's not a big deal. I eat pancakes myself. The guy says, not while I'm fucking you. Hey, what's bigotry?
What is bigotry?
That's an Italian redwood.
That's a bigotry.
So a guy says to the bartender, man, whoa, did I meet an ugly woman last night? The bartender says, that bad, huh? The guy says, are you kidding? She's so ugly when she was born, the doctor slapped God. Hey, what do you get when you cross a man with a porcupine?
What?
Well, we won't know for a while, but fuck, does my dick hurt? So an old couple's at the doctor, and the old guy says, Doc, we just met a few weeks ago, and we're getting on in years, you know, and would you please watch us and tell us if we're making love properly? Doc says, sure. Well, they go to it on the floor, and the doctor says, well, you did fine. They come back 6 weeks in a row for the same thing. The 7th week, the doctor says, why do you keep coming back here? I told you, you guys are making love perfectly. He says, well, she can't come to my house, and I can't go to her house. A motel's $100. You charge us $40, and we get back $35 from Medicare. All right, which of these doesn't belong? AIDS, herpes, gonorrhea, and a timeshare.
A timeshare?
No, gonorrhea. You can get rid of gonorrhea. So a guy passes out drunk. So to fuck with him, his friends take him to the local funeral parlor and put him in a casket in the showroom. He starts to come to, and he says, if I'm still alive, why am I in this thing? And if I'm dead, how come I have to take a leak? Hey, what would you call a vagina holding a lit cigarette?
What? I didn't hear you.
What would you call a vagina holding a lit cigarette?
You're breaking up. We have a bad connection. Can you ask me that one more time, please?
Mr. Feldman?
Yeah.
What would you call a vagina holding a lit cigarette?
What?
Smoking crack. All right, here you go. So a minister gets a set of false teeth. I can't believe it when laughter throws off my timing. A minister gets a set of false teeth, and the first Sunday after he gets his new teeth, the minister's sermon is only 8 minutes. The next Sunday, after he's been talking for an hour and 45 minutes, a guy from the congregation goes up, drags him off, and he says, what the hell's going on, Rev? The minister says, well, the first Sunday with my new teeth, my gums hurt so bad I could hardly talk. And today, I put in my wife's teeth by accident. Hey, Feldman, what's a Jewish dude ranch?
What's a Jewish dude ranch?
The bar mitzvah. Oh, here you go.
All right.
An old lady's got a female dog.
Right.
And she lets her brother's male dog stay with her for a week. The first night she's in bed, she hears howling and moaning and howling and barking and moaning. She goes downstairs, and the dogs are locked together. She calls the local vet and she says, well, they're locked together. What can I do? He says, ma'am, hang up the phone and then put it down next to them. I'll call you back, and the phone's ringing will make the male lose his heart on, and it'll all stop. She says, do you think that'll work? He says, well, it just worked on me. So a guy says to the bartender, yesterday I got caught jerking off to a National Geographic magazine. I had to beg the receptionist not to tell my dentist. So a guy says to the bartender, God damn, I just came from a really crappy round of golf. Bartender says, how come? It was a beautiful day. Damn, the weather was perfect. But my wife had a heart attack on the 4th hole. The bartender says, well, that stinks. He says, you're not kidding. For 14 holes, it was hit the ball, drag Cheryl. Hit the ball, drag Cheryl. So a couple sits at the bar. The couple sits at the bar, and the guy says, I'll have a beer, and please give Rumi a glass of Merlot. Bartender says, so you two live together? She says, no, he calls me Rumi because I have a massive pussy.
Oh, be nice. Be nice, Jackie. These are good people.
Massive. That means really big.
All right. I see what you're talking about.
A huge one.
Okay.
A really huge. I mean, you know,
Yes,
you can drive around and look for your keys.
Yes, I get your point. Yes, go ahead.
So why is bra singular and panties plural?
I think why?
For the same reason that when you take a shit, you actually leave one.
All right.
All right, Feldman. So any organization is a tree full of monkeys. Some are on their way up and some are on their way down. The monkeys on top look down and see a tree full of smiling faces. And the monkeys on the bottom look up and see nothing but assholes. So a lady says to her single daughter, I found a carrot under your pillow. Her daughter says, the truth is, Mom, for the past few weeks, that carrot's been my husband. Her mother says, well, now you're a widow because the carrot went into tonight's stew. All right, here's a question. What's 8 pages long and worth a lot of money on eBay?
8 pages long and worth a lot of money on eBay. What?
Michael J. Fox's autograph.
Oh, come on. Come on. We can't laugh at that.
No, you can't. What's the difference between Neil Armstrong and Michael Jackson?
What?
Neil Armstrong was the first man to walk on the moon, and Michael Jackson liked to fuck little boys in the ass.
Let me write that one down.
Here's a question.
Yes, sir.
It's not exactly more of a statement.
Okay.
A friendly German,
Yes.
a brave Frenchman,
Yes.
a unique Korean,
Yes.
and an Englishman with a huge cock walk into a bar.
Yes.
A Jew stands up and says, the drinks are on me. So a guy sees an ad in the newspaper. Just inherited $9 million. Very horny. Will share with a man who can satisfy me. He calls up the woman. He goes over to her place. He fucks her. He fucks her in the ass. He fucks her in the mouth. Fucks her in the ass. Fucks her in the mouth. Repeats and repeats again and again and again. After 8 hours, he rolls off her and he says, whoa. She says, are we going to fuck or are you going to yak? So a guy says to the bartender, a guy says to the bartender, I always wanted to be a gynecologist, but there weren't any openings. Ha! I'm kidding. But seriously, if I was a gynecologist, I'd put on those rubber gloves at the end of the exam to seal in the flavor.
All right. Okay. All right. We're grown men, Jackie. We're grown men.
That's why it's so funny.
Are you going to yak? I actually wrote that one down.
What's worse? What's worse than your girlfriend telling you she faked every orgasm?
What?
Your girlfriend telling you she faked every orgasm and she's a squirter.
Okay. I'm not sure I get that, but...
Well, it's a pisser. Did that help? Moron.
That was great.
A squirter.
Yeah, I hear you.
So the year is 1850. You with me?
Yes, 1850.
The year is 1850.
1850.
Sister Noreen is 95 years old, and she's not feeling too good. So a doctor comes to examine her, and then he tells the Mother Superior, Sister Noreen's only got a few months. I suggest you give her a shot of whiskey a couple times a day to relax her. The Mother Superior says, no, she'd never be taking a drink of alcohol. But she loves the fresh milk I bring her twice a day. I'll just spike her milk twice a day. A few months later, Sister Noreen's fading fast. And the Mother Superior leans over the bed and says, Sister Noreen, have you any last words of wisdom? And Sister Noreen says, don't ever sell that fucking cow. So a woman with a crew cut is sitting in the psychiatrist's office wearing a three-piece suit, and she's got a dildo sticking out of her lapel pocket. He says, so you claim you're not a lesbian. Then how do you explain the crew cut, the three-piece suit, and that huge dildo? She says, that's your job. That's so good. So a guy says to a girl on the elevator, where are you going? She says, the 12th floor. I donate plasma and get $20. Where are you going? I'm going to the 15th floor. I donate sperm and I get 150 every time. Next time they meet in the elevator, he says, going to the 12th floor? He notices that her cheeks are bulging and she shakes her head no and flashes five fingers 3 times. So a guy says to the bartender, my crusty old aunts used to bug me at weddings. My crusty old aunts, every wedding, they'd poke me in the ribs and say, you're next. You're next. Every wedding, they'd poke me in the ribs and say, you're next. But they finally stopped. The bartender says, why'd they stop? He says, I started doing the same thing to them at funerals.
I love that.
So the bartender says, you've been with the same girl about 5 years. Sex still good? The guy says, well, I stopped fucking her in the ass. The bartender says, why? He says, every night it was the same shit.
Jesus. Okay.
A guy's talking to a girl at the bar and she says, do you have a girlfriend? He says, no, but I do know a girl who'd be really pissed off if she heard me say that. Hey, what's the difference between an orange and an orphan?
What?
An orange gets picked.
Oh, too funny. I can't laugh at that, but that's funny.
Good. You're a good man.
That's funny. I like that.
So a guy says to the bartender, today I was on the bus thinking about a college girl eating my ass. And I got a huge hard on. I didn't want to call attention, but it was throbbing like a bastard. So I put my hand in my pocket and tried pulling my cock to the side. I put my hand in my pocket, tried to pull my cock to the side so nobody noticed. And then I got off the bus at the next stop. And I just stood there for about 20 minutes, waiting for my cock to go soft. I'm sure the people on the bus must have been thinking, what the fuck is this driver up to?
Okay.
Mrs. Schwartz is telling her daughter-in-law how to get to her new condo. At the main door of the building is a big panel. With your elbow, push 14T. I'll buzz you in. You come up, elevators on the right. With your elbow, hit 14. When you get out, my door's to the left. Hit the bell with your elbow. She's, okay, Ma, but why am I hitting these buttons with my elbow? You're coming empty-handed. Hey, when do you know your grandparents are going deaf?
How?
You catch them fucking on top of the cat. All right, so a guy's wife takes him to a strip club for his birthday.
Yeah.
The doorman says, hey, Eddie, how you doing? Have you been here before? He says, no, that guy's in my bowling league. They sit down, a waitress comes over, hands Eddie a Budweiser and says, I figure the usual, Eddie. His wife says, how'd she know you drink Budweiser? She's a waitress at the golf club. Then a stripper comes over and rubs herself all over him and says, your favorite table dance, sweetie? Well, Eddie's wife runs out of the club. She gets into a cab. He runs out and jumps in next to her. And she's screaming and cursing and freaking out at him. The cabbie turns and says, geez, Eddie, you sure picked yourself a real cunt this time. I love it.
I do too. All right. Should we plug your gigs?
Schultz. Mrs. Schultz takes her neighbor to court for defamation of character because he called her a pig. The judge hears the case and says, guilty. Fines the neighbor $1,000. Her neighbor says, Judge, does this mean that I can never call Mrs. Schultz a pig again? That's right. Well, does it mean I can't call a pig Mrs. Schultz? The judge says, no, you can certainly call a pig Mrs. Schultz. The neighbor looks at Mrs. Schultz and says, see you later, Mrs. Schultz.
Hey, you'll love Jackie's autobiography, The Joke Man Bow to Stern. The syllables leap right off the page. Follow Jackie on Twitter at Jackie Martling. Jokes every day at 4:20 p.m. International Marijuana Time. For personalized videos, go to cameo.com. Jackie Martling laughs 24/7. Call Jackie's Dirty Joke line. Use your finger, 516-922-WINE. All joke information, go to jokeland.com.
So a guy says to the bartender, my wife was in the bathtub last night, and she told me she was going to leave me because I'm inconsiderate and I don't give her enough alone time. I got so pissed off, I almost forgot to wipe my ass.
Thank you, Jackie.
So a guy says to the bartender, you know, I tried being gay one weekend. Sucked. One more. So Johnny's playing with his trains in the living room. And he says, all right, all you cocksuckers that are getting on, get on. And all you cocksuckers that are getting off, get off. All you cocksuckers that are getting on, get on. And all you cocksuckers that are getting off, get off. And move your asses. We're in a hurry. His mother comes in from the kitchen. She says, Johnny, such language. Get in the closet for a timeout. Johnny goes in the closet and she locks the closet door. After 2 hours, she unlocks the closet and says, Okay, you can play with your trains, but no more foul language. She goes back to the kitchen, and Johnny says, folks, put your luggage up on the rack, take your seats, and we'll be on our way. And if any of you cocksuckers has a problem with the train running late, blame it on the twat in the kitchen.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up, I hope, the professors and Marianne and Professor Harvey J.K. and Alan Minsky. Let us now go to the newsroom, I hope, where...
Hello, Jagoff, sir.
Hello, you look wonderful tonight.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Now,
You're breaking up.
Earlier in the show, you mentioned that you had created a new fetish in NIMBY.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm a Feldman
I'm
a Feldman historian, and I'm here to tell the audience that there is nothing new in the Feldoverse about neuro-intensified masturbatory belt yanking. This goes back to the earliest of podcasts.
I don't remember this.
You don't about the intensifying your orgasms with a belt?
We have the professors coming up.
You did it too well. Here we go.
Yeah. Are you talking about, was this with Eddie and Jim?
No. You're probably most famous joke you mentioned over and over again on your first 5 podcasts, that you heighten your orgasms with a leather belt.
Right. It was during the first financial crisis.
Right.
It was in 2009. I said, we're doing a lot of belt tightening around my house. Yes.
Now
it was one, I'm trying to cleanse the palate right now because anyway. Yeah.
Since I did not, you know who did save the day today?
Who?
Ethan Hirschenfeldskowitz.
Yes, he did.
When a guest did not show up, Ethan came in and saved the day while you continued the news a little bit. And
right. I hope something happened to Pete Dominic. I would hate to think that he just blew me off. I hope something really bad. I'm drawing flies. Can you see this?
Take a shower.
I know. I'm like Katie Couric. Did you read about Katie Couric? She doesn't shower.
I heard about it on the show.
Yes, it's horrible. All right, we have the professors and Marianne, I hope.
Yep, they are here. I got a couple quick things to read. We can get into a few pictures.
Did they leave?
No, they are here.
They're not mad at me?
No, they're ready to roll. They turn their video off and they're laughing, so everything's good.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Let's do
Office Hours superstar Kristen Calabrese has an art exhibition coming up. We saw her this past Office Hours for the first time in several months.
Yeah,
she was drawing that awesome skeletal figure, but she has a show coming up in LA that's entitled How Things Feel. And we're just receiving information. She's working with the gallery on ironing out the details. And in the next show or two, I'll be releasing more information about how you can check that out. Next, we have Valley Vox Theater is on hiatus. They're renovating the theater and taking some downtime to think about what they learned during their successful Sin Fem Summer Series.
Mhm.
They'll be back with a Halloween Spooktacular on Saturday the 23rd. There'll be a costume contest. There's going to be prizes and a VIP pass to contest. So you can check them out at Valley Vox on Twitter or email them at valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com. Their theater, they spell it with an R-E at the end.
Oh, very fancy.
Super fancy.
Yeah.
We have a few pictures. Did you get them from earlier?
Yes, I did. Let's see here. If I'm going to do it old school. Do you see this?
Whoa.
Is that nice?
You're doing great.
Oh, hang on. We have the Senate passes short-term debt limit extension. This is from CNN. Hang on. The Senate voted to extend the nation's debt limit through early December after Democrats and Republicans reached a deal to avert a government default. So they've raised the debt ceiling till December. That's kind of good news. Hello.
Whoa. This is Glenn Kostick's Fingerling Potatoes.
And you live near the Finger Lakes.
I do live near the Finger Lakes, and I've taken a vacation there in the last year or so where they didn't have Wi-Fi, which was annoying.
Yeah. No, that's good.
But this is Fingerling Potatoes with bay and rosemary in a cast iron skillet.
Cast iron skillet, I might add.
Yep.
Beautiful. And I finally figured out how to clean my cast iron skillet.
You Googled it?
No, I just have and I know people are going to be offended. I just boil water in it. I just pour water into it, and then I bring the water to a boil, and it gets rid of all the stuff that's stuck to it. And I know the flavor disappears. I know that, but that's not the right way to do it.
Doing that after each cooking isn't a bad thing, but eventually the seasoning of the pan wears out, so you have to re-season it. That's all. No biggie.
Yeah, you know what? The seasoning of the pan doesn't float my yacht.
It's okay.
Yeah, but is that a good way to clean it? I just figured it out one night.
Well, that's a good way to clean many pans where there's stuck on residue or you don't want to scratch the surface. Is just to boil some water in it, and it kind of flakes off more easily. But with cast iron, you have to have a layer of oil on it. So you get it hot, put oil on it, barely any, wipe it out, and then put it in the oven on high heat for a little while and bake it a little more, and then you're good to go.
Those fingerlings look, I know who drew this. This is amazing. He just is amazing.
Yep. This is from listener and beloved friend of the show, Lane Hewitt, who was in a pilot. And he's a big lover of planes and a great artist. And this is one he came up with, and he posted this a week or two ago on his Facebook. And this is a Mossy MK VIB Night Fighter. And he's working in chalk here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Boy, Tom Weber just opened up a vein in our community.
Yep. And the next couple of pictures kind of revolve around
He didn't
him.
do a show last night.
Correct. He had to cancel it for some reason. I saw the notification pop up, but
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head what it was.
Right. And if you'd like to sit in, we have to figure out a way to get people to join us for Tom Weber. What's the best way to do it? Just join us on office hours and then join Discord?
Coming to office hours is like the hub of all these extra Feldo experiences that are branching off.
People should come to office hours. You will meet some extraordinary teachers and musicians and funny people. You can show your face, hide your face, lurk. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm there for the first hour. I field your questions, take your compliments. That's, the first hour. My listeners just cannot wait to tell me how much they love the show. They have no complaints, no criticism. And then after an hour, I cannot accept this much praise. We move on to Lane and professors, and I'll read the schedule later. But everybody should come to office hours. Just go to my website, hit attend office hours, and meet better people. You will meet great people.
Like you mentioned, you don't even have to participate. You can just keep your video and microphone off and just watch it. But you'll never see it again. It's live, and that's it.
Yeah, it's live, and I do that. I stick around, and then I go into the other room, and I listen on my iPad. It's great. It's casual. Boy, this is something Tom Weber did, but he cleaned it up, and it's amazing.
Right.
I've seen this before, right?
He had a post on Facebook with a couple versions of this. It was a mirror image and some different colors, and his post was actually asking what people preferred, and this was the winner. It's a violinist, and it's just awesomely drawn and shaded, and
So elegant.
it's just really cool.
How do you buy an original Weber?
Well, you go to tomweberart.com, and he's got a whole website with his art posted on there, and they're divided up into categories. So it's easy to check around if you have certain specific interests. So yeah, check out tomweberart.com.
And he teaches peace and religion and art on our show, and we're blessed to have him here. And he's opened up a lot of creativity. Professor Marianne Cummings, I think she's discovered painting through him.
Yeah, and she's going to be coming up next. And I'm glad to see that she's already arrived in the waiting room, because I heard that yesterday she was standing in the center of Texas assembling a bookcase for 3 hours.
Oh, okay. We have to have Mike Rowe back on. That reminds me.
Yeah.
I don't know who drew this. Who drew this?
This is from John Hayes, and he specifically sent this to me because this was the product of one of Tom Weber's art lessons during office hours.
That's amazing. That is great. And we need to talk about IATSE. They've authorized the strike, and we've covered it a little on Thursday's show. We'll update everybody.
I've seen in the chat tonight that the leaders of the organization are back in negotiations this week. So there's no finality as far as I know.
I see. And go ahead.
Whoa. Look at these two handsome fellas.
That's Ralph Nader and me. And who's on the show this week? Ralph Nader.
I haven't looked it up, but I just know that we wanted to keep promoting the Congress Club. So
Congress Club, go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website, and on the far right corner, there is something called Congress Club. Join it. We had talked about doing something like this on office hours with Chloe, because Chloe is so great at writing postcards and letters. And she has done that in our Discord. Chloe's on top of things, and I always say, if somebody would send me a letter to send to my congressperson or my senator, I could rewrite it. And I asked Chloe to do that, and she has done that on our Discord channel. There is also the Ralph Nader Radio Hour Congress Club that I would like everybody to join right now. Go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website and sign up for Congress Club. You type in your name, you type in your zip code so they know your state and your congressional district, and then you will start receiving letters that you can then rework to send to your senator or congressperson. And there's nothing better than a letter whose outline has been given to you by Ralph Nader, so you know exactly what to say and what to do. So go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website right now, or nader.org, and sign up for Ralph's newsletter, but also sign up for Congress Club. And if you are a member of Congress Club, you will be invited to an event a week from this Sunday where Steve Scroven, yours truly, and Ralph Nader will be holding a town hall with Ralph Nader. How exciting is that? To discuss Congress Club and how to communicate with your representatives. It's the most important thing that you can do at this moment with a $3.5 trillion Build Back Better bill sitting, waiting to be voted upon. How do you act? How do we do better than the insurrectionists? We're better than the insurrectionists of January 6th. We can write letters. We can make phone calls. That's how you affect change. So sign up for Congress Club. Learn how to express yourself and write letters and call your Congress people, your senators. There is no change in America unless Congress acts on it. It ends with Congress. There's grassroots, there's protests, but it ends with laws that are passed. Nothing happens unless Congress makes it happen. The Civil Rights Act of 64 and 65, the Clean Water Act, the Environmental Protection Agency, OSHA. Everything that happens in your life flows from Congress. And you know who understands that? The Freedom Caucus, the Tea Party people. They work their Congress people. The NRA understands it. The left, they understand it as well. Look at what's going on with the Progressive Caucus right now. Gottheimer is the radical, not Pramila Jayapal or Bernie. Think about this, folks. 10 years after Occupy, you have a president of the United States, you have Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, and Nancy Pelosi in the House trying to pass a $3.5 trillion Build Back Better bill right now, 10 years after Occupy. This is monumental. Josh Gottheimer, the problem solver, is the fool. He's the eccentric radical right now. Manchin and Sinema, they're the fools. 10 years ago, they were the adults in the room. Things are changing, and they will change more if you, right now, call Schumer, Pelosi, Sinema, Manchin, Josh Gottheimer, join Congress Club. Go to RalphNaderRadioHour.com. Sign up for Congress Club. This, we've only just begun to fight. And believe it or not, we can win this thing. You have to channel your anger and your rage peacefully through phone calls and letters. That's how you move mountains. Not through insurrection, not through spreading feces on the walls of Congress. No matter how much you want to do that, that's not how you get things done.
What about on a glass table?
That's a whole different thing. Thank you, Dan Frankenberger.
It's been several months.
It's been so. Give to St. Jude's. That's everybody. I don't promote charities, but I do promote St. Jude's. And let me bring in the professors and Mary Ann. I don't know if they're mad at me or not. Okay. Hi. Is everybody okay with me?
Sure thing,
In what sense, David?
Huh?
In what sense, David?
I've cleansed the palate, right? There's been enough distance between some of what.
They're actors too. Oh my. Send anything you need for the community billboard to dentfeldman@gmail.com. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dan. I'll talk to you tomorrow, please.
Okay.
It's time for the professors and Mary Ann. Professor Mary Ann Cummings is a physicist and a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. Professor Jonathan Bick is a political scientist. And I had Professor Ann Lee's introduction, and I will do it next week. I apologize. I have a proper introduction for you, Professor Ann Lee. I apologize. And I'm sorry?
What does that mean?
I had your introduction, and my computer is being silly.
Oh, all right.
Oh, we had written something. And Professor Adnan Hussein is the host of the Mujlis podcast, as well as Guerrilla History, and he's chairman of the Religion Department at Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario. Everything that happened before has nothing to do with these four esteemed intellectuals. Anything that came before, it's a clean palette here. Nothing happened earlier.
Also, it's not true that Adnan writes all of Jackie's material?
No.
Okay. Just want to get clarification.
I'm sure people really would believe that. I mean,
well, yeah, we'll move on. And so why don't we start with Professor Ann Lee? What is on your mind tonight? I saw what was on your mind in the chat room, but we won't talk about it.
Well, anyway, no, I've been recently sort of got interested in the idea of what productive labor is. That's all. What's unproductive labor and what's productive labor, and it's just an interesting question, and it's worth talking about. Particularly since the Pandora Papers have shown how much people can hide incredible amounts of money. I mean, the money equivalent to several U.S. economies or several global economies, and it just shows there's a real problem that needs to be fixed, and quickly. And I appreciate what you said earlier on about how America is becoming a tax haven. Although my suspicion from the the Pandora Papers, now that I've actually taken a look a little bit more closely at it, is that it's another operation. It's another sort of hybrid information operation, because certain people are left off that list as well. And for example, when somebody asked Putin about it, he said his spokesperson used exactly the same reasoning about how America had become a tax haven, and South Dakota was where all the money was going, which draws attention away from what Putin is doing with his money. And it draws attention away from all the other offshore tax havens and what's interesting is where Putin may have his money, which we don't know anything about.
So I saw that Professor Hussein was tweeting about the Pandora Papers, but Professor Ann Lee, a lot of people don't really know what the Pandora Papers are. Why don't we, and how does that relate to the term productive labor? What does that mean?
Well, unproductive labor would be labor not being directly used in a specific way in terms of making things, interacting in sort of the real world, whereas there's a lot of unproductive labor, or what Marx would call an unproductive labor, that is that creates value, even though it is a kind of, as some scholars would say, a fictitious value, and doesn't appear real. But on the other hand, we become, it does serve certain commodity purposes, like the trillions of dollars that are held in tax havens here and there. They aren't real in the sense that they aren't really moving anywhere, doing anything, but they are ways in which, and especially when they become revealed, they become productive. So you could say that Putin is getting something out of it because it's reducing the value of his financial competitors. But that still doesn't make it productive. It just makes it sort of insurgent in that way.
So what we understand, Professor Hussein, is that there may be as much as $35 trillion just from these 14 financial institutions, that they have hidden $35 trillion from the governments that are home to these billionaires and politicians like Tony Blair. $35 trillion hidden from the tax man.
Well, yeah, this is well. Firstly, you mentioned Tony Blair. So before I get into anything, I just have to say how much I despise that man, and he's one of the people I consider most despicable, really, in our recent global history because of how much he has been celebrated for being some kind of reasonable leader or voice of basically this kind of neoliberal consensus, and has faced no consequences for the way in which he made George Bush's crazy and insane neoconservative project palatable to many mainstream figures, because they believed that, as many liberals, many Democrats used the cover of Tony Blair to support the Iraq War, because they said he went in front of the UN, he made all of these statements in support of it. And even though we hate George Bush, who stole the recent election, and wouldn't believe George Bush if he told us this story, Tony Blair wouldn't be lying to us, right? So I just had to say how much I really despise him. And I'm not surprised to find out that there's ways in which he has enriched himself in corrupt fashion. But
don't forget the Carlyle Group and David Rubenstein, who runs the Kennedy Center, and the whole David Rubenstein Carlyle Group. That is the bribe. You voted for the war authorization, and the Carlyle Group paid you exorbitant amounts of money. That's David Rubenstein, who has his own show on the PBS, and he's president of the Kennedy Center. Bad guy. David Rubenstein, bad guy. Bad guy. Look him up.
There you go. So we could spend, of course, many, probably one or two shows, given how long the David Feldman show is. It would, we talking about individual cases and retailing all the horrible people who are involved. But at least at the outset, it's important to maybe look at it as Anne was, broadly. What's the systemic kind of conclusion we should be drawing from this? And what I tweeted was that this isn't, just, corruption in in the system to be decried, but that it is a corrupt system. This is systemic corruption. And subsequently, just today or earlier today, George Monbiot, who I think is a very fine columnist at The Guardian, both on matters of war, peace, and international law on the one hand, and on the environment in particular, and likes to see the connections between these things, published a very interesting piece in The Guardian about how trashing the planet and hiding the money isn't a perversion of capitalism. It is capitalism. That's what it's all about. That's what it's been founded upon from the very beginning. And he uses some appropriate history to talk about the Portuguese colonization of Madeira in 1420, this island that they felled the forests. Madeira means wood in Portuguese, apparently. And then created this kind of blank space in which they could reorient the economy entirely around sugarcane production with enslaved labor, right? So they kind of created this, horrible sort of system. But I think that's the main point, is to say these are not just individual bad actors. They are people who are working within an entire legal regime and system of global finance capitalism that enables and, in fact, necessitates these kinds of exploitation, expropriation, and then hiding away the money. Now, you mentioned that that it was to avoid taxes, and of course that is true in many jurisdictions. In many ways, is to use these spaces within the global financial architecture to evade government taxation and government levies and control. But we also have discovered that there are a number of leaders of countries that are doing this and using this as well, and that raises a very interesting question. If they have autocratic power, like say the King of Jordan, what's the purpose or the reason for hiding, wealth that is being drained out of the country when, according to the laws of Jordan, the king doesn't pay any taxes, right? So it's more than just tax avoidance in some ways. And it's interesting to see that the hundred millions of dollars in luxury homes that he purchased in Malibu, in London, and so on had to be hidden. Why? Why did they have to be hidden? In part, it is because after the 2011 wave of, Arab protests, pressure on the governing elite was greater. Jordan is a very poor country. It doesn't have the oil wealth of those Gulf monarchies. So it's a monarchy, but it's not like the Gulf monarchies that have all of this extra revenue coming from the exploitation of oil. And also it is donor dependent because it has received all of these, different, refugees from Iraq, from Syria, and so on. There are millions of refugees in Jordan, and they receive all kinds of donor money and aid. And of course, because they were among the first after Egypt to conclude a peace with Israel as part of the Oslo Accords, they receive all kinds of U.S. military aid and support as well. So why might, the king have to hide this wealth? Is because, not only are the people intolerant in some ways of, that kind of corrupt misuse of their funds, but the donor community is really finds this embarrassing. So that's who he's probably responding to most, is trying to hide, the fact that he's siphoning off all kinds of money for a lavish, lifestyle, in part to escape. If he ever needs to escape, the country, he's got to have places to go. He has to have offshore, sources of funds. He's not very popular in many ways in the country. He doesn't really speak Arabic properly. I mean, he was raised outside of the country. He has a sort of thick accent. He's a very stiff and wooden character. His uncle was much more popular than him and Prince Hassan, and he was the one who really was supposed to inherit, but it was a almost deathbed change in succession policy. And Hassan actually, very interestingly, was very pro-Palestinian, had a kind of anti-imperialist sort of analysis. I mean, he wasn't some, flamethrower, obviously. He is a royal in the Hashemite, kingdom of Jordan, but, he was regarded as much more, friendly to popular social concerns. He was an intellectual. He patronized, the universities, arts, and so on. He would have gone in a very different direction, whereas King Abdullah is, somebody who was trained at Sandhurst. He's a kind of tool and creation, you might say, of the offshore military-industrial complex of the West, And here he is hiding his wealth, partly in order to shelter from, the donor community. So this is a real embarrassment. So I think there are, interestingly, a variety of reasons and ways in which this elite are using the global architecture of finance capitalism to hide wealth, and this is something that is systemic. It's necessary. If you have money, you're kind of, almost required, like you have lawyers and accountants who tell you, you've got to make these sound investments and do, protect your money and so on. And there's, this is all enabled by a whole industry. So I think that's the important point, is to see it as systemic and not just, there are a lot of corrupt people taking advantage of the situation.
You're right. We could do hours and hours on the Pandora Papers. It's 3 terabytes. The news is trickling out as it's being processed by these news organizations. including The Guardian, South Dakota is perhaps a bigger tax haven. Timothy Noah over at the New Republic, Professor Bick and Professor Marianne Cummings, had a piece saying we should get rid of South Dakota. He is saying that South Dakota is as big or bigger a tax haven than Switzerland and the Isle of Jersey. What has happened in the past 5 years is Switzerland and the EU signed on to transparency and agreed to do a better job of not hiding money. America did not sign on to this. But we asked the EU and we asked Switzerland for more transparency, almost as if somebody in our government said, why should Switzerland be an offshore haven? Why aren't we the offshore haven? Within 5 years.
Well, and what better advertisement, than to expose all of your competitor offshore, companies. First there was Panama, then there was the Paradise Papers, now there's Pandora. It's all these other companies in the British Virgin Islands, Switzerland. These are the network that has been kind of leaked. Their documents have leaked. What better, advertisement for why you should go to South Dakota rather than BVI than what has been happening? And some people have noticed that there have not been U.S. billionaires and people who, of course, we know are using all kinds of ways of sheltering their money offshore, exposed in this leak. So some have been theorizing that this may be, a CIA sort of op, in the Jacobin Brenko
for South Dakota.
Yeah, well, to do two things. One, to embarrass and destabilize your rivals and enemies globally in geopolitical terms. And two, advertise better for you if you don't want all this stuff to be, your dirty money to be, aired, your dirty laundered money to be aired, better that you come and shelter it in the United States, where we won't expose it. So it seems like two things are potentially happening. Now, none of this undermines the, validity, the importance, and the significance of the information that has been leaked. I mean, these are facts. These need to be understood. But we can also see why is it that the U.S. government has not sort of threatened to find the leaker and expose the leaker, which is what they do routinely when embarrassing kinds of information comes out. It bums the word. Nobody has called into question, whether these are true or what's the source. Nobody's asking what's the source. ICIJ is not telling us where they got it, and why should they? They shouldn't.
Yeah, explain what.
Oh, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, which is the kind of consortium, the body that received the leaks and then has worked with various other investigative journalists and media outlets to vet the information, to study it, find other kinds of documentation to verify and establish it before they made these big releases of the leaks. They didn't just release the raw documentation. They first went through a process of examining all of this. And so nobody has been subjecting that to the same kind of scrutiny that the WikiLeaks, leaks went under, and so on. So that's the kind of, that's the sort of telltale sign that perhaps this is to the benefit of U.S. policy.
We can't, Professor Bick, we can't get our hands on Donald Trump's tax returns. Yet, everybody else, what does that tell you?
It tells me that the elites will look after one another.
Or the CIA or some. In other words, what Professor Hussein is saying is, why are these documents getting leaked, but somehow we can't seem to find Donald Trump's tax returns?
Well, we do have them. We know where they are. It's just that they haven't been fully released to the public. Even though
it would be
legally,
impossible. Aren't his tax returns that are given to the IRS and have been sitting there year after year? I would assume those are hidden in some evil lair 100 miles off the coast of the United. I mean, there's no way anybody could. But somehow we get the. Anyway, what is. I'd like to get your take on this and Professor Marianne Cummings.
I mean, I'm interested in how do we stop this? And I think it is important to communicate this and just how outrageous it is that there are so many suffering people in so many different countries. And the elites are, secretly sending money out of their countries, money that realistically they'll never use. Right. I mean, how often is King Abdullah going to be going to Malibu or wherever the hell he's got these, luxury properties? He just has it as a possible escape route if there's an uprising in his country. It's really sick. And as far as the U.S. is concerned, we can't just concentrate on one locality like South Dakota, because we also have Delaware, we also have Wyoming, we have other states that are doing similar types of things. We have to come up with a national law and then link that to an international treaty that comes up with one standard for the world in order to make sure that everyone is paying the taxes that they are legally bound to pay. People see this and they get outraged and they get nihilistic. They say, they're doing this and they're getting away with it. And meanwhile, we've got people being thrown out of their houses. We can't raise taxes on the wealthy. We can't get childcare in the United States, the richest country in the world. We can't get medical care for everyone. This is the source of the one of the sources of the political instability in this country.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Professor Marianne, what you remember Network, the scene where Ned Beatty stands in front of Howard Beale and says,
my favorite scene in the whole movie.
I'm sorry?
That was my favorite scene in the whole movie.
So I have a fly that is driving me crazy, but can you envision a Ned Beatty scene where he says, don't you understand why this money has been taken out of circulation? This is what prevents inflation.
This is the cosmological, earth-wide, natural order of the things today. Oh, I imagine Dick Cheney giving a version of that speech to everybody back, 20 years ago when they were, when after 911 gave them license to start taking over the planet. So that was by the way.
But could an argument be made?
Yes.
Could an argument be made that there is a just throwing this out there, there's a genuine fear of inflation, and they think if they don't take money out of circulation, just take the 35 trillion and hide it in offshore accounts and just let it rot and collect mold, by keeping it out of circulation, you're preventing the world from having to carry wheelbarrows of dollars to buy a slice of bread.
But it's creating an inflation. This kind of nonsense is creating a level of inequality where normal people are priced out of homes, where price of food is going up for normal people, where healthcare and education is going up, where they say that there's zero inflation. Well, all this stuff has been going up the kind of mechanisms where people could improve their lives has been going up constantly for normal people. So I would say there may be some people who have convinced themselves, because you sort of have to, when you're doing something evil in the world, you know, your brain has to like make a logical edifice for you to sort of be able to, you know, sit back and justify it all. But the level of suffering that this is incurring, and it's just a raw exercise of power. You know, you asked a few minutes ago, like, you know, can we get a hold of Donald Trump's tax returns? Well, you know, we could have, but the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Richard Neal, decided not to ask for them when he could have at one point in this whole build-up to the. But the thing is that he won't, because he doesn't want to reveal his tax returns either. A lot of people don't want to reveal their tax returns. I've said it in other discussions, the problem people had trying to attack Donald Trump, the reason why all this energy into this, you know, fantastical Russiagate story was to try to get Trump on something that wouldn't implicate the entire system. And that's pretty much impossible, because Donald Trump is only possible because the system is the way it is.
Right.
And the system rewarded him. We knew for decades he was racist, he was criminal, all this stuff.
And laundering money for the mafia.
Yet, you know, even as recently as like 5 years ago, he's on The View giggling with, you know, Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg. They're all friends. They all know this about him. But, you know, as Elizabeth Taylor once said, money is the best deodorant. You know, you're rich enough and just people want to hang out with you. And that's our system. And furthermore, it's not our system, just our system. It's our internalized morality for a lot of people. I had one topic I wanted to talk about, if we can veer just, you know.
Whatever you want.
So, you know, there was a much ballyhooed announcement by Merck. Their big news about this molnupiravir, which is a drug. It was a drug, I looked it up. It was actually developed by Emory University. And of course, in conjunction with the pharma, because all the taxpayer supported research gets funneled through private industry, through these private public partnerships. So it was to treat Ebola and a whole host of diseases. And like a lot of drugs like ivermectin, they were looking into repurposing it for purposes to bring down the morality. There really isn't I was going to say generically, there just really isn't much therapeutics against COVID. I mean, they've tried all kinds of things, monoclonal antibodies. I mean,
Really? Some monoclonal, that works.
It works somewhat. Well, you know, remdesivir, which was ballyhooed, I mean, that was approved by the FDA. The big study came out from the Lancet 2 weeks ago that showed that, I mean, the kind of study that needs to be done with ivermectin and all these other things, you just need a very broad-based study with a group that can assess, that can take all of these smaller studies and properly weight all of them for a result. And they came up to the conclusion that this doesn't do anything at all. Plus, unlike ivermectin, which literally billions of doses have been given out over the years, you know, for other purposes, it has some serious side effects. But my point was that there were two things about this, and people can go to this Matt Taibbi's Substack. He does the kind of investigative reporting that he had been doing for the Rolling Stone. Now he's kind of an independent. But the problem was, and he pointed out that over a year ago, this drug could have been released to the public. Now, I have to caution everybody with a grain of salt. This was an announcement by Merck. They have presented it at a professional conference. It has not been peer reviewed. But already the Bush administration is signing contracts with them, marking up their costs of production by like 50 to 100-fold, which is the other problem with this capitalistic system, hybrid public-private partnerships, is that this was publicly financed research, and Merck stands to gain a windfall because it's finally being approved. Now, why wasn't
they own ivermectin as well, Merck?
Yeah, but ivermectin is now generic. They don't have the patent on it anymore. That's why it's been used. Now you can. I haven't looked closely at the study, but India is now just becoming vaccinated. Several months ago, they were leading the world, and they had up over like 400,000 new cases a day. So they didn't have the vaccine, and the world leaders didn't get their act together to like mass produce the vaccine early this year. So they used, they shut down. They were using local treatments. They used ivermectin in New Delhi, and the case rate went down substantially. Now, you have to look into it. I mean, you can't just, correlation isn't causality. That has to be looked at very carefully.
But
the thing is that
let me just say something about India and ivermectin. It's used to treat the river blindness in India. So it's a poisoned study that's coming out of India because it's so.
Okay. But it wasn't,
I know. We don't
have these studies yet on ivermectin, but it's cheap.
I don't want to get into the ivermectin thing, please.
But what I'm saying is, you don't even have. But it's cheap. There's a whole cadre of drugs that are cheap and generic. Part of the scam of pharmaceutical companies is that they will come up with kind of a new delivery system of a drug that's been around forever, and then they kind of scam it with the insurance companies and the hospitals that this is what people are going to get. I'm
and
a little
new
testy
patent.
about that.
It becomes a new patent.
Yeah, it comes in a new patent. Look, anybody who's honest, they say, well, we research, we do the groundbreaking research. They do very little of the sort. Big pharmaceutical companies do not have 10 to 15-year horizons for real groundbreaking type of R&D. That gets done at universities and labs, and they partner with these companies. But it is a scam, and I'm a little testy about that because I had a personal issue. A friend of mine who is taking Plavix. It's basically the kind of medication you take when you've had mini strokes to prevent you having strokes. And her insurance company discontinued her being able to get it. She goes to the pharmacy to pick it up, and they've discontinued it for her. Well, but can I get something else? No. She had to get her doctor to get another drug, and have another pharmacy fill it out. In the meantime, she has spent several days without this medication. We had to take her to the hospital because she was and I was literally in the hospital screaming at people.
This is what happened. Henry's mother came on the show to talk about MS and the same exact thing with the drug that the insurance company the
fact that it was the insurance company making this call for my friend who needed this, basically life-altering type medication, life-saving type medication. So anyway, to tie this in with the previous, we have a culture and morality that is just normalized. Like, of course, these hedge funds and these companies, hedge funds that have nothing to do with, pharmaceuticals, need to make their money off of publicly financed medications.
Just so we're clear, this new drug to treat COVID came out of federal funding through Emory University.
Right.
And Merck didn't do the R&D.
No, they did not do the R&D. But they took it over. They were looking for a big buyer. Now, why don't we have a national chain of laboratories? Because we know these diseases are coming. The government should have just picked this up. But no, they wanted to have the big backer and people with finance, and it's such a perversion. And so instead of getting the drug relatively cheaply per dose, if you were just working directly with the university or the company that helped the university package it, no, we've got to go through this BMF and jack up the price 50 to 100-fold, which the Biden administration now is willing to pay for that. And of course, their stock went up. this week, and it's such a system of inverse percentage incentives that it just drives me crazy. And the idea that the other thing that Matt Taibbi was talking about was part of the problem with its being held up, and this was during the Trump administration, was that there were warring factions in the CDC that, well, this might help, but we don't want people to believe that there's a drug that can help them because, we eventually want people to get vaccinated. Well, this is the kind of thing that makes people not trust anything at all that the government comes up with. Because, the government is treating us like children that can't make adult decisions. Like, Fauci comes out and says masks not only don't do anything, they're harmful. Well, for a normal person who doesn't have the time to dig into all this stuff and research it, this is a public official saying this, and now they're saying the opposite. And this is the kind of thing that just erodes confidence. And, the fact that our agencies, the FDA, and are so embedded in this culture of we've got to pay off these enormous behemoth companies and their hedge funds. I mean, the company that came out with Moderna, like 6 billionaires got like $12 billion because of the money that we spent on them. That was these were hedge funds that had invested in this company that, hadn't had a product to market in all the years of their existence. And this was their big opportunity.
Let me show you more about the lie here.
Yeah?
Okay. I understand a little bit about the stock market, a little. This is Merck. Okay. Now they're killing us. Merck, I'll show you Pfizer in a second.
Uh-huh.
Merck has a stranglehold over Congress. We can't negotiate with Merck when it comes to drug prices. And the argument at the most craven level is, well, it's because the people who own stock in Merck are making a fortune. But look at this. In 1990 something, Merck sold at what, 85? And then you go 21 years later, it's selling at 77. It really has not, if you had bought stock, if you wanted to capitalize on greed and murder and bought Merck, you would have collected a dividend of 3.5% a year, which is better than putting your money in a bank. But if you had bought Merck 20 years ago, it would have been a push, not a great investment.
Well, yes, if you were a little
you
normal, buyer of stock, that might have been true. But what have their executives been making over the years? What are the bones?
Exactly.
That's the question to ask.
Let me show you Pfizer. This is another lie that nobody talks about in Washington, that, we're told that, buy stock in Pfizer and then you can get in on the murder of Americans. Look at Pfizer. Let me print this out. This is unbelievable. If you bought stock in Pfizer.
Are you making stock picks for us here, David?
Yes, I'm violating. Well, you brought up somebody brought up ivermectin. This is Pfizer. July 18th, 1997, it was selling at 18. It peaked at 40 in 96, 97. You could get it for $40. It's the same price in 22 years, paying a dividend of 3.5. So you're getting a little dividend.
You have to understand, David,
that they're not reflecting if the stock split.
No. This is not with the splits, Professor.
It's not. So
no, but what I'm saying, but David, this is just the rigged market price of all these things. Where are they getting their money? Through the billions of dollars that our country subsidizes all of these companies. with their public-private partnerships. And
They must be paying, Professor Marianne,
Yes.
this is not accounting for splits. Pfizer in,
Okay.
this is in 1999. It's on January 8th, it sold for $38.60. 20 years, 1 year, it's selling for $39. It just didn't move. All you did was collect, if you were lucky, a 3% dividend.
Yeah, if you were a normal person just trading stocks, or in your, us little folk with our tiny little amounts in our mutual funds, that may or may not be there when we retire. It's yeah. But look, I mean, does the stock market ever reflect?
Here's the thing, Pfizer and Merck, if you're going to kill Americans and not allow Medicare to negotiate with you, at the least you could do is be a successful company.
You share your profits. Yeah. Well,
they're not a successful company. All this evil that they promote, and there's
not in any normal sense. I mean, look, Moderna was a company that sold nothing for over 12 years. Yet, their stock prices were substantial. They had they had financing through the market. They had, capital formation through the markets, but it's an inside game, and they know their players. And that's basically what, you're seeing.
So nobody benefits other than the top 1% of the stockholders. In other words, the CEOs and the board of directors get all the money, and then Congress gets the rest of it. And the people who own stock in these companies are left holding the bag, and they deserve it because they were investing in death.
And evil, yeah.
And evil.
Well,
not even a good investment.
People have been kind of harshing on Manchin and Sinema, who I believe are only doing what the Dem leadership wants them to do, but that's another story. I mean, the person responsible, who's the biggest holdup for being able to negotiate Medicare prices, is Bob Menendez. And he's chair of the subcommittee that is, controls this part of the reconciliation bill in the Senate, and he doesn't want anything to do with the government being able to negotiate drug prices. Of course, he will mouth these talking points like, well, that'll kill innovation. Except that all the innovation to first order is going on in universities, or in some cases, national labs. It's a tight little system. It's a completely sealed, tight little system. And even there's maybe one or two people like Alan Grayson for a while, and Bernie Sanders remarkably for over 30 years, can swim in this system, not be corrupted by it or influenced by it, and still try to push it in the right direction. But it's like a system that has to fundamentally be broken apart.
One thing I'll say about Exxon, I just looked it up. 6% annual dividend.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So at least they're, you get something.
Well, they've got a real product that really gets consumed every single day.
That's a good return on destroying the planet.
Yeah. And why would anybody want to mess up a nice situation if you're the one that's
6% a year? Well,
I would warn you. You got to look at the total return. So the change in the value of the stock and the dividend together, because if the price of the stock's going down and you're getting paid a nice dividend, you could still be losing money or having not so great return.
Almost as if the stock market price of the share didn't have much to do with the actual underlying value.
Hey, you know what would be fun to do? We have physicists here and mathematicians to create the Feldman Index, and it's a basket of stocks that are the worst of the worst, the most 30 evil. What are the 30 worst stocks that you could purchase? And then
morally evil or the worst performing, because
the morally evil.
Oh, okay. Because if it was the worst performing, I bet I could be very good at picking. Expert.
I've got a long track record of doing that. Yeah.
What if there's a mathematician? I wonder if Paul LeBeau could do this, because it's to create an index, you have to weight them in a certain way. But we pick 30 of the most evil companies in America, and actually create an index that we can measure each day. So when I give the weather, and the Feldman Index is up 2% today, and it's just would be the tobacco, oil, insurance. It would basically be the Dow Jones Industrial. It's basically the Dow Jones Industrial Average, is what it is. It's just I don't think there's one company that. What is on your mind, Professor Beck?
Oh, well, I just wanted to comment on something that you asked Professor Cummings earlier, which was, about the wealthy. And, there's some people arguing, well, we have to give this money to the wealthy so they can sequester it and hoard it so we don't get inflation. Right. But in reality, the way that you prevent inflation is to tax that money, right? That's taking it out of the economy. The government is taking that money supply out of the economy and will slow things down. When you leave it in the hands of these oligarchs, what you're doing is causing massive speculation in assets. So real estate, stocks, bonds, derivatives, all this stuff. And you are destabilizing the economy because it's not being invested in productive ways. It's just being thrown at these assets and trying to drive them up. And, if you're interested in driving up the price of fine art, expensive wines, then you're doing a great job by giving this to the wealthy and not taxing.
And you mentioned something, Professor Vick, is that when you have so many people just left out of this economy through this massive inequality, you really plummet real productivity. You've got millions and millions of people who are just unemployed or underemployed, who could be, set to work in our healthcare system, revamping our energy system and transport. I mean, it's like all this untapped potential, and but it's sitting there dormant. So you just have all this money chasing after smaller and smaller, amounts of stuff.
Right. We have to have Paul LeBeau on.
Yes.
With the Alliance for Just Money, and we should do it this Thursday. There's so much financial illiteracy that I have. There's financial literacy, and then there's illiteracy about the Fed and money, and Paul has done such a great job in the past. It's very dry. We should probably have him on at the end of the show, and I'll see. Today is Thursday, so it would be Monday's show, or a week from now. According to Paul, the only person who ever was able to explain it to me was Jamie Raskin's wife on the Ralph Nader radio show. Like, I had this moment of clarity when it came to the Fed, where she just explained it all, and it went through. Paul claims I understood it for one brief shining moment. So yes, now is the time, because he just contradicted the idea that taxation takes money out of circulation.
Right. So I wanted to address that if I could. So it depends what the government
First of all, raise your voice, and I will not allow people not to attack people personally here. You have to attack Paul. Please.
Let me tell you something, Paul.
There you go. Thank
you. So the government could take it out of circulation by paying off debt. Right. So if the economy is running too hot, there's too much money in circulation, the velocity of money is high, the government could tax and pay down debt. That would take money out of the economy. The government could also invest the money that it taxes into infrastructure, into job programs, into services, and that would inject money into the economy. So it depends what the government does with it.
Yeah, I remember when Clinton was leaving office, we had a budget surplus. They couldn't print treasuries, and the surplus terrified the Republicans. And George W. Bush, when he was debating Al Gore, said, when there's a surplus, that's just an opportunity for mischief. You cannot trust the government with a surplus budget. They'll just spend it the wrong way.
Yeah, they might like start a war or something with all that money.
Well, we only do that on credit, Adnan.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right. You lower tax. Anyway, we should, it would take, well, anyway, I would do an entire show on money. I'm so ignorant when it comes, there are things I think I know, and that's the way they want it. Professor Marianne Cummings, what's on your mind?
Well, I sort of mentioned that little bit about Merck's new wonder drug, but there was something else that, when it goes back to something you said very early on, is that, the power comes through Congress. And power does come through Congress to really change things. That's why some progressives were kind of upset that the people that we brought to Congress did not take advantage of this unique opportunity with Democrats in charge, but with razor thin majorities where their collective votes could be leveraged to set policy. And Ilhan Omar, as I said on the show before, said as much. 5 brave progressives can set policy in this country. And when they demurred and they wanted to play the game, and they were, they're surrounded by all these people, it's very hard to resist. It is induced a level of frustration with people. Now, I read an article where the Justice Dems collectively have paid $13 million into these DNC consulting firms since 2019, just in the last couple of years. Now, remember, Nomiki Konst had a great moment when she was on the Unity Committee. Remember that? When she called it out, she discovered that over $800 million of the money that the DNC had collected in that last election cycle with Hillary Clinton went to 5 consultants. So, and who are these consultants? These are guys that are, or gals, that are just normalizing the whole political discussion. And it's just a hive of them around DC that are making fabulous amounts of money. And that's just basically the power structure of that's why, they would have rather risked losing to Trump twice, which they did twice, than see Bernie Sanders as the nominee, because Bernie Sanders would have truly, rattled that whole system of influence.
And let's demonize them. Are these the Lincoln Project guys? Who are these consultants? Who are they?
Let's see. Center for Responsive Politics during the midterm elections, the super PACs and hybrid PACs gave $550 million to the 10 highest paid consultants. The firm Knickerbocker received $70 million in their services.
And who are they?
Do I know them personally? No, but these are fixtures in Washington, D.C. Usually, according to this article, which is on Don Telly's Substack, they are people that have been legislative aides, people who have, there's always a cloud around every single senator or congressperson, people who are their aides, people who talk, people who talk to the institutional people, people like Lawrence O'Donnell. And Lawrence O'Donnell was he was Moynihan's chief of staff for a number of years. And people will go from there to these firms, like consultancy firms or lobbyists. They'll also go to these, campaign consultancy firms. So it's a whole ecosystem of people that are just.
There was a story out, yeah. Professor Hanley, I don't know if you saw this, but there was a story. They did a post-mortem on the 2020 election and how the Democratic Party wasted like 80%, I don't have the figure right, but something like 80% of the television advertising, which is such a big chunk, they wasted all of it. They were advertising in the wrong markets. They weren't advertising on social media.
And it's not accountable. It's like running a tab. It is literally drunken sailors. And the problem, of course, is that some people got real smart about how to run ad revenue, or not so much ad revenue. It's about this whole targeting fetish is actually kind of interesting, because there's a difference between market saturation and targeting. And well, Alan Minsky can talk more about that. I just think this is the real scandal.
In the Democratic Party, the consultants who get a cut of television advertising, that's their money. Who is it? Axe? Who's the guy who has the show, the Axe Files?
Axelrod, the Axe, yeah.
Axelrod.
David Axelrod
Was furious at Obama because in 2012 he felt he deserved a cut of the TV budget, and Obama said, "Not going to do it, Dave." And Dave went into a depression because he felt he was entitled to a percentage of the
well, the standard is 15%. That's the inverse that's the incentive for these people. They get 15% commission typically.
They say, Axelrod says, let me get a 15% cut because I can buy it in bulk and I'll save you money. And then they go, oh, I got Obama elected. Let me run your congressional campaign. I'll get 15% of your ad buys. And they put all their money into television advertising that does nothing, that goes into markets that don't even reach the congressional district you're trying to elect.
Yeah, that incentivizes them to do more television advertising. It's insane.
But I mean, it's just
be compensated that way.
This is just this little agreement, a very small number of people, and they have managed to spin a yarn that the plebes out here take as, wisdom, conventional wisdom, and they're just, it's working for them.
Yeah. On this show, we have to wrap it up. I tell people, don't give money to candidates who are supported by the Democratic Party. Support the rogue candidates who blew America, Howie Klein supports. And in an ideal world, I would tell people, do not give to charity. Don't donate to your alma mater. Don't donate to your high school. Don't donate to candidates. Pay your taxes. Vote in politicians who will make sure that our government funds the elections. There was a time when the government was funding presidential elections. Obama was instrumental in making that prohibitive. The government should fund our elections. The government should be funding everything, because it's the only place where there is transparency, where you can go to the public square and say, no, I want to see where this money is going. There is no transparency at the Clinton Foundation or at the Red Cross or at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The Ford Foundation pays 6, 7 figures to their executives. Nobody in the government is making 6 or 7 figures. Instead of giving to charity, our government should be demanding that Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos take their money out of their offshore accounts, or South Dakota and Delaware, pay what they owe, and then we have a discussion about how money should be spent in this country. We have plenty of money. We have plenty of money. We don't need to raise taxes. We need to enforce the laws that are already on the books.
We need to raise taxes for other reasons, but not to raise money.
Yeah, to deny people the power. You raise taxes on the rich to shut them up so that their kids, as Ann Richards once say, are born on third base and think they hit a triple. We have the phenomenon of trust fund babies who are born on third base and think they hit a triple. You're nothing. You're the worst of the worst. If you are a trust fund baby, you are a scumbag. Sorry for that language. Sorry. I apologize. I'd give anything for my kids to be trust fund baby. I would.
But the real hard, David, is that it's not just the children of the oligarchs, but it's their descendants many generations downstream. That's who they're looking out for. Right?
Read Timothy Noah in The New Republic. He talks about this. There used to be laws on the book that prevented what are called perpetuity trusts, so that something like 20 years after the youngest beneficiary died, all the money in the trust would become subject to taxation. Now they've rewritten the laws in places like South Dakota and Delaware, and I don't understand any of this, but you now have perpetuity trusts that can keep billions, generational trust, keeping billions from the government, breeding pretty much the same aristocracy that destroyed the British Empire.
At least in the past, you'd have to start a foundation that had some apparently charitable purpose and good works, and put your kids into being the directors of it on very fine salaries. Now I guess they're dispensing with even the fig leaf of some kind of social benefit and social, it's not like the Carnegies and so on, where at least they, build big museums, and so on. Now you don't even have to worry about being ashamed of your wealth. You can keep it all, it seems.
Right. And here's the thing that's, Ben Burgess and Michael Brooks taught me to follow Glenn Beck and Tucker Carlson, follow the enemy, see what they're saying. That includes reading the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times and the Economist and learning their vocabulary. If we don't understand what the richest 1% is doing for themselves, we'll never understand what they're doing to us. There's so many things we don't understand. And because we don't understand it, they get away with it. We need to know about finance and all this stuff, and want the very same thing they want, and that is their money. We have to demand their money. That's what we have to come for, their money, not their homes, not their art, their money. We have to aggressively tax the richest 1% out of existence.
I think democracy depends on it, David.
Yeah.
I think it would be a real coup if you could get a trust lawyer on your show to talk about these things. It might be difficult to do
without me calling him a cocksucker.
Yeah, try to keep that off the air.
I can go maybe 30 seconds without calling him a murderer. You're the reason 20% of children have food insecurity.
Save that for the end of the interview.
Yeah. We have to wrap it up. Thank you, professors. It's an honor. I cleansed the palate earlier, so.
You could stick Jackie Martling on the trust lawyer. That could be interesting.
Here's the thing about Jackie. I will get people, that joke was bad, but you listened to the whole thing, didn't you? Like you were, some of those jokes were offensive, but you heard the whole thing. Thank you. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast, please. Guerrilla History, please. And Professor Ann Lee, it's great to have you here. And I promise you, Hannah and I worked on an intro that I couldn't access. Professor Jonathan Bick, thank you so much as always. Professor Marianne Cummings, you're incredible. You are a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois, and it's you're an inspiration to all of us. What you're
Changing
doing.
the world around here, David.
Yep, you are so thank you. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Follow us on Facebook. No, it's friend. How's it work, Alan? It's friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, and we are doing highlights of the show on Twitter. We're putting little 2-minute clips up on Twitter. So please subscribe to my Twitter feed. I have very few followers on Twitter, but we're putting video up there anyway.
More, yeah.
Yeah, I could use more followers. It's like high school. I want to relive high school on Twitter. Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. And is Professor Harvey J. Kaye coming? What are we?
We see his name printed, yes.
There he is, Professor Harvey J. Kaye. So, Professor Harvey J. Kaye is the author of FDR on Democracy and Take Hold of Our History. And Alan Minsky, and it's a perfect combination that they came up with. And I always start with Professor Kaye, but let me ask Alan Minsky about the Pandora Papers.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Here's my theory. Here, because you understand economics. If I said this earlier, and then I'll shut up about the Pandora Papers. If we got to sit in the Federal Reserve and screamed about the $35 trillion that we know of from the Pandora Papers that are being kept from governments around the world, wouldn't the Federal Reserve, wouldn't Ned Beatty stand over me like he did in Network and say, "You fool, you idiot, put away your pablum, here is the reality." They are doing a service to our economy by taking that money out of circulation. What do you think the Federal Reserve does when it raises interest rates? We're taking money out of circulation. When you put money into an offshore account, or South Dakota or Delaware, and keep it hidden and allow mold to grow on that cash, you're keeping money out of circulation and you're preventing inflation. Without these tax shelters, you would have to put a wheelbarrow's worth of cash down to buy a slice of bread. And I'd go, oh, I guess things are more complicated than I thought. How do I become one of you?
The whole logic of
Is that true? Is that true what I just said?
The whole logic of neoliberal monetary theory is basically predicated on the idea that the working class will remain underpaid and financially precarious. Okay?
Because why?
Because anything else per their logic will produce inflation.
So this is all about repairing the 70s, never to return to 1970s era inflation.
That's
right?
Definitely, once you move past the post-Volcker shock era, the high inflation rates of the 1980s, and we settle into a regime that is to their liking, that has what they see as stability, where the adjustments are made according to the monetary policy of the central bankers.
So is it not true I have a grand unifying theory here, Professor Harvey J.K. This is my grand, that the 1% of the richest 1% care about two things: hoarding their money and fighting inflation. That's all they care about. Keeping their money and fighting inflation, so that when
don't forget, they're gonna hate, right? Inflation. What happens with inflation is that their holdings become less valuable as well.
And they have to make risky bets to keep up with inflation. So they're for anything. So when OPEC raises, well, go ahead. Well,
but also, where's the inflation risks that we've seen? I mean, right now we have supply chain related inflation, and we all see certain things are more expensive on the shelves of stores. Gasoline for the last 6 decades has been a big driver of U.S. inflation, oil prices actually. So we can expect turbulence there, but there really hasn't been significant inflation outside of things that disproportionately impact, middle income, working class households, like the cost of healthcare, education, et cetera, right? Those have had huge amounts of inflation. Oh yeah, and housing, particularly in markets which have vibrant economies. So yes, there is inflation. It's just not the inflation that impacts their holdings. And that's what they're particularly focused upon. So that logic has to be broken, and it's going to require some breaking of eggs and some degree of turbulence. I mean, one of the problems we all face on the left is, how do we want a pathway out of this? What is the best pathway out of this? What's on the table right now? And I think we're just in this period. People keep citing Nick Brana and the frustrations people have with the contemporary Democratic Party, which are very, very understandable. But nonetheless, right now, post Bernie Sanders, the squad, I think people's frustrations with the Democratic Party should be pronounced right now, because we've come closer to getting something halfway decent out of them for the first time in ages.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Nick Brana, is he the Bernie supporter who formed the People's Party?
Movement for a People's Party. It's just an absolute waste of everybody's time and energy.
And is he a grifter?
I can't speak to that. It's just a terrible strategy for contemporary American politics. So
let me ask.
But to get back to inflation, to get back to your question about inflation, it's a tricky thing. How do we bust ourselves out of this? One thing we do know is we want to contain the things that are costly for working and middle-class households. Of course, that is central to the Sanders agenda around healthcare and education costs. We see that. There's not really a very clear, direct strategy that's been presented to the public around containing housing costs. That's something that has to be there, but contain costs for working class households and lift the wages of working class households, and then see what happens. That's the strategy right now. It's prevailing strategy. It's likely to produce too much inflation to make even Janet Yellen be comfortable at all of her soirees.
Professor Harvey J.K., Mike Nichols gave an interview.
This is too much fun. I like being passive.
No, and I got to finish my thought. You're asking me a complex question. I just gave a little quip about Yellen to make her uncomfortable with her soirees, but to make nobody else even remotely uncomfortable. That's how little inflation there have been outside of those big ticket items.
Right.
On the shelf inflation over the past 3 decades has been so marginal, with the overproduction of commodities and overproduction of food supply. Supply chains have been working through the, again, very unfair regime that we've been living in, but inflation is not a major worry right now.
Okay, so I agree with you. There's inflation when it comes to medicine and education, but critical race theory is bogus. Forcing people to take vaccines is bogus. But
white supremacy is great. I mean, what are you getting at? Yeah.
I'm getting at here's what I'm getting at, and it's about inflation. We need to know what the enemy, the richest 1%, wants, what they fear. And then we have to take it from them. You cannot coexist with the richest 1%. And I'm not talking about Marxist dogma. I'm talking about capitalism. I'm talking about, just taxation in capitalism. We have to take from the richest 1% what they have and what they want legally. Professor
We all
Harvey,
wore, supposed to American flags, we all wore little guillotines.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about rewriting the tax code.
What a great, hey, you know what? There's a moneymaker there if you want.
Yeah, there we go. I think
Yeah.
so.
You know the Americana shops at like Dulles Airport and places like that. Can you imagine inside there? The pins would be the guillotine pin.
Well, I have tens of listeners, and I have a responsibility not to promote insurrection. We're better than the deplorables of January 6th. We can rewrite the tax code. We're better than they are. But I want to ask Professor Harvey J. Kaye, what is it that the richest 1% want? What are they keeping from us? What is their Achilles heel? I think it's inflation. I think even though, as Alan just said, it's a bogus fear, kind of like critical race theory, I think the richest 1% really believe that inflation is out to get them. What do you think the richest 1% fear losing?
Well, I would say that they would probably, well, ultimately they would fear just losing everything. Okay. So the richest 1%, for example, didn't welcome the likes of Reagan, even though Reagan ended up being a hero to the 1%. They didn't like him. In other words, the richest 1%, forget the likes of Branson and Bezos, forget those guys who look like they're adventurers going off into space. Forget that. The billionaires out there, they just don't want instability. That's what they don't want. They fear instability, and in politics they really. I mean, I think you have to understand they really did not want Bernie Sanders to be president. I mean, it came down to that.
Instability because
he would have, number one, because he represented all the evils of democracy, basically, okay? The fact that the people might actually then heavily tax, okay, the 1%, just as, by the way, for what it's worth, a goodly number of the founders wanted to make sure that we didn't get into this very kind of situation. And they
primogeniture.
What's that?
They got rid of primogeniture.
Right. That's right, exactly. Then, so they fear that. They fear the possibility of labor resurrecting. Why? Because it's not simply a matter of they would have to pay their workers more, because they don't give a shit. I mean, they could afford $15 an hour. They could afford all that stuff. What they really do fear is the organization of labor, because they know that when labor is organized, social democracy will ensue. That's exactly what would happen. And unfortunately, right now, we seem to have things out of order. So right now, we're pursuing by necessity, arguably, this dual track infrastructure social democracy plan, when probably, in spite of what everyone would think, the first thing we probably should have done is pass the PRO Act.
And remind us what the PRO Act is, please.
That's the act that would have re-empowered workers to organize, and it would have broken the South's right to work states and opened that to labor organizing.
And the parts that are in the reconciliation package do not include the element that Harvey just cited.
Yeah.
Though it does allow there to be actually financial penalties given out by the National Labor Relations Board, which won't make some companies happy.
Yeah, and right now the National Labor Relations Board is more dynamic than I can recall in decades almost, but it's just really beginning. More importantly, at the same time, there really is a wave of labor activism across the country right now, which the mainstream media is just not just not addressing. You can find it at the American Prospect. Harold Meyerson has been writing about it.
The payday,
Krista Ball has been talking about it. I mean, a lot of us have noticed it a lot, but when it comes to folks with larger audiences, it's only now really resonating. The Amazon case was the only one that really got attention. And of course, we know where that ended up.
The old David Feldman out in Los Angeles. David, you and I would be putting on our walking shoes and we'd be walking the picket lines with our Yahtzee brothers and sisters and comrades.
Kellogg's is going on strike. People should give money to Mike Elk. Go to Payday Report. Mike Elk is the best labor reporter out there. Payday Report keeps track of every strike that's going on. Mike Elk, I once asked him to do the show, and he's so tired covering. I mean, he subscribe to his newsletter. Do you know who Mike Elk is?
I
do. Yes, he's great.
He tried to unionize Politico, which by the way just got sold for $1 billion, and he got some settlement from the NLRB, and he took that money to build Payday Report, which does a better job keeping track of the strikes in America than our labor department.
Oh, sidebar I see John Stewart has a new show somewhere or something like that.
Yes, it's called Let's Squash the Unions.
Organize it, what?
On that front, before this segment ends, I got a little thing I want to bring up with David, but let's keep the conversation rolling to your liking. David, you're the host. Take it away.
No, go ahead.
Okay, look,
Alan told me
we're going to
definitely
have this. We're going to have this thing called the COP26 event happening in Glasgow, and the United States is going to go there and it's going to posture like it's a leader on combating climate change. Well, we still subsidize domestic fossil fuel development, and right now in the Senate, in Wyden's committee, he's proposing the elimination of domestic fossil fuel subsidies. The House, through Ways and Means, did not. This was not Manchin or Sinema.
That's Richie Neal.
Yeah, it was Richie Neal, and no one's even really clear how it came that it didn't go through in the House. But this is absolute BS. And Feldman, I'll be hitting you up in the next few days to see what you can do to direct me towards, whether it's Mars producers or John Oliver's producers. We got to get these guys on this subject because this is an outrage going into COP26. The United States cannot posture as a climate leader when we are directly funding domestic fossil fuel subsidies. We're continuing to do it. The ones that are on the books, look them up in the tax code, folks. They're from 1916 and 1926, respectively.
Now, explain what this means, subsidizing the oil.
You want to go out, you want to do an oil well. This is literal. You want to dig into the earth. You're going to go buy the capital to do that. That's all going to be written off. It's all going to be subsidized. It's directly in the tax code.
So if I invest, because the financial illiteracy that I have, and I was just saying this before you guys arrived, we cannot fight the 1% if we don't understand the tools they use to oppress us. So I spend $1 million to drill for oil, right?
Yeah.
So I'm drilling in North Dakota. I have to hire these people. We need prostitutes, a chef.
You don't get to write off the prostitutes. You get to write off the actual capital purchases for the physical drilling of the oil well.
I can't write off the prostitute. What kind of country is this?
Yeah, it's pretty horrible. Yeah.
So I spend $1 million, and then the next year, the oil I sell, I make $2 million off the oil, and off the top, I say I only made $1 million because I write off the capital. Is that how it works?
David, I'm going to put the actual code, the actual reference to it, right there.
You're not going to make me read. Explain it as though you would explain it to a 7-year-old, because
a
that's
subsidy
basically
enacted in
who you're talking.
1916 allowing many fossil fuel producers to deduct 100% of many costs associated with extraction. That's section 263C. And then the next one is a subsidy enacted in 1926 that allows many producers to deduct 15% of gross income annually which often results in a deduction greater than the value of actual assets.
Okay, so it's called a subsidy. We call it a subsidy, but it really is a tax deduction.
Yes. But it occurs when you start producing oil.
So it would be
Go
the
on.
equivalent of, because I don't understand all this stuff. So
The point is if you cut these subsidies, and the 7 Texas Democrats who wrote that letter, at which point Neil's committee didn't put them in, they did eliminate some international subsidies, which actually have been giving out more money or giving away more money on account of them. But those were relatively new.
Well, hang on, you're confusing the issue here. And this is why people don't understand this stuff.
I can do it very simple.
The federal government isn't giving Exxon money, they're taxing it less. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have a language problem here. Here's why we can't win. You're calling something a subsidy because you think that makes it worse than a deduction, but people don't understand this. You're basically allowing the oil companies to deduct everything from their tax, not pay taxes, is what you're saying.
Well, again, if you build an oil well and you've done it in a place where there's oil in the ground and you get to write off everything that you had to do to build that oil well, you're going to make money from what's in the ground. If you take away that tax deduction, that oil well is not going to happen at the same rate that it's happening now.
You're not going to make as much money if you take away the deduction.
But people wouldn't even build oil wells at this point in a lot of those cases. So it's really driving the continued growth of the industry that we no longer can have if we're going to.
So don't you think, as executive director of the Progressive Democrats of America, we have a communication problem?
I think it's always tricky to communicate this, and any way to say that it can be communicated better is always helpful. And this is why I'd love to get, John Oliver out there dressed up like J.D. Rockefeller in 1916.
But why can't we explain things simpler?
Look, the way that things resonate with the public is, okay, there are certain things like
calling it a subsidy, to me, unless I'm wrong, is twisting language and creating confusion. It's not a subsidy.
Unfortunately, PDA is a player at the table of about 20 organizations that drive this stuff. We sit at that table with them. The Greenpeace 350.org, Food and Water Watch, Friends of the Earth, Sierra Club, even League of Conservation Voters on this one. And they were all using the term subsidies. So
it's linguistic gymnastics that allows the other side to do a jujitsu.
No, just because all you want the simplest direct communication on this is like, we're paying for the production of fossil fuels.
Professor Harvey J.K., when you simplify that and say we're paying for the production of fossil fuels, the fossil fuel industry succeeds in coming back and explaining that it isn't a subsidy, and it creates.
They don't want the public to even know it exists, David. We'll win that in a second. The minute they bite on it,
let's move on.
The minute they bite on that, we have a big victory.
Well, I have a problem with the way we communicate on the left.
I hear you.
Yeah, Professor
Don't
K.
like to subsidize subsidence?
Yes. Now, the carried interest loophole. Harvey J.K., Professor.
You're going to ask me that shit I don't even know about.
Come on, the carried interest loophole, which is
the carried interest, man. I don't even.
It's hedge funds. I don't know it, but I just know that we have to get rid of it to get rid of trust fund babies who.
You know what? You know why I'm a socialist? Because then I don't have to worry about this stuff. I just say, take it.
Hey, look, John Hayes just posted it right in the chat that a subsidy is regularly referred to. A tax break is regularly referred to as a subsidy. And again, Feldman, you can hit me up on this point again, but I'm going to hit you up in the next few days for some legal stuff. Good.
All right. Professor Harvey J.K., I asked you a month ago, where will we be in a month with this important infrastructure? Build Back Better. What do you see happening with Build Back Better? I've seen you be optimistic. I've seen you be pessimistic. What are you disgusted?
Actually, I'll tell you what. You know what? I'm going to read to you something I wrote this morning when I was feeling a bit. I'm going to read to you something. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was going to post this anywhere. So you ready?
Yes.
I must confess that I've come to believe that I am, in the words of Jackson Browne, running on empty. I know how reactionary and truly anti-democratic the right has become. I see how determined establishment Democrats are to simply crush the Democratic left. And I recognize in my own deep sense of the radicalism of American history and America's promise has come to be all too often scorned by all too many on the so-called left. So I guess I'm propelled by inertia right now.
Harvey, I think that's going to snap back around. It always does, and it will again.
Talk closer to the microphone, sir.
The United States of America is, don't forget, a lot of what's been driving the blowback on the left against the United States and its history and its traditions, and the positive portion of that history, right, has been a reckoning, obviously, and an overdue reckoning with race and racism. Okay, still, we come out of that. The United States of America will be then, as it is now, and ever increasingly so, the most diverse country in the history of the world by an order of magnitude. Nothing comes even close. I know there's ways that ethnographers identify diversity. That's a bunch of hokum. There's never been a country that has people from whose 2 generations ago their families lived in East Asia, Africa, Central Asia, all over the world, Latin America, of course, and now are living in the domestic United States of America. So the very critique that is driving a challenge on the traditions that you so celebrate, I think will actually fuel a rebirth of a consideration of the radical traditions of the United States, the democratic traditions of the United States, and the promises therein that you are such an excellent historian of. So I'm not so pessimistic. I do think it's a tricky phase to hold the lines that you hold around certain figures who may seem to be under attack. But, slavery wouldn't have been eliminated if Abraham Lincoln hadn't raised a Union army to attack the South. And I don't think anybody else was around.
There are law,
I don't think anybody else was around in a position to achieve that at that time. So.
Okay, I'll just mention to you that there are laws. There are bills proposed in this state, in the Senate and the Assembly, which are seemingly targeted at critical race theory, which, by the way, talk about an empty term, critical race theory. It's just empty. Nevertheless, so it's built around that, and they've framed it. You would not, the language is absolutely brilliant. They framed it in classic civil rights language. Okay. And what they've done is
taking hold of our history.
Well, they're about to take hold of our history in this state. It may get vetoed by our Democratic governor, but that will just make Democrats look bad, period.
So I interrupted you. So they're
no. So in other words, okay. So, but it's the idea that there should be nothing taught in schools. This is what I'm paraphrasing, but this is the point. Nothing taught in schools that implies the superiority of any race or people. Blah 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 blah. It sounds great, right? But actually, it also leads leads students to believe that they are somehow that this generation is somehow responsible for what's transpired in the past. I mean, it's an astonishing kind of twist.
Well, the one in Texas, I don't mean to interrupt you. The one in Texas, I wish I had it on a card here, says something to the effect you cannot teach history by referring to historical American figures as anything other than reformers and heroes. To which I say, who was Benedict Arnold? Who was Jefferson Davis? How do you teach Jefferson Davis? How are you going to teach? They're all heroes in American history?
In some states, they don't have to teach it because they already have a holiday called Jefferson Davis.
That's right, Jeff. That's right. Yeah.
Anyhow, so all I knew was that. Okay, you always ask people what's been on their minds. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. So that was in the morning. Then this afternoon, I took a walk. There was a break in the rain here today. And I was listening to a podcast, one that I usually enjoy, in part because it angers me, in part because...
Oh, who was my guest? Who was my guest? who was it? Who was my guest?
No, I was listening to a taped podcast.
So you were listening to my show, yes.
No, I was listening. This was earlier.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm missing something here. What?
I would assume I was making a joke that I assume that the only podcast you could possibly listen to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No. I sometimes have to listen to centrist, liberal, and right wing stuff just to piss me off a bit. Okay. And so I listened to something called Deep State Radio, which is a group of basically sort of Obama, sort of Obama era political folks. Do you know this one?
I like what are they called? Crooked media?
This one's Deep State Radio. And, so they bring on centrists and also liberals and progressives. Like E.J. Dionne was on one of them today. And
I like him.
Oh, no, E.J. is fine. Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's fine. That's there's no other way to put it.
I liked his sister, B.J. Dionne. He had a sister named B.J. Dionne, but that's all.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Well, the point was that what's astonishing is you can listen to their stuff. They can bewail, bemoan the state of America. They love going after the Trumpsters, blah, 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 blah. And they utterly refuse. The question of class has absolutely no place in all of this. God forbid they should recognize that there have been 45 years of class war on working people, and that working people have every reason to despise the Democrats as much as the Republicans. Okay, and it's striking to me, and these are folks, by the way, who garner far more attention than the three of us. Okay.
Of course.
But it's astonishing, absolutely astonishing to me that they can be so utterly oblivious and basically speak of those who might be enthusiasts of the right-wing Republicans as if they're suffering some kind of mental disease. Okay. I mean, whatever the troubles may be, and however wrong-headed, to use the popular term, to talk about a whole generation of folks who've been screwed as somehow mentally deranged. I don't know. This is the kind of, but then come over on the left. The left is like talking to itself.
Well, when you say the left, you're talking about people who do talk about class.
Look, folks I really like. I mean, the whole range of shows like Majority Report and Left, and even Michael's show, which, by the way, Michael might have been able to crack through some of this stuff, but all this podcast culture, which I do love, and I think, and YouTube shows, and even this, but it's just there's no vision.
Well, Ben Burgess, to his credit, is out there. He just debated Charlie Kirk from Turning Points USA. He's
great entertainment. What can I tell you? Okay, I love Ben's great entertainment stuff. Okay,
yeah.
But where's the vision? Where's the vision on the left? Ask any American. Well, what is the left, and how does the left envision America? Or how do the Democrats envision America? That's the thing that's lacking. There is no vision whatsoever.
A singular vision, a monomania on one thing. And I said this earlier in the show, Professor K.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to quote you because I keep quoting you. If you ain't talking about unions, you're talking shit. If you're not talking about a labor movement, everything else is noise. That's what you said 2 months ago.
I believe that sincerely. That's just
and I agree with you. Everything else is, let me, show you how facile I am with some books I read. Let me show you how smart I am. And then after I'm done showing you how smart I am, I want to ask why they hate us. Well, because all you do is try to show us how smart you are. roll up your sleeves and get your friggin' ass into West Virginia now. We should be in West Virginia and Arizona embarrassing Sinema and Manchin.
Yeah, I was talking to someone who I think a labor unionist. This is a major labor union figure who also has really, I think, good contacts inside this series of presidential administrations. And this person said to me, there's only one thing that's going to move Manchin. And it's not going to be any of the rest of us. It's going to be the people of West Virginia. Okay, that's it. And it's striking that somehow Biden doesn't need to go to all the other states to promote the plan. He and everyone in this administration, every single Democrat needs to go to West Virginia and talk about what the plans will do for the people of West Virginia, and ask them if they know who the primary obstacle to their securing it is.
President Sanders would have been to West Virginia 6 times and Arizona 6 times.
I was just going to say that.
Absolutely.
Did you see his press conference yesterday?
Yeah.
His press conference was, oh my God, if he were president, he very gently went after Sinema and Manchin. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm with you. Keep going.
No, Alan was talking about.
Sorry.
Oh, no, exactly. Yeah, no, Bernie would have been there, and he would have done as president, I think, more forcefully even. And I think he would have gone to those 2 states. He would have invited Senators Manchin and Sinema to join him.
Bernie is the only one in the
Senate. Wouldn't have pulled any punches.
Yeah, he's the only one in the Senate who's not afraid to call Americans out to make things happen.
Right. So what you're saying, Alan, and Professor K, this is really important. I'm Bernie Sanders. I want this. I'm the president. This is what Joe Biden should be doing. He's going to have a rally for Build Back Better in West Virginia. The media is going to have to cover Joe Biden's arrival in West Virginia. And he's going to use that to say, I'm offering you free education. We're going to get health care, dental, eyes, free community college, universal preschool. And he's going to put a call in from Air Force One to Joe Manchin and saying, hey, I'm on my way to this rally. Would you like to speak at my rally? And Joe Manchin is going to say, yes, sir, because the last thing he would want is the president of the United States having the eyes of the world on West Virginia, spelling out what's in Build Back Better, and Joe Manchin not being there. You're absolutely right.
In 1938, before the midterm elections, during that year, FDR went to the state of Georgia, and he spoke to huge crowds, and it made it a point of inviting the Democratic, the white supremacist Democratic leadership of the state. It was the Talmadge years, I believe, and basically, with them on the stage, told everyone, if you believe in feudalism, and everyone knew he meant the South, then you believe in fascism. I'm not paraphrasing. Okay. Well, that was a tougher thing to do than it would be for Biden to go to West Virginia and ask Manchin to turn up in support of the very things he's trying to make happen. And if Manchin says no, because if he says no, everyone in that state is going to know, he's the obstructor.
It's incredible.
In fact, he could go further. He could invite the governor of West Virginia, right?
Justice.
Yeah, invite him, the Republican. Say, come stand with me. You want this to happen.
You're getting me. I could see. I'm looking.
And let me add to this. Even if it doesn't pass, it doesn't matter. It matters that Biden go on record as being willing to go on record. That that he's there to fight, Now, I know there are people who say, well, he doesn't really want to do that. It doesn't matter. He'll create a dynamic if he does it.
And a reminder of how to use the bully pulpit.
That's right.
I'm getting angry.
I'm going to be up till 1 a.m. now.
You're getting me angry. Biden should be in West Virginia.
Yeah.
And Arizona. How important would that be, Alan Minsky? You just brought it up. It just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Bernie won West Virginia in 2016 with over 50% of the vote. Crushed Hillary in West Virginia.
Yeah. But Trump still won it big.
Because over the horizon, look, 2022, the folks who voted for Biden, turned out, they're not going to go vote for Republicans now necessarily. They're just not going to vote. And as a consequence, the Democrats will lose the House and the Senate.
How much time do we have before Pelosi and Schumer said, we're not going to vote on Build Back Better?
What do you mean?
How much time before, we got the debt ceiling lifted until December. Biden on Friday last week went up to Capitol Hill. Give it time, this Build Back Better. We don't have to pass it in 6 hours or 6 days.
Well, I'm sure Alan knows that all the inside the Beltway folks are talking about a 2.5 or 2.25 trillion. Basically, you cut it instead of a 10-year plan, it's a 5-year plan, right? You heard that?
Yeah, I've heard all that, but
which isn't a bad idea. You front load everything, and good luck trying to take it away.
Right. That's right. That's a.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that. They'll find their way through. Okay.
Right.
I hope.
If it gets lowered to 2.5, Alan,
the halving of the time frame is the better strategy than elimination of a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
And then it comes up for renewal in 5 years, and the thing that Manchin has already said is, don't trick me into front loading this thing, because I know once the American people get used to a program, you can't get rid of it.
Right. Well, try to take away the, what is it, $3,000 or $3,600 per child that families are going to get. You wouldn't want to be the Republican Party running on the cusp of an election where you're taking that away from so many people. And right now, even in the package at 3.5, that was not extended out permanently. You had people arguing for that, but it was not planned to be permanent. It was only going to go through, I think, 2025.
Right.
But that would have worked very well for Democrats in the 2024 elections.
So that would be good news if Bernie could, because Biden's not going to explain it. Professor K, if Bernie explains, yes, I came down on the price because we front loaded this, and instead of a 10-year horizon, it's a 5-year horizon, and it takes constant vigilance. We have to fight to renew in 5 years.
They need to do whatever it takes to hold the House and add a seat or two in the Senate, because then they can address voting rights. Then they can address voting rights. I'm not sure they can ever get the PRO Act through, given the Democratic Party is just not what it once was regarding labor. But at least the voting rights stuff can happen.
So the front loading only applies to certain things. It wouldn't apply, of course, to the Medicare drug price negotiations, for instance. That's not a front loaded issue. That's an issue of how many drugs are they willing to be allowed to be negotiated. There's a bunch of complexities to all of these issues.
Yeah,
by the way,
right.
this whole logic has been suggested that it would be challenged in the court, so they do have to write it in a sort of a Federalist Society proof way. But hopefully they'll get that right.
Yeah, and the money people will tell Manchin, go with it, because that 1.5 trillion or whatever the number is on the infrastructure plan, we're going to be pocketing that money. Go get it for us.
Right. But his daughter
Less
will
than
kill
that,
him
but
if they have. If Medicare has to negotiate the price of an EpiPen, Joe Manchin's daughter will stop speaking to him because how is it possible? It's the X-Files. The information. What do they say in the X-Files? It's all out there. It's
Oh yeah.
It's all
power
there.
It's just unaccountable. It's political power because it hasn't been held accountable.
I feel the despair, and then I'll let you guys go. The despair that you were feeling, Professor Harvey K., that I feel, it's almost as though there's been a document dump on the American people. And you always dump the document. If there's a scandal, just dump as much documents and overpower the media and the American public. I can't. And I think we've gotten a document dump of hypocrisy and corruption.
Right? Yeah.
That we just go, I can't. Where do you start?
The corruption one really. What was the news this morning about the 18 NBA players who've?
Yeah.
I thought, there it is. That's today's dump.
Insurance fraud, right? They were doing insurance fraud.
Yeah, today's.
David was about to ask me about the Pandora Papers, and I haven't been able to process all that yet.
Oh God, who could possibly? By the way, I'll tell you what the Pandora Papers tell me. That my response to it was, "Oh, who cares? We knew this. We all know this. I mean, we didn't know that the likes of Tony Blair and his ilk and all these other folk. Come on,
Elton John? No, I knew.
Was Elton John?
Yeah.
Well, he was named in the Pandora, or maybe Pandora plays his music along with Spotify. Elton John doesn't pay his taxes?
He got implicated somehow. Yeah.
Then today I heard there was a further development. Was it out in California on the college admissions scandal of a few years ago?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Varsity Blues.
I mean, that was it's like one. I can't help but say that was a great way of putting it. The most massive dump imaginable. Okay.
Were you just?
It's just impossible. It's literally impossible to pay attention.
Well, there's one solution that I get to, and that is the state has to take the children of the richest 1%. You can keep your money with taking your kids. This is child abuse. It really is.
I thought you were going to say I swear to you, that didn't even cross my mind at that moment. I thought you were going to say, it's time to nationalize Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. That was what I was.
Well, that's the other thing. If you want to change America, break up Harvard, and Yale, and spread the endowment to all 50 states. If there were a Harvard in West Virginia and a Kennedy School of Government in West Virginia, there should be 50 Kennedy Schools of Government. There's enough money that you could spread. There should be a Harvard and a Yale and a Princeton and a Stanford in every state of the union. And then you would have 50 blue states.
Yeah, somebody should propose free public higher education.
Not a bad idea. And somebody should propose burning Harvard's endowment to the ground, just taking it, and Yale.
Well, let me just leave you with a depressing thought. What happens when Bernie isn't here? What happens when Bernie is not here?
Yes.
So when Bernie's not here, who carries the torch? That's a rhetorical question because the answer is.
I agree with you. We're in AOC. I know she's a lightning rod, but she's my daughter's age, for Christ's sake. I mean, she's pretty great, AOC. Pramila Jayapal, Richie Torres.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Reggie Torres. But no, I agree. AOC is very, very sharp.
Elizabeth Warren, who I really soured on. I found I got my love mojo back for her when she took on Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve.
Gearing up for a 2022 stab at financial regulatory legislation.
Yeah, but you're right. Our bench is not deep. It is not deep.
I mean, there are folks who are going to put themselves forward. I'm going to mention one name who I know really not at all, but you can see he's salivating. Ro Khanna.
Yeah, surprising considering his constituents. He's not bad considering who he represents.
A lot of the workers there have to sleep in their cars because they can't afford to live in the neighborhoods. I agree though with Bhaskar Sankara pointed out about Bernie. He really was sort of the last of the people who had gone to the socialist summer camps and really internalized the left democratic traditions around the world, really understood all of that and brings it to bear in Washington. So it is going to be a generational shift off of Bernie, and I think something will be lost there.
On an optimistic note, Professor K and Alan Minsky, before you go, we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary, it is the 10-year anniversary of Occupy. Now, seems to me that the bench, if you had asked me 10 years ago, other than Bernie, who do we have? I would say 10 years ago, Bernie, we got not even Bernie. The idea that Bernie would be chairman of the banking committee, budget committee, sorry, chairman of the budget committee, and trying to get a $3.5 trillion Build Back Better bill passed where you have 100 progressives. And as he pointed out in his press conference, 47, 48 Democrats in the Senate who are for his bill, that the radicals, the children in the room are Josh Gottheimer, Manchin, and Sinema. Again, we have people are being evicted, people are starving to death. I'm not optimistic, but there is a move. I think we can pass landmark legislation before we all drown from climate change. That's
right. And what I wrote was this morning. I wrote those sour notes this morning. This is the only place I'll repeat them. And tomorrow's a new day.
Tomorrow's a new day. Tom Hayden said to me, they want you to be overwhelmed, despondent, and depressed. When you're despondent, they win. And now is the time to call those numbers on the screen.
Yeah, by the way, just for the record, as long as you mentioned anniversaries, here's an utterly trivial anniversary that picked me up tonight. It's 20 years ago since John Cusack and Kate Beckinsale made the movie Serendipity. Okay. And it happened to also show up on my Netflix thing. So before I came on tonight to put myself in a better mood, we watched Serendipity. And I sent a note to John and I said, I know this, you don't think of this as one of your great films, but it brings a hell of a lot of entertainment to a lot of people.
There you go. I'll have to watch it. Is it on Netflix?
Yes.
Okay.
Never saw it?
I don't think so. What's it about?
Girlfriend these days?
What's it about?
It's about this couple meets randomly in New York. They're both deeply involved with people. But it's even on that very first night, it's obviously something's clicking. But she believes in fate. And what happens is she believes that this isn't the moment for them. And if fate rules, sometime in the future, maybe they'll run into each other again. Right. And he's insistent that they provide some possibility. So he writes his name and phone number on a $5 bill. She writes her name in a book. Neither one of them knows where that particularly goes, and it takes off from there.
he commits a crime by defacing a $5 bill. Federal. I can't abide. Thank you. Pick up, take hold of our
Wait, don't
history.
forget, Alan needs to talk to you.
Oh, no. Yes, I'll talk to him the next couple of days. Thank you, Harvey. You rock. You're a great organizer, Harvey JK.
Yes.
And I'll talk to you next week. But somebody said they wanted to ask a question or was asking me to stay on in the chat, and I don't know what that's about. You're the boss here, David Feldman.
Yeah, if people have a question for Alan Minsky.
And I'll just hang out since it's always entertaining.
Okay. Well, I see Rodrigo has his hand raised, but I usually give him like an hour at the end of the show.
Well, I'm going to go in 5 minutes, so that gives us do an hour. Pack an hour.
We'll do this in Glenn Kostick.
Oh, it was Rodrigo who asked for me to stay on, so maybe we could jump Rodrigo.
Okay, then let me get to. We'll save. I always save Rodrigo for the end. I like to give as much time as possible. Glenn Kostick.
Oh, well, okay. I was waiting around for Rodrigo's question. That was the thing.
Okay, but we can just play. Okay, Glenn Kostick, Glenn Quagmire, okay, Mila.
Thank you. Alan, I am wondering whether you know whether or not there are subsidies for nuclear power in the Build Back Better bill. We've been trying to figure it out, and I haven't gotten an answer yet.
I'm not sure what's currently in the bill around the reconciliation bill. I believe there are in the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
And Mila, weren't you going to get me Ian Masters?
Well, I did try, and I actually sent a few people also to ask him, including Greg Palast, who managed to get on your show, but he wasn't able to convince Ian. And I think I decided that it's really up to Ian to decide when he wants to speak publicly, and he not decided to do that yet.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him about
Pacifica.
APFK. I just want to talk to Ian Masters.
Right.
I just want to hear what he's had to say about the world.
I can send you his phone number and email, and maybe you can ask him directly. I think that might be more appropriate. Or Alan Minsky.
Never heard of him. Alan who?
Alan Minsky might actually be able
I would talk to Ian Masters and never bring up Pacifica.
Well, that's a terrible shame if you do that.
No, I mean, I just want to hear what he has to say.
I know that's what you want, but I want to hear Ian talk about.
And if he doesn't want to talk about it,
I understand. So Alan can probably make that happen and more easily than I can.
Mila, I was correct. Sadly, very sadly, in this god-awful, wretched, truly horrible bipartisan infrastructure bill that basically all the progressives on Capitol Hill have been told that they have to swallow and accept. And Bernie Sanders gives it lip service, which, by the way, in this case, Bernie is off base. It includes $6 billion set aside to help keep financially struggling nuclear power plants in competitive
all
electricity.
nuclear power plants are financially struggling. You cannot build a nuclear power. But AOC, when she votes for it, will cry.
And I'll cry too. I'll cry too if nuclear power gets shored up, because the longer they operate, the closer we are to another disaster, and it's not a pretty picture.
Okay, let's keep.
Thank you,
Mila. Thank you. If you could speak to Ian Masters, and I know he doesn't want to talk about Pacifica, but I would just love to get his take. He has a podcast, doesn't he?
Well, he does. Yeah, he does. So you can hear a show, Background Briefing, exactly, Alan. And as I said, Alan's far more likely to be able to convince Ian Masters to come on.
I have tens of listeners. Once
I'll get you Masters if we can work out a way to get this COP26 content, pre-COP26 content on some of these talk shows. Okay, great. So
Rodrigo's got a question.
Rodrigo in Mexico. Now, let me just explain something. Rodrigo lives in a country other than America, which means how many languages do you speak?
Only 4, David.
He only speaks 4 languages, so we have to humor somebody who's multilingual. We're Americans. We don't need to learn any other language than English. So let's humor Rodrigo, who speaks 4 languages. What are the languages?
Español, inglés, francés, Nihongo, Japanese.
All right. So as my daughter said at office hour, you're just speaking European with a little A. My daughter was so great. She was, that's just European. Go ahead.
So the conservatives have many obsessions, and they're always trying to trick us into wasting time. Sometimes they do it on purpose, like when they pass anti-trans laws or anti-abortion laws, just to keep their base invested in donating money and voting for them. But sometimes it's their brainworms, and I don't mean COVID-19, that trick them into doing things like attacking AOC, and we shouldn't let their brainworms dictate what we waste our time on. For example, on the Iron Dome vote, where AOC voted present and 420 people voted yes, I hesitate to say who voted yes, but my beloved Pramila Jayapal voted yes, Hakeem Jeffries, Ro Khanna, Jamal Bowman, Barbara Lee voted yes. And I don't understand why any leftist listens to people saying, oh, AOC is horrible, she's going to fake cry again. And I wanted...
So you're calling me on making... So you're mad at me for making fun of AOC?
No. I really wanted Alan's perspective.
Yeah, no, I generally, Rodrigo, I'm with you. The excessive amount of time spent not only on what are largely symbolic votes, but basically indulging right-wing talking points by losing any sleep over them is largely a waste of time, and it should go back to doing what Harvey is asking us to do, which is to organize for the working class. And and then any time lost off of that is time largely lost. I mean, there may be exceptions, and people can call me out on why it's important to stand up around this particular, that particular right-wing talking point. And there are times, of course, where you have to do that. You have to show signs of solidarity, even when they're overdetermined, media talking points. But there's a lot of time lost there. So my sentiment is with your comment. And I try not to have PDA lose time on that. By the way, I want to go back to something I said in the chat earlier. And Mary Ann, if you're still on, or if you want to email me, the $13 million spent on DNC consultants. I suppose the main question there is, was it JD who spent that money? Justice Democrats? Which consultants? If you know any of these questions, because if I ever get in a position where I'm still the executive director of Progressive Democrats of America, and we are spending 1 cent on a consultant, please remind me to resign my position.
Can I consult for you on that question?
What?
Can I consult for you on that question?
Yeah.
You can, and I will pay you not
I
a dime.
I can tell you, one of the most disturbing moments of my academic career was when I was sitting on a plane and a young woman sat down next to me who was a senior at Wesleyan. I probably told you this already. And I said, what are you studying? He said, economics. And I said, what do you want to do when you graduate? Grad school? He goes, no, I want to be a consultant. I thought, she's 21 years old and she wants to be a consultant. I thought, what the fuck can these people consult about?
And I'll consult with you about the Packers later.
Absolutely. We got a big weekend coming up here.
Do we have a list of consultants? These horrible consultants, can we start naming them?
Outing consultants, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, are there people who we can?
Yeah, sure, there must be lists. Of course there are lists.
I have to go soon, guys. I actually got to go.
But as long as you brought up Marianne's remark about the DNC and the expenditures stuff, I'll try to. I'm sure she wants to come out. I'll try to bring Naomi Key on one time, sometime in the future. Okay.
Yeah, it will go. I promise it will go better than Lindsay Boylan.
Thank you.
Not go well.
By the way, I mean, Lauren Ashcraft, you were very nice to.
Yes, bring her on. Let's get her back.
Yeah, I'll tell her. I just got a note from her.
Everybody, PDA, Progressive Democrats of America, and you'll come back. What are you laughing at, Alan?
Sharon thinks I have fleas and I need an antihistamine, but I'm nothing without my fleas, Sharon, or my antihistamines, I suppose.
But your heartworm cleared up, right?
Yes, it did.
Alan's heartworm is all.
By the way, I'm thrilled.
Everyone take note. Everyone take note. This is California. Watch what he's doing. See, do not move to California.
This is what happened. Your kennel cough cleared up, so I'm glad about that, Alan.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, and we'll talk next week.
It was a fun night, David. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody go buy FDR on Democracy and take hold of our history. They are taking hold of our history. They are. Josh Hawley, as Professor Kay said, they're taking our history, and the people who are passing legislation in Wisconsin to outlaw critical race theory are taking hold of our history. They're twisting it. Take hold of our history so you know how to keep it. Thank you. That's our show.
David, do you mind 2 quick things?
Yes. No, I don't mind.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen this graphic on The Economist, the coronavirus excess deaths tracker.
The coronavirus, it was a graphic from The Economist.
Yes.
And it's called what? What is it called?
Excess deaths tracker.
The excess dead tracker. In other words, more, not just the people who died from COVID, but the
people that died compared to last year that we didn't expect to die. For example, in Mexico, the official coronavirus death toll is 244,400.
Right.
Up to last week or so. The excess deaths are 485,980, almost double that. So
now, do the excess deaths include COVID, or are you saying there are 200 and change thousand who died, and then there are 400,000 extra deaths on top of that? That seems kind of extra.
What we know is that. What we know is that the reported coronavirus deaths are not the same as the actual deaths that aren't due to car crashes or violence. So you may die on the way to the hospital, and then the government doesn't test you for COVID-19, or maybe you died of complications of COVID-19 and your death certificate may say pneumonia or stroke or heart disease.
Right. Comorbidities.
Comorbidities, yes. So,
I mean, is it fair if somebody who is, has heart disease and is overweight and dies from a heart attack and then tests positive for COVID, is it fair to say he died of COVID?
Well, some governments are playing footsie with numbers and saying Well, all of these thousands of people, they died of like 3, 4, 10 times more than they usually do of this disease, but I guess it's just a coincidence.
People can make numbers. I remember I read somewhere that the coroner would say when there was a drug overdose and they found Dilaudid and Valium and alcohol and trace elements of crack, the coroner knew that the money was in crack, so they'd say he died from a crack overdose, when in fact, pick your poison. So these numbers can sing any way the people doing the counting want them to.
If you look at the tracker, you can see that many European countries actually have less excess deaths, and countries outside of Europe and Asia have more.
For example, Rodrigo, Abraham Lincoln, right?
Yes.
Was suffering from Marfan syndrome, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, Abraham Lincoln, 16th president, suffered from Marfan syndrome, where your limbs are extraordinarily long. That's why he was so tall, right?
Okay.
So when he died, the coroner could have said he died from a bullet or he died from Marfan syndrome. And that the Marfan syndrome, some could argue, made it easier for John Wilkes Booth, made him an easier target for John Wilkes Booth. There was more of Abraham Lincoln because of Marfan syndrome. So
I don't want to.
I'm just saying, personally, I think Abraham Lincoln died from Marfan syndrome, but the coroner's agenda was to get the guns off the street, so he said he died from a bullet wound to the temple. I know that Abraham Lincoln really died from Marfan syndrome, and that it was politicized. His death was politicized by people who are anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment. Anything? Is there a language where that could be funny? Of the 4 languages you speak, any possibility that that was funny in any language? No.
You're putting me on the spot here because Lane's brother's dad is dying from COVID because he was in the hospital with cancer and his entire ward got COVID. So I don't want to laugh. Sorry.
I was doing an Abraham, and in 1965, it became okay to do Abraham Lincoln assassination jokes. In 1965, we were told, okay, the shackles are off, have at it. And you just, wow. You've really let me. What? Are you going to come to office hours?
Yes.
I like the documentaries. I love the critical race theory stuff you showed. It was funny from the Daily Show. Good work. I like.
Know the Public Citizen.
I'm sorry?
Do you know the Public Citizen?
Public Citizen.
A report that compares the U.S. revenue from the top 20 blockbuster drugs to global sales figures as reported by pharmaceutical companies in their annual SEC filings, and according to this, US sales of the top 20 medications totaled $101.1 billion in 2020, and the sales of the same drugs totaled $57 billion in the rest of the world, including HIV medications and Eli Lilly's type 2 diabetes drug, Trulicity, which had 3 times more sales revenue than the rest of the world. And maybe you know someone who can talk about diabetes.
Okay. I got your ulterior motive there loud and clear, Rodrigo. Okay, maybe I'll call somebody from Public Citizen.
Okay.
All right. You never miss an opportunity to try to get me uncentered. All right. I'll talk to you on, I'll see it's Friday night at 8 p.m. for office hours, okay? Thank you. Okay, Rodrigo?
Yes.
Yes. Well, that is our show. I want to thank our guests. Let's see if I can, Pete Dominick did not show up tonight. I hope something happened to him. I would hate to think that he just blew me off. I hope something really bad happened. The thought of Pete just forgetting to do my show would break my heart. So I hope something really bad happened that necessitated his canceling an appearance on the David Feldman show without so much as a phone call. Fingers crossed he's not all right, because my ego could not handle it. I want to thank Pete Dominick. I love Pete Dominick. I'll call him in a second. Then I want to thank Professor Ben Burgess, Ethan Hirschenfeld, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. They were so amazing. And then I want to thank Henry Huckamaki, Emil Guillermo, Jackie the Joke Man Martling, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Adnan Hussein, Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, Professor Harvey J. Kay, and Alan Minsky and Rodrigo. Let me give out the numbers. You have your pen. These are the numbers. Call and be polite. Call Congressman Josh Gottheimer at 973-814-4076. Call Senator Charles Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader, at 585-263-5886. Call Senator Kirsten Sinema at 520-639-7080. Call Senator Joe Manchin at 304-368-0567 and politely request that they vote in favor of Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. Nancy Pelosi's number is 415-556-4862. Be polite. Just leave a message, give your name, and just say, I'm politely requesting that you vote in favor of Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. If you're rude, if you're an a-hole, if you make it about yourself instead of us, you're only hurting the cause. Those are their phones. You'll either get an answering machine, you'll most likely get an answering machine. From 9 to 5, you will get a staffer. And call these numbers. Once again, Nancy Pelosi's number is 415-556-4862. Congressman Josh Gottheimer's number is 973-814-4076. Senator Charles Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer's number is 585-263-5886. Senator Kirsten Sinema, her phone number is 520-639-7080. Senator Joe Manchin's phone number is 304-368-0567. 0567. If everyone who can hear me now calls those numbers and politely asks them to vote in favor of Build Back Better at $3.5 trillion. And I can't give out their addresses. You can do that for yourself. If you send a postcard to them, you will sleep better at night. And when Build Back Better passes, you can tell yourself or your grandkids that you played a role in getting a piece of landmark legislation passed. This is our, we're not the insurrectionists. We don't do January 6th. This is way more effective. This is what works. Nothing gets done without congressional approval. You move mountains through Congress. Congress is the answer to all your problems. Big business understands that. The richest 1% understands that. That's why they rewrite the tax codes and they spend hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying Congress, because the richest 1%, the corporate charlatans, understand where the seat of power is, and it's in Congress. And right now, there is a bill, Build Back Better, that will transform this country the way Medicare did, Social Security. We still have an opportunity to get this passed. Participate. If you're angry, call those numbers that I just gave you. Write your Congress people. If you're angry, lash out properly. Call your Congress people. Write to them. And go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website and sign up for Congress Club. A week from this Sunday, we will be holding a town hall with Steve Scrovan, me, and Ralph Nader to talk about Congress Club, to talk about writing and calling your elected leaders. Okay, that's our show. I want to thank Dan Frankenberger and all the people in the chat room, all the people who are attending via Zoom. If you would like to attend a live taping of this show, go to my website, hit attend a live taping. While you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. And if you want to come to office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. and meet better people, go to my website and hit office hours. I'm David Feldman. Thank you so much. Remember to stay strong. I just want to play this one more time. This is so great. This is, I don't know where this took place. It's a gentleman with fruit in his hands. And I believe this is a goat just coming up and eating fruit. And then he has a little necklace. Look at that necklace. This beautiful white, is it a capuchin monkey? I don't know, around the goat's neck, hugging the goat. And then he waits for the goat to eat. And then the monkey takes a blueberry and says, you know what? I'm going to play horsey with my friend and ride the goat while I eat my fruit. Isn't that beautiful? That is really something. Okay. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a